All right, man. Welcome to Crow 777 Radio. This is episode 475. It is me and Jason and I, and we're going to take on music again. Look around the world. You know, where are we right now? What's going on in this place? What's going on in this place is a bid to remove every shred of freedom of every living man, woman, and child in the world. That's what's going on. If you can't see it, you're delusional. You're living in a dream, and you're not carefully examining what's actually going on. Everything is about to change. As a matter of fact, I would go so far as to make a prediction that if you see the interest rates on money jump up near 8% this spring, you're seeing the run for digital currency. And while people will scream how great crypto is, what's actually going on is we're headed for a time when everybody is socially rated if they get their way. And digital money will drive that bus. And by the way, on top of it, they're already implementing cities all over the world with 15-minute drive zones. They're openly doing it in a couple places in England. They're secretly doing it in a number of other cities. How did we get to this state? Well, unfortunately, and people don't want to hear it, part of how we got here was through the programming. And a big part of the programming of my generation, where it really came and started, was music. And if you want to consider things like the Beatles and the Stones, which we may touch on here and there as we get into this, the Beatles were the good boys, and everyone said, "Oh, it's a marketing tool." And the Stones were the bad boys. You know, they got an album called Sympathy, or a song called "Sympathy for the Devil" and "Goat's Head Soup" with a picture of a goat's head and some soup in the middle of the album. They're the Satan boys, but it's all branding, right? Well, no, it wasn't. It was programming. And while the good boys, the Beatles, got some portion of a decade to walk the face and put their programming music into our world, the strolling bones are still at it. What's Mick Jagger? Is he pushing 80 yet? I don't know. But people might pick bones with this, but there were others who saw what I can see now a long time ago. Don McLean is one. He wrote the song Bye Bye Miss American Pie. The hell do you think that song is about? He says flat out, this is the rise of Satanism, Luciferianism, these ideas. This was embodied at the Altamont concert that the Rolling Stones used when they put the biker gang, the Hells Angels, in charge of their security. Supposedly someone gets killed. But he says very succinctly in that song, the sacrificial light and the sacrificial right. He sees Satan laughing with the light. And every time they ask that man what the song's about, he won't say, because the undercurrent that he wanted to talk about, he had to encode in a song. And I'm putting all this on the table because, yeah, we all love the music, but are we grown up enough to look at what's been done to us through the music? Because if we're not, we may have a very rocky road ahead. Anyhow, there's my big lament, Jason.
Well, good morning. And we're going to focus more on the American side of things this time. And we might as well just say that a huge shout to the late David McGowan for his incredible work on the Laurel Canyon area, and his book, Weird Scenes Inside the Canyon, is the one to go to if you want details upon details upon details.
And he's another man who got cancer all of a sudden, and it killed him quicker than you can blink your eye. Just put the point on the table. Who knows what's what for sure in this world, but it's not hard to see when someone's trying to aim at the things that he aimed at. And it's problematic. Everybody loves the music. It is so well thought out to put the programming of a world into the media that we all love. So cleverly thought out. But let's get into this, Jason.
We're going to be discussing the nearly miraculous set of events that kicked off what most associate as the 1960s counterculture movement, as well as what is considered the anti-war movement that most think came from the Haight-Ashbury area of San Francisco. The reality, however, is that the anti-war movement had already started before the hippies and flower power children were on the scene, as well as the whole of the counterculture movement, kicking off in a small section of the greater Los Angeles area in what is called Laurel Canyon. Laurel Canyon is a woodsy, mountainous area in Los Angeles that connects the San Fernando Valley on one side of the hill to the Sunset Strip on the other. And the Sunset Strip was where numerous rock and roll clubs would spring up, seemingly out of nowhere and for no reason, for the plethora of new music acts that would suddenly manifest into existence without any sort of evidence that any of these events would be occurring in such a short period of time.
Let's call a spade, Jason. It was all pre-thought out, right? And in the same way, the adults in the world, the supposed adults, were doing Vietnam and other world-ruining things. They needed to do something about all the kids, the baby boomers. There were so many young people, and they were going to come at it with a two-pronged fork. And actually, it's probably more like a 10-pronged fork. But the basic two things that we're going to address here is they drugged the living lights out of them, and that goes on to our generation. It's just that the pusher now is a pharmaceutical company and not some guy with long hair. And they took over their music to control the thinking, to create steam releases where people would have protest songs and think something had actually been accomplished. What we're going to try to show you here is that it's quite far from that. But the truth, Jason, is the real musical centers, if I'm not mistaken, are basically New York and
Nashville and Detroit were back in the day.
Oh, yeah, Detroit, too. Don't forget Detroit. You're right. But there is no music center, and it sure as hell isn't in the Hollywood Hills or in the Laurel Canyon.
No, it was not. And that's the whole point when you start looking at all of this that you come up with. You're like, so it was literally manufactured to exist. It's not that the scene was going on in Los Angeles, so that's where the musicians were going to. It's the other way around.
It is 100. It is 360 around the circle in the opposite direction. What's basically going to happen is a bunch of young people that are about to be very famous musicians are all going to move into a neighborhood in walking distance of each other. And by the way, within that little area is going to be a military industrial complex place, which I think is currently owned by Jared Leto, if you want to mention something about that.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of weirdness that goes on in this one little place. But to get into the timeline here, in the first week of August of 1964, U.S. warships under the command of U.S. Navy Admiral George Stephen Morrison have allegedly come under attack while patrolling Vietnam's Tonkin Gulf. This event, which will be called the Tonkin Gulf Incident, will result in the near immediate passing by the U.S. Congress of the obviously pre-drafted Tonkin Gulf Resolution, a sequence of events that has quite the similarity with the Patriot Act. The Tonkin Gulf Resolution quickly leads America into deep immersion in the bloody Vietnam conflict, often mislabeled as a war. Over 50,000 American troops, along with millions of Southeast Asians, will end up losing their lives in this drawn-out event.
Let's lay it down in black and white. There was a false flag that was done, and it kicked off the excuse for the Vietnam War. Is that basically a fair way to state it, Jason?
It really wasn't even a false flag event. It was literally manufactured. Nothing actually happened, so they just said it did.
So this is the thing. I was alive back then, and everybody was bellied up to the news. All the young people were bellied up to the rock and roll music. We're a little early. It's 64. The rock and roll thing hasn't quite gone into full mainstream, but everybody knew that those bastards on that side of the world had done something terrible and we needed to go romp them. And look at what we can see in the world now. As a matter of fact, I'll say a thing. I'm not going to say much of a thing, but did you know that Russia has no central bank and its money is backed by gold? Is there anything really more we need to know? But let's keep pushing on what we're doing here, Jason.
Moving into 1965, a new scene or movement is starting to take shape in Los Angeles, in an area known as Laurel Canyon. This is a heavily wooded, rustic, serene, yet vaguely ominous section of Los Angeles that cuts through the hills that separate the Los Angeles basin from the San Fernando Valley. There, musicians, singers, and songwriters suddenly begin to gather as though they are summoned there by some sort of unseen force. Within a few months, the hippie flower child movement will spring into being there, as opposed to San Francisco as most think. Along with this movement, new styles of music will emerge that will provide the soundtrack for the chaotic second half of the decade of the 60s, as well as the early 70s. The first of the new styles will be folk rock, an electrified version of the acoustic folk music that was quite popular that had come out of the beatnik movement of the previous decade.
I guess we could reference back to Don McLean's American Pie again. The jester in that song is partially, one of the entendres is Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan was big in folk music. Folk music was big in this country. As a matter of fact, my parents were big into folk music. People like Pete Seeger, Joan Baez, she's a little later down the line from the timeline we're on now, but folk was huge. So what they did is they got Bob Dylan to electrify. Do you want to cover the account? I mean, I don't know if it was filmed. Maybe you can find it on YouTube.
The audio exists. You can hear where people are yelling at him and he's like, play it loud.
Yeah. He's all, you turncoat, Bob Dylan. We had a good thing going here and you electrified your music. They're going to be saying the same thing about cars here pretty quick because they're electrifying the cars in the same way they electrified the guitars. This era in front of us, if they get their way, is electricity and control. That's what this is about. But Dylan, who is in fact one of the main points in the Don McLean song, and there are triple entendres in that song, unless I'm mistaken, he electrifies his guitar. And has anyone not seen, was it 60 Minutes, Jason? Where it's like Ed Bradley or someone, I forget who, says, oh, Dylan, why don't you go buy an island in the Bahamas and retire? And he basically says, because I sold my soul to Satan and,
got to keep my word to the chief.
Yeah, the top guy. I made my promise. I got to hold my end up. In other words, my poor bones are tired, but I got to keep going till the end of time or I'll end up like Prince or something like that. I don't know.
And that was, I don't know, that interview was probably like 10, 20 years ago by now.
I would guess it was Ed Bradley, early 90s, maybe. I don't know. I'm guessing, but I think you can still look that up. And so people overlook what we're talking about because it's easy to say, oh, there's no pitchfork holding the horn devil. That's really not the point. The point is that there's a dark side of things going on here. And in the world we live in now, I think a lot more people are ready to take a careful look about the dark heart of control.
A ridiculous number of rock music superstars will emerge from the Laurel Canyon area beginning in the mid-1960s. This will carry through to the first years of the following decade. The first to professionally release material will be a band called The Byrds, whose biggest star will end up being the infamous David Crosby, going on to superstardom after his time as a member of The Byrds. There are so many professional acts that will come from this area that it seems way too coincidental to just be a matter of chance.
Isn't it interesting that we're getting this big first bloom of band called the Byrds? And I'm assuming you're going to talk a little bit about Crosby later, his family tree. But on the other side of the pond, the Yardbirds are a big deal, which will bloom Jeff Beck. I think Clapton's associated with that, isn't it? But Jimmy Page, of course, and Led Zeppelin. But what's interesting to me about it is, if I'm not mistaken, like back in the 70s, the slang for women, when the times allowed people to be objectified, was a chick. But I believe in England, they referred to a chick as a bird.
Yes.
So even the name of the band is starting to undermine the 50s kind of clean, squeaky family value. And that's really quite a side note. But and am I right? Clapton comes out of the original Byrds, or is it Jason? Is that right? The Yardbirds?
Clapton, Beck, and Page all played in the Yardbirds. Yep.
And if you haven't heard, Jeff Beck left us at this part blew me away. I think he was 79. I didn't realize he was that old, but let's keep pushing. Unless, do you want to say something about Crosby? The other thing about all these people is they all have something in common, don't they, Jason? But I'm sure we'll get to that.
Yeah, we will be getting to that and into the backgrounds of a lot of these people, which it's pretty laughable when you look at it.
Well, what's even more laughable is why wouldn't anyone take what McGowan laid down, what we're elaborating on here, and examine what's going on in the world now? You're going to find the same thing going on.
Well, the one person who has done that since Dave McGowan's passing is our friend Mark Devlin, and hats off to him for writing 3 books, Musical Truth 1, 2, and 3, where he did indeed take the McGowan information and then brought it forward through the decades.
Good on Devlin, and I'll hand him some props here. He's such a good researcher, the things that I know he loved. He's reframed his mind around him. And I know that for a fact firsthand. And that proves that someone is interested in trying to get down to the rocky core of things.
After several attempts at being a professional act, the band that would become the Byrds signed a recording contract with Columbia Records on November 10th, 1964, while still barely even being a band. The drummer was a conga player who had never picked up a set of drumsticks before, but was said to have been signed due to his good looks and the resemblance to Brian Jones of the Rolling Stones. The bass player was a steady mandolin player, but had never played the bass before. But that did not matter. The Byrds' debut effort is a single called Mr. Tambourine Man, released on the summer solstice, June 21st, 1965. The song is an electrified version of a Bob Dylan song, and it is openly admitted that session musicians played the music on the track, with the exception of the 12-string guitar work of Jim, who later changed his name to Roger McGuinn. The voices of the three singers of the band will be overdubbed over the excellently recorded instrumental music.
In other words, absolute provable construct. But I've got to ask here, is this McGowan pointing out the summer solstice, or is that Mr. Lindgren pointing out the summer solstice?
That was from McGowan, actually.
Wow, I didn't know that. A little more respect for McGowan there. But who did they sign with, Jason? There she is, Columbia.
Absolutely, with Columbia.
And where's the connection with Brian Jones of the now Strolling Bones? It never ends.
With the near immediate success of the Byrds, folk rock became all the rage. After the Byrds, quick releases from other new artists who were quickly signed and rushed into recording studios included the John Phillips-led Mamas and the Papas with their album If You Can Believe Your Eyes and Ears from January of '66, Love with Arthur Lee with the album Love from May of '66, Frank Zappa and the Mothers of Invention, Freak Out, June '66, Buffalo Springfield, which featured Stephen Stills and Neil Young with their album Buffalo Springfield, October '66, and one of the most successful acts of the era, The Doors, with their first album, The Doors, in January 1967.
This is the end, to make a pun, but there's a lot going on here. And as you will find out, Frank Zappa's the king. And the same, you know what? Here's one for you. In the same way Zappa was king of Laurel Canyon, the director or the CEO maybe, who would you give that title in rock and roll to today?
Oh, that would be Mr. Dave Grohl.
There it is. I knew you were going to say it. The director of Circumstance. But of this coming bands like Buffalo Springfield, you've got to realize back then the radio was the music. If you were at home, you had an album or a radio player. If you were not at home, the way you got your music primarily was through the radio. Now, 8-track tapes and things are going to come along, but even then, primarily it is the car or the transistor radio that you carry with you. And the airplay alone, what was it that we just covered where the statement of proof was, it was for the Beatles, that the people, they played it so much in media and radio that all the young people truly believed that their favorite band was the Beatles, but Tavistock and places like that knew that they could achieve that end just by the airplay. But what I was going to point out, this is starting to change a little bit. In Buffalo Springfield, Stephen Stills is actually a talented musician compared to most of these folks out of the gate.
Numerous new clubs like the Whiskey A Go-Go, the Roxy, the Rainbow, Pandora's Box, the Trip, and other nearby hotspots like the Troubadour and Beatolitos were all venues that these unknown bands aspired to play in, and play they did. Adding to the new and unusual energy of these clubs was another new group of artists and dancers who were known as Los Angeles's Freaks. They were led by an odd choice, a man named Vito Palikas, an artist who was 52 in 1965, and another unusual character known as Wildman Carl Franzoni, who was his sidekick. Along with them came a group of about 30 to 35 followers, many of whom were rather attractive women. The Freaks are credited by many as being at the forefront of the hippie counterculture. An appearance by the Freaks at any of these new clubs would guarantee a huge crowd, since gawkers would come to watch the half-naked wild dancers performing what many would describe as bizarre dance moves. Conveniently, Any band that the freaks came out to see would wind up with their own huge following of fans. The Byrds were one of the first of the new bands to profit from this situation, almost like it was all set up from the get-go.
Because it was set up from the get-go, and sex always sells, and you can rip apart some of the names, Pandora's Box and some other things, but let's make the obvious connection here. In past musical episodes, we've done things like pointed out that the seminal punk rock album by the Sex Pistols is basically the same name as the later new punk rock called grunge, recycled, Nevermind being the name of both of the efforts. In other words, punk rock worked so well, they recycled it. Well, this is going on too in a different way, because as the hippie movement is completely pre-worked out, how they will look, how their hair will be, what their clothes will be, what they're called, because people were in fact called freaks. All of it is being worked out in advance of the movement here. But where it's done, that's going to happen again in the 1980s for what people like to call the hair bands. The same little method of making stars is going to happen on the Sunset Strip again in the 80s. And everybody knows, probably is aware of 80s music that's listening, even if you're a bit younger, the reach of 80s rock and roll, which some might say was the death knell of rock and roll. But I mean, what would you have there, Jason? It's just a recycling in the exact same place, achieving the same end, making famous people.
And this hippie look was seemingly created by this guy, Vito's much younger wife, Sue, by selling the clothes in her little shop in Laurel Canyon.
So let's get this straight. Before there were hippies, someone created a here's how hippie looks shop and started selling the clothes right on the club where all the music was the epicenter or the seed that had been planted for this movement that's about to go worldwide.
And then these freaks all took on that look, that dress, and it spread from there. So when you look at this, it just literally looks manufactured, but most people don't want to hear it.
This is the thing when you're in the middle. It's like, that's why I'm mentioning back in the day, people were convinced that these idiots in this part of the world had done some unpardonable thing. So clearly military force. It's nonsense. It's always nonsense. When I went through the Marine Corps, one of the heroes that you're taught about in boot camp, a guy named Smedley Butler, he was later quoted as saying, "I love my country. I take my job seriously. The only problem is every time I went out to war, I found myself working for one corporation or another." That's a very famous man. And you can look up the quote. These things that go on, and right now what's going on, where are the big wars? It's why I mentioned there's no central bank in Russia. That's all I'm going to say about it. But you ought to think about what was just said. What we're covering here kind of shows how easily having that much control over media and enough money to fund what you want can literally change the culture of the world.
Interesting that you brought up Smedley Butler. There's still video you could find on YouTube, I believe, where he was approached during World War II about a socialist, fascist takeover of America, and he went along with it and exposed the plot. And you don't hear too many people mentioning about that, but he went before Congress and he exposed it. And obviously that did not happen at the time.
You've got to wonder, I've got to wonder, because they made a movie about that, or at least there's a movie that reflects that very idea. I forget who the stars are. They were big A stars in the day where one of the big generals wants to do a similar thing. And Kirk Douglas stands up against him. I assume they're referencing off that, but you've got to wonder, this man's a general, right? He's inside. Does he have the latitude to do such things, or was that directed? I don't know. But you see, some might accuse you of having a suspicious mind, but look around in the world right now. Are you ready to trust the powers that be and authority? Without that suspicious mind, you're going to be taken. And the whole thrust of what we're doing here is showing that a group of people somewhere, Tavistock and others, had a plan and they implemented it. And for my money, Jason, the music industry that starts in the 60s changed the world in ways that could never be completely described or measured. And it was more successful than any spy versus spy thing that has ever been come up with in the world. Not worded very well, but I think you know what I mean.
Well, if one doesn't have a suspicious mind, you get what's happened the last few years, and needles go in arms that should not have been. And now those consequences are already starting to come home.
But we can go back and listen to the king and learn about the suspicious mind, right? Oh, wait a minute. The jester stole his thorny crown. If you guys are following what I'm laying down. All right, let's go.
One incredibly important detail that we haven't mentioned yet is that all, or perhaps it is safer to say nearly all, in case there may be the odd one or two who don't fall into this description, of these new rock stars come from families that are attached to the military intelligence complex. Many of their immediate family members were either in a branch of the armed forces, and not just a member of the rank and file, but much higher up, part of one of the intelligence communities, or often both. This is true of all of the main players that might come up, with no exceptions that immediately come to mind.
Now, this one thing alone is what blows my mind. This has been outed. People have even taken it further. As a matter of fact, I've seen Jason and myself took a little bit further when we first were, I think it was first a PDF from McGowan I saw. I don't even remember. It's a long time ago. I was handed a PDF of McGowan, and I started to look into this. But this is beyond statistical probability. So even if you want to be Mr. Logical clinical guy, this is would you say it's 100%? I mean, it's almost close enough to 100% that we can probably do what a scientist would do and say 99.999 or something. That's how overwhelming this statement is across all these people about to be famous.
Stepping back a moment, one of the earliest on the Laurel Canyon Sunset Strip scene is Jim Morrison, who is about to become the charismatic but volatile lead singer of The Doors, a band which was founded in 1965. Jim Morrison will quickly become one of the most iconic, controversial, critically acclaimed, and incredibly influential figures to ever take up residence in Laurel Canyon. The self-proclaimed Lizard King, however, has another claim to fame, although it was one that he went out of his way to never mention during his time in the spotlight. That claim is that Jim Morrison is the son of the aforementioned Admiral George Stephen Morrison,
who lied us into the Vietnam War. So the father was programming the world and lying, and then they got the son to do a similar thing in a different way. But it's worse than that. I remember, and I don't know if you can still find accounts of Jim Morrison lying in an interview, lying about who his family actually was. But let me just tie another connection here. Wasn't Jim Morrison in film school? Do you know?
Yes, he was, and so was Ray Manzarek, the keyboardist for The Doors.
Boy, there is just no separating entertainment and media, is there?
And by the way, Jim Morrison often told interviewers that his parents were dead.
There it is. I've seen that lie, and I've seen other ones that I'm not sure you can find anymore that were just outright lies because he was counterculture. Hippies were loving him. And how could he admit that his dad was top of the war machine, right? Although he alludes to it in some of his songs. And by the way, since we're going to be on our side of the Atlantic for most of this, I would mention, look at how many of the big British rock stars all went to art college as a primer. Just saying.
On December 22nd, 1965, the Byrds recorded a new self-penned composition titled 8 Miles High at RCA Studios in Hollywood. This was in contrast to much of their previously recorded material, which were cover songs. However, Columbia Records refused to release this version because it had been recorded at another record company's facility. One must wonder if it might have something to do with the quality of the musicianship, but of course, that's just speculation. Regardless, the band was forced to re-record the song at Columbia Studios in Los Angeles on January 24th and 25th, 1966, and it was this re-recorded version that would be released as a single and then be included on the group's third album. The song is called a creative leap forward for the band and is often considered the first full-blown psychedelic rock recording, although there were other contemporaneous acts, such as Donovan and the Yardbirds, who were also exploring similar musical territory at the time. The important point to note here is that this song was pivotal in transmuting folk rock into the new musical forms of psychedelia and raga rock, which was inspired by Indian music. Psychedelia, of course, is directly connected to the taking of hallucinogenic drugs.
All right, first big band, the Byrds, and their first big hit that they supposedly wrote, 1965. We are one day off, and this actually might be the low point of the sun, December 22. Let's call a spade a spade. Who are they doing it for? Columbia. That's who they're doing it for. Why were they forced to re-record? Well, my suspicious mind says, what are they doing with this music? They're launching a whole new counterculture programming method. One of the main things is they're going to drug people out. And this is listed as one of the first psychedelic rock songs. By the way, they had to get the word high into the title, if you're following my logic. You're not high, you're 8 miles high. Regardless of what I think or anyone else, history looks back and says this was probably one of the first psychedelics, but why did they have to re-record? My suspicious mind suspects that they were musicians who were actually into what they were doing, and it's so early in what's about to happen that they're not realizing the control that's going to be exerted on the product they're putting out. And Columbia said, you come home to Miss Columbia's house so we can get all our backtracking or whatever they may have done with that music. And I will not set aside the idea that masters might be set aside with demons attached to them. And that may seem a bridge too far to you, but let me tell you something. Over all the decades I've lived, I've bumped into things that are beyond logical explanation. Like, for most of my life, why did I wake up with music playing in my head that I couldn't turn off? Why was that music something I thought at the time? I haven't heard that for a year. Why am I thinking about this now? And then I learned I can turn off the music. And what that was about was control of my own mind. But what is it that overrides my control in the first place? I'm suspicious. So when I see that they force them to come back to the Columbia studios, that minimally what's going on is they're going to get some programming in there, because even the keywords matter, as we've shown in our Tavistock episodes. A simple trigger word is enough to do some damage, by the way.
I also strongly suspect the musicianship wasn't up to par, because most of these guys in the Byrds weren't that good. And it is completely admitted that on their first single, Mr. Tambourine Man, the majority of the music was recorded by a group of studio musicians known as the Wrecking Crew. It's not admitted that the Wrecking Crew played on their first album, but if you listen to it, it's a little too good for people who just started. But at least we have them admitting that the first single was recorded by the Wrecking Crew.
Well, this seems to be ubiquitous in famous recording studios, at least some of them. Muscle Shoals, which produced Lord knows how many worldwide hits during the rock genre, is written into the song that everyone turns off now because they've heard it too much, Sweet Home Alabama. In Muscle Shoals reside the Swampers, or the Swampers. I think it's the Swampers, and they've been known to do a song or two. These are quality studio musicians. So it goes to show you. But, I mean, it's not surprising. Everyone's been to a live concert. I was a roadie for years. How often do you hear the band of that song that you love do it live, anything close to the version you're used to? Well, when you do things in a studio, there's a lot more things you can do. You become much more capable. And by the way, there's probably some extra musicians laying around if you need to fill some tracks.
Well, live, people aren't going to notice slight fluctuations in timing and things like that. And people, when they jam together, will sometimes go up and down in the tempo just based off of the emotions going on. But in the studio, you can't be doing stuff like that. It's got to be exact or close enough.
Look at the Beatles example. So the Beatles tell us, well, we can't go out because people are screaming so loud we can't hear ourselves. So we're just not going to tour anymore. We're just going to make all these world-shattering albums in a studio. Well, they couldn't play them live because they'd put so many tracks and so much sound effects and Lord knows all the things in the Beatles music. But how do they go out? What is the last time you ever see the Beatles perform? What they do is they bring in a prodigy. I mean, almost no one better on the keyboards. And then they go up and they play some of the simpler songs to dispel the idea that people might have got that the Beatles couldn't play their own music. What do you think that was all about, going up to the rooftop there, the last time anyone's ever going to see them together? And why was the new guy there? You know, the keyboard prodigy?
Billy Preston.
You see, yeah, Billy Preston. You see how this works. What would those sessions have been without Billy Preston is what I ask myself.
Laurel Canyon's father figure for most of the 1960s is the rather eccentric figure Frank Zappa. Though he and his various Mothers of Invention lineups will never attain the outward commercial success of other Laurel Canyon bands, Frank will be a hugely influential figure among nearly all of the other suspiciously present musicians and actors who just all happened to live in this one particular place. Frank Zappa lived in a large house that was dubbed the Log Cabin, which sat right in the heart of Laurel Canyon at the crossroads of Laurel Canyon Boulevard and Lookout Mountain Avenue. It is no longer there, as it burned to the ground in 1970. Before that, however, Zappa will play host to virtually every musician who passes through the canyon in the mid to late 1960s. Zappa will also discover and then sign multiple new acts to his various Laurel Canyon-based record labels. Among them would be Alice Cooper, Captain Beefheart, and Larry Wildman Fisher.
So of those last bands mentioned, I think few people realized how big Alice Cooper was at one point. Massive. There's a money machine. And by the way, if you look at Alice Cooper, look at his real name, look at his family. But I mean, how would you, if I was going to describe Frank Zappa and what we know about him, I'd call him a controller. What would you call him?
An authoritarian.
From my point of view, I suspect he was probably a genius, or at least incredibly intelligent, which he comes off. You can see him he's just always doing weird things. So it throws people off the track. But it's almost like nothing happened without Frank's nod. And, think about what I just said. He gave the nod to Alice Cooper and signed him. And Alice Cooper becomes a massive band for a period of time. I'm just saying, he seems like the adult that was put in the room to watch the drugged out children.
That's kind of true. And by the way, he is the one who was instrumental in getting Alice Cooper into being the shock rock kind of thing that he absolutely mastered over the next few years from this point.
Wouldn't surprise me. There are accounts of Alice Cooper being booed off stage early on. As a matter of fact, I think you can still find he's in a pink tutu or something being booed off stage, or they're trying to boo him off stage. But, in a normal world, that would only go on so long before you hung up your guitar on the wall. And what actually happens is if you go to Alice Cooper's albums, the later ones, $Billion Dollar Babies, Welcome to My Nightmare, listen to the quality of the studio work. When I was a roadie, there would be certain bands when they were doing the sound check on these massive walls for a stadium when they're putting in the sound. And quite often it would be Steely Dan, occasionally Pink Floyd. But some people would give a nod to Alice Cooper, and another one, people won't believe it, is the Bee Gees. The reason is because the studio quality on these recordings is so high. As a matter of fact, there is an interview where Alice Cooper admits to hearing, I think it's the Bee Gees doing disco, and he pulls his car over saying, how can I get that kind of fidelity? But he couldn't admit it in public, of course.
Frank Zappa, along with numerous other individuals who are part of his entourage, will be instrumental in introducing the look and attitude that will define the hippie counterculture. Interestingly, Frank Zappa, who was born on the winter solstice of 1940, never made a secret of the fact that he had nothing but contempt for the hippie culture that he helped create, and that he was almost always surrounded with. Frank Zappa was said to be a rigidly authoritarian control freak who supported the United States in its involvement in the military actions occurring in Southeast Asia at the time. And by the way, Frank Zappa was the son of a chemical warfare specialist. Frank spent the first 7 years of his life on the grounds of the Edgewood Arsenal, which was the longtime home of the United States chemical warfare programs.
Someone with a clear mind and a pinpoint vision would probably deliver a very interesting account by simply zeroing in on Frank Zappa. I was unaware, Jason, that he was born on the winter solstice. These are the kinds of things that interest me because clearly there was something special about Frank. Clearly he was intelligent far beyond the people that surrounded him. Clearly someone had placed him in a control like the dad of Laurel Canyon or the CEO, however you want to phrase it, the controller. But why is that? And I think you start to uncover it right here. While the whole movement that he's going to craft here from the beginning to include how hippies look back and what they do, what drugs they take, all these types of things. He is backing the war idea. Do you suppose Frank ever was able, in an environment where all the hippies he was helping to create were around him, he could have said he supported the war? Because all the music, and this is a huge tell, all of the music, or a lot of it, is an actual supposed protest against the war. So what's going on here? I think Frank is delivering a double reverse at a level that probably even the people he was controlling would be surprised to learn.
From 1948 to 1975, the U.S. Army Chemical Corps conducted classified human subject research at the Edgewood Arsenal facility located in Maryland. The purpose was said to evaluate the impact of low-dose chemical warfare agents on military personnel and to test protective clothing, pharmaceuticals, and vaccines. A small portion of these studies were directed at what was called psychochemical warfare and grouped under the prosaic title of the Medical Research Volunteer Program from 1956 to 1975. The MRVP was also driven by intelligence requirements and the need for new and more effective interrogation techniques. The experiments were abruptly terminated by the Army in late 1975 amidst an atmosphere of scandal and recrimination as lawmakers accused researchers of questionable ethics. Many official government reports and civilian lawsuits followed in the wake of the controversy. So this is the kind of place that Frank Zappa was brought up in.
Well, you mean there were still some actual almost human beings in places of power that said that's a bridge too far? Well, we don't have that anymore. But let me get this straight. So they're testing psychoactive chemicals, pharmaceuticals, and vaccines? Wow, astonishing. In the Marine Corps, I received somewhere between 15 and 20 inoculations. This is still going on. Maybe not the LSD, at least not in the open. But the vaccine portion of this, if you have a young person that's going into certain branches of the military, they are going to receive one hell of a lot of shots. And believe me, I've had to deal with some of the gifts I was given from my time in the Marine Corps.
And I'm sure that number has increased radically over the years, too.
I don't know. There's times when you were lined up and you pulled down your pants so both butt cheeks were out. And you took off your thing and rolled up both sleeves, and nurses with guns, vials with guns in them, would shoot a conveyor line in each arm and each upper butt cheek. I'm just saying. I had, I've told the story. When I was getting out, they wanted to give another series of 3 that they admitted was not tested or approved by the FDA or whatever nonsense. It was for something like swine meningitis, and I'd had enough. And I was starting to come around and realize, why are they shooting us up all the time? And I turned it down. And the actual commander of Headquarters Battalion in Okinawa pulled me aside with 5 others, threatened to court-martial us. And at that point, I'd had enough. I said, court-martial away. I'm supposed to be getting out of here before long. And nothing was done to us. And that's when it all hit home for me, what's going on. Because truly, when you get into these situations, you have signed yourself, you're basically military property, or at least that's basically what you have agreed to. And yet, when I stood my ground, nothing was done to me, and I began to realize. But the point is here is one of the ground zeros for that kind of stuff when it's starting. Like, I wonder when a Vietnam vet in this period of time went over, how many shots did they give those people back then? I wonder. There may be some people listening who know the answer to that.
Frank Zappa's manager was a man named Herb Cohen. He had moved out to the Los Angeles area from the Bronx with his brother Mutt shortly before any of the new scene began. Herb Cohen was a former U.S. Marine who had spent several years traveling the world before he arrived on the Laurel Canyon scene. One of his adventures had taken him to the Congo in 1961. At the time, the Prime Minister, Patrice Lumumba, who was the head of the Congolese national movement, was being tortured and killed, supposedly by influences from the CIA. Herb Cohen was said to be there to supply arms to Lumumba in defiance of the CIA, a notion that really doesn't make much sense.
All I know is, wait a minute, you're telling me there's a dude who's wrapped up and going to the heads of other countries and there's weapons involved, but now he's doing music Does anyone find the connection there to be a bridge too far?
And for the last point for hour one, before we move on from the Frank Zappa camp, we must make mention of Frank's wife, Gail, formerly known as Adelaide Sloatman. Gail comes from a family with numerous career naval officers. This included her father, who spent his life working on classified nuclear weapons research for the U.S. Navy. Gail had once worked as a secretary for the Office of Naval Research and Development. Interestingly, she once told an interviewer that she had heard voices all her life. Before their nearly simultaneous arrival in Laurel Canyon, Gail had attended a naval kindergarten with the Admiral's son, Jim Morrison.
Astonishing.
In another odd coincidence, Jim Morrison would later attend the same Alexandria, Virginia high school as two other future Laurel Canyon residents, John Phillips and Mama Cass Elliott.
John Phillips, there's an ugly tale. It's quite a thing. And I don't know if we'll get into everything there, but I mean, is it hard to imagine looking at the world now, what we're talking about? It's like a portion of the war machine that keeps war continuous at some point or place in this world all the time, basically in my lifetime, has a little side project here. For my money, Jason, it's one of the most successful social programming endeavors that I'm aware of that was ever achieved. And the real downside of this is we love it. We love that music. We love the nostalgia. What would you say? I mean, is this the most clever inserting of cultural programming that has ever been devised, where the very people being programmed would pay their last penny to have access to what's programming them?
Well, as I tell people all the time, enjoy the music, but know the facts. The music is good, or else it wouldn't have really been able to be pushed to be what it became, or else people wouldn't have enjoyed it. So yeah, the music had to be good, but just know what it is that you're listening to. And if you are capable, like I am, to separate the emotional side of it from the factual side of it, by all means, listen to it and enjoy it, but just know where it came from.
You know, I agree with that. You've got to be aware, but part of the problem with music, it's not a problem with music, but part of the problem of what we're talking about is emotion. This music can make you emotional, and black magic and casting nasty spells requires what? Heightened energy, emotion, quite often is how those seeds are planted. And we've done enough work on the social programmers to know how insidious single trigger words or certain frequencies or beats or any number of things that has been put into this music can be. And that is the problem. And for my part, I'm with you. Being aware is a step in the right direction. But where I'm not so sure, Jason, is while I consider myself aware, am I immune? And I suspect that I'm not. And while my problem is all that music that I grew up with, and because for, if no other reason than nostalgia of that time of my life, I have a tight-knit relationship with certain music. It's a love-hate relationship now. And so at first, I had to go through a period where I don't know what the hell I'm going to do with myself. Music had been such a huge part of my life. I literally had about a year of, my God. And then you start to come around. And then you start to replace it, and then you do other things, and then you realize I live in this world and I can't escape from this world. So you have to come down to earth again. And I can hear the music, but I know what it did. And so what I have learned to do is not be so invested in it. I recognize that when I was young, Jimmy Page was a god in my mind. There's no reason for me to have ever felt that way about this person. And by the way, I can go on YouTube today and find 100 guitarists in 5 minutes that would blow the strings off his guitar. And a lot of them are female these days. Some of the best guitar players you've ever seen in your life. So my point is I think it helps to be aware, and I think it helps to have that guard up where my mind is my own and I don't want to give up control of it. A lot of people listening to this might think, what the hell are you guys talking about? I mean, what do you think?
So the musicianship and the capability definitely increased as the years went by. The one thing I always stand fast with is I don't care how fast you can play or how many notes you can play. What songs can you write? And that's where a lot of these people, even throughout all of the decades, really, that's where certain individuals shined. That was their unique songwriting capabilities.
Good point.
Hendrix was a little on the sloppy side. He was a phenomenal blues player, but could he compare to, say, like an Yngwie Malmsteen, who could play a zillion notes perfectly in a second? No, but it doesn't matter. The songs that he wrote were really cool and still stand up today. So that's the way I've looked at musicianship since I kind of got it out of my head about, oh, this guy or this gal can play this, this, and this. I mean, it doesn't matter. How good of a song can you write?
It's a good point, Jason. A lot of the really good guitarists you see on YouTube are doing exactly that. How fast can you play an arpeggio all the way up the neck? How speedy, how hard, technically hard can I do a thing? But you're pointing out the underlying truth. Without the song, without the hit, none of this works, right? Take a song like Purple Haze. What is that? 4 or 5 notes. Smoke on the Water, sometimes voted the greatest guitar riff of all time. You're talking about a few notes, a handful of notes. And so what you're saying is absolutely true, but I don't know what it is or when it was that they realized the power of entertainment. And I guess most of me suspects it was always known that if we went back to a time before radio or any other form where the stage and the traveling minstrel, the rulers already knew what the people are going to see here has an effect. And when radio first came along, they absolutely knew, from my point of view, that, wait a minute, this is the stage electrified. We're not one or two in anymore. Now we're mass communicating, as Brother, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou points out. And then when TV came along, you don't think they knew? Brothers and sisters, we got radio with images. They knew. In the same way we pointed out what the first drama on television was, they seem to have always known well in advance these powerful mediums. And isn't it a shame that music just can't be beautiful and heartfelt and meaningful? But the truth is, this is what we have to look out for in our world now. And for all the people out there who play music, good for you, because when you're sitting in your home playing music, that's meaningful. And there's not some dark heart somewhere trying to undermine or put some clever spell or whatever the proper way to say it is. That's important, because as we wrap up hour 1, I will point out there have been some very high spiritual philosophical minds that have pointed things out, like you can always tell when someone's living in an unfortunate place, and they talk about, well, there's no water or no trees. And these are kind of obvious, but almost universally, you will see that if there is no art in a place, that is considered unfortunate. And at the end of the day, what are we talking about? This is art that has been co-opted by big corporations. So, this is a two-headed monster for me to try to cover, because I love art. I love people who create art. The music that we're talking about was the majority of the importance in my early life. And so it's terrible to have to say, by the way, all these things we love got taken over by some nasty beast somewhere. I mean, what would you add before I wrap it up, Jason?
Well, I think governments in general knew that entertainment was the way to control the masses, all the way back to look at the bread and circuses notion of the Roman Empire. So they knew, and maybe they didn't know exactly when these new technologies were coming out, what could be done with them. But I think very quickly they figured it out, and that's exactly what we see over and over and over again, especially throughout the 20th century. New technologies came out, they gravitated towards them, figured out how to use them and weaponize it all. And the social engineering continues in new and more powerful ways.
It's crazy to think about. And what hurt me the most is when I had to realize that the music I love was a pale shadow of the higher-minded music that had come before it. And when I forced myself to realize that it was true, then I had to come with grips. Well, you can still like this. You can still appreciate this. But the truth was the truth. And what's going on now is, if I go back to the 60s and 70s, the level of musicianship and everything else going on then has fallen all the more, all the way up till now. At some point, we might consider doing an episode. There's like a couple guys' names that have written like 80% of the modern pop music. I forget their names, but maybe we should take a run at it. But there's hour one of episode 475. There is a lot more to get into. And from my point of view, you can't deny this. I mean, it's beyond statistical probability, some of the things that we're going to lay down. And I think it's important that we be aware in the era we're heading into, because God knows the change that is in front of us. The first hour is going to be free to everybody at pro777radio.com. That's CRROW777radio.com. Members know to log in for the full episode. Members also get the movie Shoot the Moon for free, which is right on the site. With that, I would truly like to wish everybody out there a happy, healthy, and higher-minded new era. Cheers. All right, man. Welcome to Crow 777 Radio. This is episode 491. Jason Lingren is with me, and we're going to tackle a little bit of the work from James Shelby Downard. We're going to focus in on King Kill 33. And people should comprehend that this is an alchemical procedure, the killing of the king. It's not so easy to roll it back to the alchemical side anymore, but if you dig, you can find things about it. What people should recognize, and I'll use the banks as the example, since they're failing all over America and nobody's in the street with pitchforks. That's the result of what we're about to talk about. We're all getting initiated into a psycho circus. Most of us don't even know it exists. At some point, it becomes clear that we've been had, like 9/11, and nothing is done about it. People are so worn out and discombobulated, they just simply don't give an F anymore. And at that point, the people who did this collect tacit permission. So not only did they do a thing against you or against society, they got away with it. And at the end of the day, nobody did anything about it when they finally knew it was true. That's part of it. But with the banks, to use them as an example, why is it that a bank is a bank? Well, it's named after the bank of a river. Well, why is that? Because the banks of a river hold water, the current sea. You can go all the way through admiralty law. You can go all the way through banking, and term after definition is pulling from the natural world where there is no lie. And why is that? Well, because a river works in the way it works. There's no lie there. It is provably true. You can demonstrate it over and over and again that this is how water reacts when it's in a river or between two banks or anything. So then these ideas are leveraged out into a system. And that's really kind of the closest I can come to explain it. So it's all based in the truths of nature, but then it gets abrogated into the systems of men. But the systems of men, and particularly dark systems, don't have any creative power. They have to steal the creative power, which is part of what's going on in these alchemical procedures. They're taking your energy. And what is a bank doing? You're underwater. You're overdrawn. It's energy. It's your energy. You worked for that money. Your energy created all this. So just try to keep these things in mind as we go through it. But I will mention, we just this morning put out the Michael Hoffman episode, and I'm already seeing people searching through Amazon and finding out one of the new kinds of censorship, where some of the related texts are now over $3,000. I have one, I forget the name of it. Michael Hoffman mentions it. I saw it go above 300. I saw it go about 500. Then one day I saw it go to 200, and I wasn't happy about it, but I thought, okay, I'll grab it. And I did. It's now over 1,000. It's a 100-page softback book. And by the way, it's not mind-blowing per se what's in it. It relates basically, if you've read King Kill, it's all plays on that. Or if you've read the story of what we have of Shelby's life. But anyhow, let's jump in, Jason, and try to do what we can here.
Well, it's time to go with the flow.
Keep it between the banks.
James Shelby Downard, who lived from March 13th, 1913 until March 16th, 1998, was an American author. Most of his written works have been published in various anthologies from Feral House and examined occult symbolism, twilight language, and various synchronicities behind historical events throughout the 20th century. He examined various Masonic conspiracies and held the belief that Freemasons were responsible for the assassination of President John F. Kennedy, through a ritual known as the killing of the king.
All right. As I said, it's very difficult to get information about killing of the king. And I imagine that, everything that James Shelby Downard put out is pretty much censored. As far as I know, the only place you can get a copy of King Kill is through Michael Hoffman from his website. And I could be wrong. And I do know that there are other books that have extracts. Matter of fact, most of the books that relate to James Shelby Downard are extracts from King Kill. But there are a few things you should grab. You should grab King Kill if you've never read it and pay attention to the tools he's handing you. What does the geography have to do with the place? What is geomancy? Does a name have a meaning? How is that meaning being used? What was the history of this place where this occurred? All these things he lays down to show how the dark machinations are priming up to deliver their energy through their ritual. The other thing I would say is if you haven't got it, go get Michael Hoffman's book called Secret Societies and Psychological Warfare. I think it's one of his older books, but it is in the same vein. He's kind of, in my view, not far from the mindset of the time that he spent with James Shelby Downard. And as everyone should know by now, Hoffman co-authored and edited King Kill.
From the preface of King Kill 33, the late James Shelby Downard's primal way of looking at things, which is the way I think ancient man perceived the world, encompasses a vision that detects every link and every symbol, beginning with the significance of names, then places, and then the obsessive actions which stem from the confluence of the two and which have come to be known as ritual. Publisher Adam Parfrey, who first brought Shelby's work to a mass audience, states, "In Downard's writings, the products of his subconscious bubble to the surface and catalyze painstaking research. The collision of the poetic against the logical works especially well in the field of conspiracy. It remains the freshest approach to a field of inquiry."
So basically, if we didn't have King Kill 33, I can't imagine where information like this ever would have come from. Maybe there are sources out there that I'm not aware of. You can look up a few publishers or authors. Adam Parfrey is one. Go Rightly is the other one, which is a nom de plume, I'm pretty sure. The scope and breadth of what James Shelby Downard knew about America is astonishing. The history, how things were set up, who did it, why it was done in the way it was done, and it's not even close to the history we've been handed. And it's all been done with basically, if I wanted to use lay term, spell casting and underhanded methods. And so these texts that we've been handed give you a way to think about these world events. And it's almost any world event. When I was first exposed to this, and I was blown away at first, and I was thinking, come on. But then I started to apply it, and then I realized the value. And another thing we should say here, in some of the writings you can get that try to outline James Shelby Downard's life, and I'm not sure which texts they are because actually Michael Hoffman sent me a bunch personally that were just meant for me. And as he mentioned in the episode we just did, he has a whole box of things that someday may make it out to the world. But there's a story about James Shelby Downard from the time he's very young. And in it, he ends up in places like, I think it's Jekyll Island, where Alexander Graham Bell, or I don't know if I'm getting this, were one of the people who started the telephone idea. And they're playing on the animal magnetism, as they call it. Some people might consider like the ley lines to be part of this idea. But in my recent research, as I was going into the yogis of India, trying to take apart the yugas, I found an old text from the 1930s where one yogi was saying, we've had these abilities, us realized masters, and I can communicate with someone that's 1,000 miles away from me. And while nobody believes it's true, I can do that. And you as my disciple know that that's true because I've done it with you. Now consider America. They've created radio, the teletype. Now the telephone is coming to be. And these are all lesser versions that prove the reality is provided within nature in the first place. So there's kind of like the double head. You have a yogi sitting there in a loincloth using the truths of nature to do what he does at a highly realized state. Then you have these scientists over in America physically making these things possible so that they can provide the service, so that they can charge. But the point is, it's a lesser version of the original, and it works because nature proved that it worked long before they figured out the tools they need to package it and sell it.
From the introduction to King Kill 33, the Kennedy assassination has to do with Masonic sorcery, and the information I present in these pages is well known to certain news agencies who have chosen to suppress it, just as the motivation for the assassination has been plunged into cryonic secrecy. For facts concerning the assassination are supposed to be revealed in the future, which is a matter of public knowledge. That freeze, wait, revive plan is part of the master plan of Masonic sorcery.
So the last line's telling you how you're being initiated into the psycho circus. I think Hoffman may have coined that term, I'm not sure, or something close to it. It's basically a psychotic, abnormal normalizing of abnormality. And this is exactly how it works, and it matches what we've covered of Tavistock. You do a big event, make people all lopsided and off balance. Then you calm it down for a minute. Then you register it back, and you never let them quite find ever again normalcy for any period of time. When this is done to human beings, they shut down. Some people become alcoholics. Some people just simply quit caring and just want to have happiness or normalcy in their life. And that's what is going on here. The freeze, wait, revive is in fact part of this master plan. And what we're going to get into here is the occult symbolism that Shelby showed us that had to do with the Kennedy assassination. Now, I'll be upfront about this. I don't accept that we've been handed anything that shows a death occurred that day. Everything we've been shown from my point of view is demonstrably fake. From the Zapruder film that was held and released some 10 years later, however it was, people have very deftly taken apart that clip to show it doesn't match the elevations of where it was supposed to be filmed. It seems to have been put together over 10 years to serve its purpose later when it came out. James Shelby Downard, from my point of view, thinks he was killed that day in that place. Now, whether or not Kennedy was actually assassinated, which he may well have been, what we have been shown is not bad. And I guess I'll leave it there, Jason.
An archetype of betrayal of the common man, i.e., the vulgar herd, has been and is going on, and the betrayal, which involves a great deal of fertility and death symbolism, is seemingly motivated by the endeavor to bring about syncretism in opposing principles of a mystic power, and to green Israel, rebuild the Temple of Solomon, and establish a one-world government.
So there it is. We're getting into some of the deepest reaches. If you read anything from James Shelby Downard, you're going to see very quickly how he feels about Freemasonry. But when you read the stories of what he went through, death was always right there. People getting killed in those stories of his life all the time. Traps laid for him, dead kill switches, stairs that he could step on that would trigger a trap that would kill you instantly. These are the kinds of things. But part of the problem, which Hoffman covered when we covered him in episode 487, is that some of the things James Shelby Downard is writing was written tongue-in-cheek. In other words, he's making fun, he's being facetious, or he's being over-exaggerated to make a point. When that got edited, that was removed. And I think it was intentionally to make it look like Shelby was a kook, because there are things that are over the top. When you read them, you step back and you say, wait a minute, come on, man. Are we doing Harry Potter here? And you won't accept them. And it was later, after I had read it, and I learned it through Hoffman, that the text that needed to accompany what was printed had been pulled. So you couldn't tell that it was intentionally being over the top or facetious or something of that effect.
The arch criminals staged managed Dallas in the killing of Kennedy and the news media reaction ever since. There are today thousands or perhaps millions who are apathetic to the control that exists over us and who labor under the misapprehension that somehow life can be beautiful if we only forget and discard our ideals while getting on to the business of consumption.
There it is, consumption, hypermaterialism. This is the age we're leaving behind. If the Yugas are right, the Dark Age, the Kali Yuga, was about materialism. If the Yugas are correct, and I've interpreted them correctly, or let me restate that, I didn't interpret them. If I have studied them and walked away correctly with accepting the right timeline, we're going into the Dwapara Yuga, which is all about energy. And what is that energy? That energy is electricity. And of course, magnetism will be associated. But this is exactly what it's about. It's about getting you apathetic. And let's just ask a simple question. How, on God's green acres of this world, could a president be killed and nobody's quite sure how it happened? How could that be? After all this time? Well, what's happened is they've shuffled the Scrabble board. And so the point is, there's never been any closure. In other words, this skit has been open the entire time. Nothing is settled. It's still, the idea of it is still alive in the consciousness. And this event that we're going to talk about, from my point of view, this happened a month before I was born. My lifetime exactly represents the push to take over the entire world under a one world government. And this is the 9/11 of that era, 11/22/63. Let's look at that for a second. That number keeps on giving all day. 11 and 22 is 33. 11 and 63 is 9/11. I mean, I can do it like 3 or 4 ways to Sunday with this very malleable date that they chose to do this on. But it was the year of the rabbit, as we are now the luckiest. Do you notice how they waited to the end of the year? They waited till there was a little more than 30 days left to start to try to skew the energies of the year of the rabbit. And they already were, right? Because when you come to the last portion of an energy field, the influences that you have been in start falling off as the influences that you're going into pick up. All astrologers know this. The first decan is transition. The center decan of a sign is, we're firmly in these energies. The last decan is the same thing. We're transferring away from them. So you can see what's gone on here. But this event changed the world in ways that will never, ever be quantified. All the adults when I was growing up knew exactly where they were when this occurred. The impact of this event was like a steel-toed boot to the face of America. It could never be explained what happened to this country on that day.
It's a good thing they had the space program to look forward to, right?
Right. So, if I was going to make my little joke that I make, Moon Manson Woodstock, actually what I would say is Kennedy, because there's the kickoff. And there's been a few like that in a way is equivalent to 9/11, but much more on a social standing. World War I. The people who lived through World War I, people like Steiner, have been assessed as would have said World War I was many times the impact of 9/11. So you see how long this has been going on. But in the 60s, it is on. The football's put on the field and somebody kicks it off. And it isn't stopped. For all of us that are too young to remember the 60s and the 70s, you can't really quantify the shifts that were going on and what had become of America. It was never going to be the same again. And there were times, like points in the 70s and most of the 80s, where it was party on. All of a sudden, Lordy B, we can all be happy. There's money. Look at this party. The colors are bright. The music is happy. And this is the freeze-thaw cycle. This is the stable, unstable, stable, unstable cycle. In the 80s, more things were shifted around or shuffled around by government, by banking, by the CFR, by all these places that are a pain in our living butts right now. But everyone was having a party. No one recognized it. But the 60s, this is where the world we stand in now kicked off officially.
I will now make this a matter of record. Most Freemasons apparently have no idea of the evil that is part of Masonry, and if they do know about it, they don't believe it, nor do most members of the clandestine lodges and Masonic-oriented fraternal organizations. The same thing holds true for androgynous Masonic societies and the secret societies of women that are Masonry-oriented, for Masonry is a secret, anomalous thing. In other words, most Freemasons are apparently unaware of the Masonic cryptocracy in the United States, and that also holds true for the aforementioned Masonic-oriented societies.
So an important thing was said here, and this is the devilish nature of what's gone on. I see it all the time. People want to hate their neighbors because they're Masons. You do that, you've been initiated into this nonsense. You're doing exactly what they hoped you would do. You're scapegoating. Your neighbor's not the problem here. And as was stated here, they don't even know what's going on. And even when they've been told that Freemasonry is a problem in the upper reaches, they don't believe it. And this is the problem with all the bigotry that goes on for certain sections. You're scapegoating. You're actually helping the people do what they're doing. When someone does wrong, you have to point. That's where it is. That's who does it. In a courtroom, you can't just say, well, we think it's this group of people. No, in a real courtroom, even going back to different times in this country, you had to have the evidence that that was the individual who had done the things they had done. And you should never forget that. It is such a problem online, the bigotry and the generalizations that actually scapegoat out, the planned scapegoating. Who planned it? They did. The people who put this together are using you like a pawn. But when we come back to earth and we quit scapegoating people out, which has no effect other than to cause unhappiness, which is its true intent, we know what the hell were the Apollo guys doing, putting a Masonic flag on the moon that they never went to? How can we ever separate the highest reaches of that organization when we know the moon landing was bunk and they're telling you things like this? Now they're implicated. For that matter, why is it that almost every president we've had is a Mason? But there's a far cry, and people should never forget this. Your neighbor is your neighbor. And if you lose sight of that, you've lost sight of a little humanity. And that, I'm not kidding. But when you go up to the high reaches, it's the same as it ever is. It's the governments, the ruling, the cryptocracy. These are the problem. And they are very good at getting us to hate in the wrong places. And it doesn't take much to readjust the way you think about things to get beyond that, so you're not being used like a pawn on a dark chessboard.
From the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, it is certain that onomatology, or the science of names, forms a very interesting part of the investigations of the higher Masonry, and it is only in this way that any connection can be created between the two sciences.
This is a big deal, and people who want to be able to know something more and be aware of what goes on in world events, that name, place, person, whatever, the names, they matter. What's that old cliche we have? What's in a name? Well, everything's in a name when it's being used in this manner. Names used to be a big deal back long before where we are now. Typically, a name was granted to you or assigned to you to try to reflect something that was true of you. That's a long ways behind us. But the name of the word, if you want to look into this, and it's not easy to dig up information on this, is onomatology. Onomatology. And it is the science of names. And this is one of the biggest keys James Shelby Downard handed me, because I had already been saying words have meaning. But in my ignorance, I had not comprehended the degree to which names have meaning.
The science of names forms only one segment of the science of symbolism used by Masons. Names, i.e., words, in themselves are merely descriptions, and they rise and fall in usage like a Cartesian doll, with some words becoming archaic very quickly. What's more, some words are given meanings that are known only to the initiated, while other words are profound and abstruse. So the science of names gets real weird even before it is identifiable as word wizardry by beginning investigators of it.
It's not easy, and this is one of the places where James Shelby Downer, just the encyclopedic knowledge in his mind. What I have to do is I go for the etymology every time. I try to figure out, well, what part of the world did this come from? I go at it. And what really kicked me is the first time I read King Kill. I think it's in King Kill. It's definitely Shelby writing, but I think it's in King Kill. He informs us that the original meaning of the Kennedy name in, what is it, Gaelic? Is that right for the Irish? Whatever the original form of speaking, I think it's Gaelic, means something like terrible head wound or bloody head wound. And that's what got me thinking. So here's a man way up the chain, high enough to be so-called president, youngest president ever. Wouldn't he know what his name meant in Gaelic? And wouldn't he be aware that he could be pulled into this macabre chess game where people actually do get their lives taken? And this is the conundrum. You're never going to logic your way through it. Did he know? Didn't he know? How could you fall for that? And I start going down the line, all these people claiming all these famous people get killed. Well, if you were a famous person, you would talk to other famous people. You would probably have some idea. But to get back to the main point, how could it be that Kennedy's name means basically bloody head wound or horrible head wound of some kind? And there it is. There is the ultimate example of name science being used in a negative way.
The Kennedy family is, of course, a family of well-heeled politicians who have done things and been surrounded by history and events as mysterious as any washroom, smoke-filled room, or under-the-table transaction. As strange as it might first appear in reference to a family idolized in millions of issues of supermarket tabloids, one must wonder, in the face of a symbolism and attendant mysticism which surrounds this illustrious family, if somehow they have been used in someone else's game. Are the Kennedys hoodwinked stooges?
There it is. So there's the question asked that I was wrestling with in the last paragraph. Are they? Is that even possible? Can you be that high up in the aristocracy of life and put into the game of chess? And I guess what I finally walked away with is, yeah, because look what we got now. Does anyone think Biden has any power? Does anybody? I mean, the man looks like a walking zombie, and occasionally it seems like he's probably got dementia. But with what we've covered, we know there's probably 2 or 3 Bidens in the wings in case the one they're rolling out today doesn't feel well or can't speak correctly. We know this goes on now. But the point is if that is true, that people at that level are hoodwinked, which I think it probably is, then why in the hell would anyone want to be in that position in the first place? Why would you ever seek it? That brings us around to Trump. Is he going to be our president in 2024? I would not be. As a matter of fact, I almost expect that he will be, but that remains to be seen.
When JFK was 22, Irene Wiley sculptured a likeness of him as a winged angel. Her work was presented to the Vatican, where it was used as a part of a panel in which the angel hovers over St. Teresa while she writes in a book. After his fatal trip to Dallas, President Kennedy's remains were codenamed Angel, and that was also the name of the flying hearse, or Air Force One, which returned him to the Capitol.
So people who are not familiar with the history of JFK should know a few things. He was loved like no other president was loved in my lifetime. He was Catholic. Huge deal. For, if I'm not mistaken, first openly Catholic president. And where is he? He's off at the Vatican. And what is Shelby doing here? He's showing how the spell gets spun. So he's showing that a sculptor did this thing. The name mattered. What she was doing mattered. Where it was being done mattered, to the point where, if I've followed this correctly, the unspoken thing is that the Vatican has some connection to the final outcome. But there it is.
John F. Kennedy was born on May 29th, 1917 at 83 Beals Street, Brookline, Massachusetts. Beals, B-E-A-L-S, B-E-A-L-E, B-E-A-L, are names associated with the Kennedys through the magic and mystery of words. Beal onomatology is rendered thus: L-E-L, Bell, B-E-L, Bow, B-A-A-L, Beal, B-E-A-L, and Beal, B-E-A-L-E. El is said to be one of the Hebrew names of God, signifying the Mighty One. It is the root of many other divine names and therefore many of the sacred names in Masonry. Approximately 1 mile from Lindisfarne, the Holy Island, Holy House, is a barren place known as Beal, B-E-A-L. Lindisfarne is associated with Herodom and the legends of King Arthur, the Round Table, Merlin, and other Camelot stories, as well as the Scottish Black Watch.
So this is where it gets into a level of knowing where nobody's going to touch people like Shelby. And even in the research of it, you're going to have to get good. Would you be able to take the name of where JFK was born, Beale Street, and then run it down? Beals, B-E-A-L, then add an E to the end, then strip the E, then add an S, then recognize that it goes to Bell, Ball, Beale, and this goes on and on. It's going to come to Beale Street. Has everyone heard of Beale Street, where music was so big down south? He runs the line out, but here he's also showing you that these other legends, these thought forms that have been with us for centuries, King Arthur and the Round Table and Merlin, there's your magic, and he's going to tie it off to the Black Watch. Apparently, there's more to all these mythical fairy tales than we've been led to believe. Is it just that it's in our minds, that there's a thought form in the world around it? Is it something more? And as he gets in here and takes this apart, I think at first the average mind will say, this guy's insane. There's nothing to this. There were times when I was first reading it, when I thought that, when I considered. And part of the problem was what I told you before. Someone had stripped out when he was being facetious or overdoing it on purpose to make a point. And when I finally realized all this, I figured this all seems valuable in some way. In some ways, it seems over the top. How could this world possibly be this psychotic and insane? The psycho circus. And so I started applying it. And what you find is that it works. You can take apart almost any of these things and you begin to find that everything is in fact connected. But then the point comes. Is it connected because some dark wizard somewhere's pushing all the pieces on the chessboard, or is it chance? And I think everybody can work that out on their own. There is no such thing as chance in this world.
My study of place names imbued with sorcerous significance necessarily includes lines of latitude and longitude and the divisions of degrees in geography and cartography, minutes and seconds. Let us take as an example the Mason Road in Texas that connects to the Mason Noel Bar and the Texas-New Mexico, the land of enchantment, border. This connecting line is on the 32nd degree. The 32nd degree in Masonry of the Scottish Rite is the next to the highest degree awarded. When this 32nd degree line of latitude is traced west into the land of enchantment, it becomes situated midway between Deming and Columbus, New Mexico. Slightly to the north of the town of Columbus are the Tres Hermanas, the Three Sisters, mountains. It is approximately 32 miles between Deming and Columbus, and the Three Sisters Mountains are a minute and some seconds south of the 32nd degree line. When this line is traced further to the west, it is found to pass the ghost town of Shakespeare at a distance south of the town that is roughly equivalent to the distance which the 32nd degree line passes north of the Three Sisters Mountains. The names Shakespeare and the Three Sisters find their connection in the tragedy of Macbeth. When this 32nd degree line is traced some little distance farther west into Arizona, it crosses an old trail which meandered north of what is now another ghost town, but which at one time was the town of Ruby. Part of the old winding trail became known as the Ruby Road. The town of Ruby is established to have acquired its name officially on April 11th, 1912, when a post office commenced operation. The town became notorious for many brutal murders which had ritual aspects. 4 of these homicides occurred in a store attached to the post office, which had been erected over the grave of a Catholic priest. Continuing on with mystical toponymy, one encounters the fact that the Ruby Road twists north into the area of 2 mountain peaks that are known as the Kennedy and Johnson Mountains.
All right, man. Anybody listening think this is simple? Anyone listening thinks that just some good researcher might get to the bottom of what's being laid down here? These are the keys. And even once you have the keys, some people just won't have the skill or the knowledge set to use the keys, I would imagine. I worked hard at it, and I feel like I'm a million miles from where he was. But I know enough to see that there's something here. It's more than just something. Look, man, he's taken lines of latitude, minutes and seconds, 32nd degree. How is it that we overlooked that? He's pointing to a place he says is a problem, masonry, and how do they rank? Well, in degrees. So how is it that we didn't catch that on every map where anything happens, it's marked out in degrees? But he drops a big one here, Macbeth. Jason, do you remember when Google put the algorithm to censor my name in and they took out my YouTube channel? Do you remember what episode we were on?
Well, I know we were talking about the Las Vegas incident.
We were talking about Mandalay Bay, and we had tied it to what? To scene 1, act 1 of Macbeth. Macbeth is a big deal, and it's not entirely clear to me, but there's some historical, mystical, magical thing being laid down in Macbeth. And what's ironic is in my father's era, everyone had read it. In my era, almost no one. They're still remaking it. I think in the 2020s or 2019s recently, they remade another version of Macbeth. But what was it, Jason? We were with James Alfred, who has removed himself from this space to have a family and not be bothered. Act 1, scene 1, 3 witches. Remember the 3 Hermanas? And on it goes. They're in a desert. And we're talking about the Mandalay Bay incident, which fooled everybody. Everybody had already come to the conclusion that the news was spouting nonsense, and then this event happened. And that's what got us into trouble. Remember, Jason, I said, I don't want to cover this. It's risky, but look at all the people that are buying into this nonsense. This one was done so effectively that almost everybody was buying in. And so what do? We showed what are the 3 witches doing. They're casting a little spell here. And what are they doing? They're using I'm talking about Macbeth, Act 1, Scene 1, I think. They're using a familiar, a demon familiar. In this case, I think it's a toad, maybe. Paddock is his name. Does anyone remember the shooter in Mandalay? What was his name? Paddock. And so we outed this. And the swift result of that was as follows. They took out my channel with no warning, no nothing. And I mean, they deleted it. It had been running for a long time, and it had videos embedded all over the internet. Every one of those links broke. As you know, if you know anything about the internet, typically when links break, after about a week of a broken link, they try to clean them up when they can catch them. So these, I don't know, was it hundreds of thousands of video? Probably was. There was a time before this happened when searching Crow 777 got you 16 to 25 million returns real, not like they do it now, where they claim they gave you 10,000 returns, but the first page is the only unique one. Then they start just redoing the same searches. It was real back then, page after page after page. And the reason was because everyone had embedded so much of my work all over the internet. That's why there were so many. Well, they deleted me. 3 weeks later, they put it back. Why? Who the hell knows why? I think why is because they don't want you doing things they don't want, but they don't want you leaving because they can't see what you're doing. That's what I think is true. Anyhow, they put it back, and a search for my name on the very day they put it back 3 weeks later, my search name goes down to 1,000 or 2,000 hits from 16 to 25 million. You try to search the lunar wave, and put my name on it, it goes down to even less. Even searching the original 2012 lunar wave becomes almost a thing of the past. And it was all because we tied it to Macbeth. And here what's going on is the master is showing you the magic and what it's related to. And you should go back and listen to the paragraph Jason just read, or if you really want to know some things, you need to go read King Kill. And again, I think the only person you're getting the whole text from is Michael Hoffman on his website. Thank God for that, because I think it's been censored everywhere else. But this is crazy. You heard all the things Jason broke down, and we've been trained from birth to hear a thing like Jason just said and think, you're out of your damn mind. There's no way that's going on in the world I know.
King Kill's only 89 pages long, by the way, so it's not a heavy read at all. And you got to ask yourself, who was naming all these places at these locations? It's really something.
There's more that we should add. Like, you laid down so many of the keys in just that one paragraph, but where are they very interested in? The land of enchantment. Why? Go look up the word enchantment. There's something magical about this place. And before the white people got here, there was something magical about that place. Anyone ever been to Sedona? This place has been magical for a long, long time. Why is it that wait for it, Trinity, words have meaning, names even more. The Trinity test site is right here, right off the 33rd parallel, where the fake nuclear bomb was first detonated. On and on it goes. But this part of the country is freaking magical. And I'll ask a simple question. Why is it that all the space agency is right there in Texas, in this vicinity? Well, let's keep going, Jason.
An arch-magician of high degree, according to sorceress lore, was the third king of the Jews, who was named Shalomo and called Solomon. The principal legends of masonry emanate from Solomon and the fabled temple bearing his name. Every lodge is and must be a symbol of the Temple of Solomon. Each master in the chair is representative of that perfidious Jewish king. Though not all lodges are willing to frankly admit this identification with the ancient synagogue of sin, there is in Tombstone, Arizona, one which does publicly adhere to this label. Tombstone, Arizona was connected by a variety of old trails to the Ruby Road and the town of Ruby, which witnessed so many brutal killings.
So he keeps pointing out the brutal killings because the history of a place matters as well, because that bad energy is there. Many people were killed here. They're going to leverage on that historical, I don't even know how to describe it, imprint, that remnant of this horror and taking of life. Now think about what it means to do sacrifices, because that's what's being pointed out here. The Ruby Road, he's going to go on and on and on. We're going to get to a point where Jason's taken apart the assassination, and he's going to say, well, who is this Jack Ruby near the Ruby Road? Oh, it's the Ruby Slippers from Oz. And on it goes. How does a human being ever draw these lines? For whatever reason, James Shelby Downer was a savant. How he knew these things, I've asked Michael Hoffman, and he knew. For whatever reason, he knew. But here's the kick in the keister. Every Masonic lodge is a replica of the supposed, they call it here correctly from my point of view, fabled Temple of Solomon. Now, if you go back to the old research we did, like when I was trying to come up and research a more reasonable way of how Rome actually fell, this comes into it. This temple that they're replicating stood for like 30 or 40 years, something like that. Almost no time at all. And it has entered our world since that, I'll just say, fabled time in ways that people can't imagine. Every Masonic temple is echoing this tiny period of time, according to history, whether you accept it or not. Even the Sistine Chapel is a version of that fabled temple. I kid you not. That is almost all Hebraic Old Testament artwork in there. And when people started to catch on, they started adding some other things from the New Testament. I've read books that said, oh, they fooled the Pope. I'm not buying. The Pope knew damn well what was going on. But here we are back where? In Tombstone, Arizona. Is there much myth about that place, I would ask?
And the last point for hour one. On November 21st, 1963, President and Mrs. Kennedy and Vice President and Mrs. Johnson journeyed to Houston, Texas, and the Rice Hotel. The hotel suite they used for their 4-hour visit is called the Gold or International Suite. A solid gold service was used at the meal served in the suite, and a fiery red crab meat cocktail, avec les deux sauces, was served to the president and the first lady. Does one by any chance think of a red sauce for the gods having anything to do with a sacrificial altar? Does gold pertain in any way to the sun god? Kennedy was certainly given a red carpet treatment.
So here we are. It's the day before the deed. They're in the mystical Southwest or very close to it. And what's interesting to me, I've always recognized, is they're in the Rice Hotel. And when I first started to make statements about space, I couldn't get any further. I wanted to go further with my telescope, but I couldn't. I'd hit a wall. I couldn't get any more from it. So I went to language, probably having learned something from Shelby, by the way. And it's the Rice College speech. I think it's given twice. We're going to the moon. And who gave it? Kennedy gave it. Now here he is at the Rice Hotel. It's got to be a connection, right? I've just never taken the time. But what he's doing is he's showing you a solid gold service. Wouldn't it seem funny in this day and age if you saw one of our presidents go somewhere and get a solid, actually all the dishes are gold? That would kind of stand out in this day and age. But back then, he was so loved, and America, we had so much pride in America. It can't be stated. We were the best at everything. The 50s had boomed. Everyone had families. So many people had homes. One person worked, and it was just a completely different world from where we are now. But what you're showing is the tee up, as he puts it here, a sacrificial altar for what's about to happen. Anyhow, you want to add anything, Jason?
Well, I don't think I really actually said this at the beginning of the show. Everything I'm reading is verbatim taken out of the King Kill 33 text, just so people know this isn't my own writing or your own writing.
No, and it has to be because the master's the master. If you read the kind of weird biography-ish of his life, I think you begin to realize how dangerous whatever. Actually, his life was implicated in ways almost like he was born and there was a plan for his mother and dad already and a plan for him that he was having none of. But when you get into this, I can't rewrite this. Jason can't rewrite this. We have to lift the words verbatim. Every little indicator is doing something to inform you. But here we are. We're at the Rice Hotel. He's getting a solid gold sacrificial altar service. The sun god, don't forget, the sun god, the killing of the king. It's going to relate to that. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a short break. This has been hour one of episode 491, and we're going to continue on. These are big episodes. And anyone who wants to get a copy of King Kill, Jason said it's not a heavy read. I think I would revise this. It's not a long read. It's less than 90 pages, but there's more information than you can imagine in those pages. With that, hour one is free to everybody at crow777radio.com, CRROW777radio.com. Members know to log in for the full episode. Starting on this episode, there is a new audio player. If it works out fine for everybody, it has a bunch of new functions. We'll roll it back through the entire 480 some episodes, both free and full. With that, I would like to wish everybody a happy, healthy, and higher-minded new era. And this is a big episode. The information that you could glean and the texts or books that you could get to read would put you in an entirely different world with regard to dealing with what we call, wait for it, news. There it is, man. Cheers. All right, man. Welcome to Crow 777 Radio. This is episode 508. Jason Lingren is with me. It's just two of us today. We're going to be covering weather modification. It's been a long time since we did like a complete episode on it. As a matter of fact, the last episode was episode 73. There's a lot of voices all over talking about this. There's a lot of opinions about what's being sprayed. And for the diligent researchers, I think we should take them all serious. We should look what people are laying down, what they're discovering. Where I am, there are periods again when they're just spraying and spraying and spraying. And then there's days when we have blue skies. But even on those days, I notice these really high altitude planes. And the thing about it, people would argue, oh, that's just contrails. Well, if you go back to episode 73, I'd taken the time to look up some engineers that talk about the modern, what they call a high bypass jet engine. And the claim in those papers that I looked up, written by engineers, is that it's nearly impossible because these engines are so efficient for what's called a contrail. And words have meaning, right? We're being conned. That's my point of view. But anyhow, we'll get into this. Welcome, Jason.
Oh, and a very beautiful good morning.
How much do you guys notice lately? There was a large period of time where there was not a lot of spraying going on, and now it's on and off for us. What's it like down there?
Pretty sporadic. There are days I definitely see stuff, but then we'll have many days without it.
What's interesting is even when the spraying wasn't going on, the sunsets always seemed to be smudged the majority of the time, and quite frequently, I've been noticing that I have clear shots at sunset, which is a good thing. If there is a double sun or a source sun or another body, there's something there. Let's just put it that way. Then we're having a lot more opportunity to try to get at it. Before we jump into this, I will also say, I am noticing of all the images, and unfortunately, most of them are stills that show the so-called double sun, many people are using red or infrared filters on their cameras to see it. I guess I would add that. And anyone who's going to try to do this before we get into weather modification here, don't just shoot stills. If you shoot stills, it is very difficult to rule out lens flare. Always shoot a little bit of video. And by the way, move the camera a little bit. That way, if there's a lens flare, it becomes very evident and you can rule that out. Anyhow, you got anything you want to add or you want to jump in here?
Now let's jump in and do it.
All right, let's do it.
Weather modification is the act of intentionally manipulating or altering the weather. The most common form of weather modification is cloud seeding, which increases rain or snow, usually for the purpose of increasing the local water supply. Weather modification can also have the goal of preventing damaging weather, such as hail or hurricanes, from occurring, or of provoking damaging weather against the enemy as a tactic of military or economic warfare, like Operation Popeye, where clouds were seeded to prolong the monsoons in Vietnam. Weather modification in warfare has been banned by the United Nations under the Environmental Modification Convention.
You know, it's interesting, Jason. We recently had a guest that pointed out a point of view that when the government owns the corporations, that's communism. And from that point of view, when the corporations own the governments, that's fascism. However you want to slice and dice that, this idea that things have been banned, I mean, this is all beginning to fall by the wayside. What we have now are industrial military complexes, corporations, and other very powerful entities that seem to do whatever the heck they want. But all the way back in, it was 2008, 2010, something like that, I had decided that I was going to try to write news and actually see if I could put real news into the world as a news writer. And cut to the chase, I couldn't do it. The editors wouldn't allow it through. They had all these rules that ensured that it couldn't be done. Point is in the news at that time, there was an article admitting that in 2008, I think it was during the Olympics, China's Weather Modification Bureau, so that's admitted since then, created a huge blizzard, which caused a lot of damage. And even to this day, people seem to be unwilling to consider that there are, in fact, things like weather modification bureaus. But to make it worse, it's my point of view from the years that I actually filmed this, you'll see planes that are white with absolutely no markings, no numbers whatsoever. So what does that tell you? Do environmental rules or the banning of anything matter at that point? I would ask anyhow.
This is another one of those situations where I tell people, hey man, it's not 1955. It's the 21st century. There's technology that you probably wouldn't think is out there, but it is.
Well, I mean, hell, How many people would even believe that in 1955 weather modification was going on? When I first started to look at this, there were claims all the way back to the early 1900s, and everyone should be aware that cloud seeding was a thing. And I'll ask another question. Consider, like I just heard that one of the big insurance companies, I think it might have been State Farm, just announced they will no longer write policies for new houses in California, citing the wildfires and other things and the cost to rebuild. You can see where this is going. But here's my point. If we've been seeding clouds to create rain since, almost 100 years now, or let's say it's just 50, whatever you want to accept is true, how is it that those wildfires are allowed to be? Why doesn't someone just seed a cloud and put them out? I mean, I'm just asking a common sense question. And that begins to go a long way to underscoring what's actually going on.
Another term that you will hear is geoengineering. Mainstream sources say that geoengineering is the deliberate large-scale intervention in the Earth's natural systems to counteract climate change. It has encompassed two very different things: sucking carbon dioxide out of the sky so that the atmosphere will trap less heat, and reflecting more sunlight away from the planet so less heat is absorbed in the first place. Climate change, of course, is an often used buzzword, and concepts attached to the notion of climate change are often used to push global governance policies.
I'll take it a step further. My point of view, and this is forward-looking, so take it with a pinch of salt, is that the majority of these governance, New World Order policies are going to be tied directly to the idea of climate change. After all, with all that's happened with things like COVID, can they get the same buy-in they did last time around? So many people have lost trust in authority of any kind, have begun to finally wake up to what actually happened in 2020. As a matter of fact, a good friend of mine pointed out that had everyone just gone about their business the way they normally did, this whole push for a world takeover, if that's what you want to call it, would have fallen to the ground. And it's true. Everyone would have been powerless if everyone would have just said, screw that. I'm not muzzling myself. I'm not closing my business. But when we come to this climate change idea, this, in fact, is going to be one of the main catalysts that is pushed forward to slowly tighten the reins. And I don't really think it's deniable. And then there's the whole argument of whether it's real or not. And I think everyone knows where I stand on that.
And now for a bit of propaganda from climate.gov. Carbon dioxide concentrations are rising mostly because of the fossil fuels that people are burning for energy. Fossil fuels like coal and oil contain carbon that plants pulled out of the atmosphere through photosynthesis over many millions of years. We are returning that carbon to the atmosphere in just a few hundred. Since the middle of the 20th century, annual emissions from burning fossil fuels have increased every decade, from an average of 3 billion tons of carbon, 11 billion tons of carbon dioxide a year in the 1960s, to 9.5 billion tons of carbon, 35 billion tons of carbon dioxide per year in the 2010s, according to the Global Carbon Update 2021.
Well, here's where the nonsensical nature of life kicks in again. So if this was all true, which I don't accept that it is, I don't accept that global warming is a thing, but setting aside what I choose to accept or not accept, doesn't this really point, if we just said this is all true, doesn't this point to corporations, big corporations are the problem? And yet, one of the main tenets of the global warming idea is that we are the problem. Well, we have no power to control how things are moved from point A to point B, how things are flown or driven or delivered. Big corporations do that. And there's a double-edged sword. Right now, everything is saying, okay, gas engines got to go away. That's all well and good, except that what we are seeing with all the new electronic things, and by the way, the electronic cars will not be the totality. You can't mine the things that you need to mine without the internal combustion engine, as far as I know, just to make the point, to go mine the batteries you need to make and everything for the electric world that's coming up. But with the electric world is limitations. There is tracking in every vehicle. Everything you do is collected. There are kill switches by law allowed to be put into these cars. And the obvious on the face of it is you get an electric car, the average person can afford one that goes less than probably 400 miles, which means you can go about half of that before you need to get home or get to a charging station. I just talked to a guy the other day who came out to my house. He had this electric pickup truck. I said, how much did it cost? He said $77,000. My mouth dropped open. You could buy a frickin' Mercedes Benz for that kind of money, couldn't you? I think. But I began to talk to him. I said, how long does it, he only went 300 and some miles, and it had a pickup truck bed. And I said, how long does it take to charge? He said about 20 miles an hour. So basically it takes him most of the night to get back. But then I asked him, well, this is a pickup truck. What happens when you put it under load? And he says all the numbers cut in half or more. So there are controls and limitations that are absolutely being built into the replacement of the internal combustion engine. And while this is neither here nor there, this is all a very cleverly crafted paradigm that we're in right now. We got to deal with all this emissions from these tailpipes. So we've all got to go electric. No one wants to talk about where the energy is coming from to charge the electric because it's still polluting the majority of it. But the limitations is really what they're after. You're not going to be able to go very far. You're going to get tracked and data collected. And by the way, there's a kill switch in every one of them.
While all these numpties are screaming about the carbon, the worldwide temperatures seem to actually be scaling downward, not upward.
Well, it blows my mind. Here's a guy running a business that I had to come out to deal with insulation of all things, to take a look at the insulation in my house that got blown down underneath the house. And he chose to spend 77 grand on an electric vehicle. What does that tell you about his mindset? So at some level, the propaganda is working, because to spend that kind of money, I mean, come on, that is a lot of money for a car. A lot more than the majority of people are going to be willing to spend. And I'm guessing, did he not run a business, he wouldn't be able to afford that. But come on, man, 77 grand for a vehicle that can go less than 400 miles.
And for a bit more propaganda, MIT Technology Review, August 9th, 2019. What is geoengineering and why should you care? It's becoming clear that we won't cut carbon emissions soon enough to prevent catastrophic climate change, but there may be ways to cool the planet more quickly and buy us a little more time to shift away from fossil fuels. They're known collectively as geoengineering, and though it was once a scientific taboo, a growing number of researchers are running computer simulations and proposing small-scale outdoor experiments. Even some legislators have begun discussing what role these technologies could play. But what is geoengineering exactly? Traditionally, geoengineering has encompassed two very different things: sucking carbon dioxide out of the sky so that the atmosphere will trap less heat, and reflecting more sunlight away from the planet so less heat is absorbed in the first place. As the threats of climate change grow, we're all likely to hear more and more about the possibilities and dangers of geoengineering.
Where the hell do I start with this MIT nonsense? First of all, this has been going on for a long, long time, whether they want to admit it. They're acting like small scale and it's all nonsense. And by the way, who is the governing body? I'm not okay with my air being messed with or my weather, but it doesn't really matter. They're doing it anyhow. And what used to be scientific taboo, as they put it, for a good reason. You're screwing with things that you can't possibly comprehend. But one of the key things in this propaganda from MIT is reflecting more sunlight. And this is where people need to get back to their spiritual side. The sun is the light of this world. It guarantees all life in this place. It is associated with our spiritual evolution and much more. So for them to come around reflecting the sunlight away, what's really going on here? Is this a direct spiritual attack? I would ask. Each of us will need to work that out on our own. But I would say, for me, it's no mystery. Just last night, I went down to the beach for 40 minutes. I stared into the setting sun, and you know what? I feel freaking awesome today. I walked away from that experience feeling recharged. My eyes were sharper, and I do it all the time. I know how important the sun is to not just both my life, but to my spiritual life. And that is what they're setting out to block. And I think there's a spiritual reason for it.
Humanity has long sought to purposefully alter atmospheric phenomena such as clouds, rain, snow, hail, lightning, thunderstorms, tornadoes, hurricanes, and cyclones. The first 3 attempts at modifying the weather occurred in the first 3 decades of the 20th century. First, in 1924, Professor Emery Leon Chaffee at Harvard University dispensed charged sand from an airplane to attempt to modify weather. Second, in 1930, W. Verart dropped dry ice into clouds in an attempt to modify weather. His technique and results were apparently published only in his book, which was in the Dutch language. And third, Professor Henry G. Houghton of MIT sprayed hygroscopic solutions into fogs in 1938 to dissipate the fog. None of these early scientists had adequate financial support for their research, so society was unable to benefit from their ideas. Looking back in time, it is clear that it is not enough to have a good idea or theoretical scientific insight into a problem. We must also have the financial resources to pay both salaries and expenses of scientists who have ideas and insight. This is why it took General Electric and then the U.S. military to provide such resources.
Add the exclamation point, and what gets shown here. This is straight out information lifted for the public. This is all the way back at the beginning of the 1900s. This is going on. But when we look at the scale and the scope of what we have seen going on with what we call chemtrails, who's paying that bill? And I think there are a lot of people who have done research that will have opinions about who's paying that bill. And I think it's pretty clear that places like the UN or the military-industrial complex, or you see the gamut. But the point I would make is that is a massive bill. I don't even remember what the year was. Must have been 2015. I took roughly an 8,000-mile trip around this country. Everywhere I went, I saw sunrises and sunsets smudged out. The spraying was at fever pitch. Below Washington, D.C., it was worse than I had ever seen anywhere. My heart went out to the people having to live under what was going on there. But the sheer scale and scope, what if those were just empty planes transporting people? What would the cost be? But they're not. They're spraying, and they're doing it all the time, and they're doing it just about everywhere. I have had very few emails in the course of doing this podcast where people have written me and said, we never see this. There have been a few. The one that always stands out is near the Himalayas. Apparently, people are claiming that they're not seeing this. There have been a couple other people that have claimed, but that is a hell of a bill. Who's paying that bill, I would ask.
What is called the modern era of scientific weather modification began in 1946 with the work of Vincent J. Schaefer and Irving Langmuir at the General Electric Research Laboratories in Schenectady, New York. Schaefer discovered that when dry ice pellets, which are frozen carbon dioxide, were dropped into a cloud composed of water droplets in a deep freeze box, the droplets were rapidly replaced by ice crystals, which increased in size and then fell to the bottom of the box. The Schaefer-Langmuir experiments in the laboratory and then in the atmosphere demonstrated that what are called supercooled clouds, those composed of water droplets at temperatures below freezing, could be dissipated. When the supercooled clouds were seeded with grains of dry ice crystals formed and grew large enough to fall out of the clouds.
So when is this? This is just after the end of World War II. They're listing the date here as 1946. They're pulling this. So let's ask another common sense question. Why hasn't anyone defused these hurricanes that have done so much damage? And I think there are a lot of people out there that will say because they're helping fuel the hurricanes. The one that hit, where was it? Was it Houston, Jason? I think we covered. There was so much work done to show that it looked like not only was it generated, but it was being pumped up along the way. And this is a serious, serious matter if it's correct. But common sense would tell us with the technology that was going on back as far as 1946, shouldn't we be able to take the punch out of a hurricane at this point? Because with what they publish and the tests that they say work, it seems like that should be possible. So why isn't it being done? Or for that matter, why isn't it being looked at? to stop these damaging storms. And I think we all have a good idea of why.
It was discovered that certain substances other than dry ice can be used to seed clouds. For example, when silver iodide and lead iodide are burned, they create a smoke of tiny particles. These particles produce ice crystals in supercooled clouds below temperatures of approximately -5 degrees Celsius as the supercooled cloud droplets evaporate. The water vapor is then free to deposit onto the silver iodide or lead iodide crystals. Although many other materials can cause ice crystals to form, the ones discussed are the most widely used. For the most part, dry ice is dispersed from airplanes, but silver iodide nuclei may be generated on the ground and carried upward by air currents introduced from airplanes or produced by pyrotechnic devices such as rockets or exploding artillery shells.
Just saying, Jason, with all the stuff that they've published about these tests, it seems like it should be no problem to take the punch out of some of these deadly storms we've seen. And so I think it further underscores what people have claimed is that, are these being generated, these storms? Are they being pumped up along the way? Because wouldn't it be common sense with all this technology we have to say these storms are dangerous? They destroy mega property. They kill people. Couldn't we do something to diffuse them? And I've never heard that conversation.
When it comes to hurricanes, it was hypothesized that by seeding the area around the eye wall with silver iodide, latent heat would be released. This would promote the formation of a new eye wall. As this new eye wall was larger than the old eye wall, the winds of the tropical cyclone would be weaker due to a reduced pressure gradient. Even a small reduction in the speed of a hurricane's winds should be beneficial, since the damage potential of a hurricane increased as the square of the wind speed. A slight lowering of wind speed would have a large reduction in destructiveness.
So what do we see when these hurricanes come ashore? Wall-to-wall media coverage about death and mayhem and fear. Shouldn't we be seeing news coverage of we've released a whole fleet of planes that are going to try to affect the hurricane eye wall in the way we just read? We never see that. So what's going on? I think it's obvious what's going on.
Project Cirrus was the first attempt to modify a hurricane. On October 13th, 1947, the U.S. military dropped nearly 180 pounds of crushed dry ice into a hurricane in the Atlantic Ocean, safely off the eastern coast of the United States. The hurricane changed direction and traveled inland, making landfall near Savannah, Georgia, where it did extensive damage to property. The U.S. military classified the data from the seeding of this hurricane to frustrate litigation. Attorneys for General Electric reviewed and censored Langmuir's scientific publications to avoid tort liability for damage by this hurricane. A biography of Langmuir says, "For the first time in Langmuir's long career, 38 years at GE, officials occasionally wanted to know in advance what he was going to say in his public reports." Langmuir believed that there was approximately a 99% probability that this hurricane's change of direction was the result of the cloud seeding. Langmuir's opinion about the effect of the cloud seeding on this hurricane is not mentioned in any of his publications in scientific journals, but is mentioned in the 1953 final report on Project Cirrus, which was classified by the U.S. military. It is likely that attorneys for General Electric directed Langmuir not to make any public admission that cloud seeding caused the hurricane to change direction in order to avoid litigation against General Electric by victims of the hurricane. Subsequent analysis of the data by meteorologists showed that this hurricane had already begun to change its direction when the seeding was done. A modern assessment is, quote, "It seems very unlikely that the 1947 seeding could have had much effect on the hurricane except for the seeded clouds."
Except for the seeded clouds. Well, I mean, on the face of it, there's the idea that you can change the direction. On the face of it, they're admitting that they can stifle any knowledge of what they've done getting out. And lastly, what the hell is General Electric? That's not a governing body, right? That's a corporation. This is a long time ago. So all this time ago, we have a very wealthy corporation, it seems, probably doing whatever the hell it wants to do. I'm just saying, shouldn't this actually in a real world be, the legislative bodies of the United States government have funded and okayed or, whatever they want to do, but that's not what they're saying here. They're saying a very rich corporation went out and did a thing and then managed to cover up any leaks to the press so that it couldn't be covered what it was that they did. And that was in 1953.
The General Electric U.S. Military Research Project released silver iodide and dry ice in the vicinity of Albuquerque, New Mexico during October 1948 and July 1949. Langmuir initially claimed that this release caused rain all over the state of New Mexico and possibly in Kansas. Langmuir's group continued to release silver iodide in New Mexico between November 1949 and July 1951. Langmuir claimed that the release of silver iodide modified the weather, not only in the state of New Mexico, but also more than 1,000 kilometers downwind. Langmuir's claim was rejected by the meteorological community because Langmuir's evidence was inadequate. The release of silver iodide was discontinued in July 1951 during the Great Floods in Kansas and adjacent states. This flood was no ordinary flood. The July 13, 1951 flood at Kansas City was described as the most devastating flood in the nation's history. 17 people died as a direct result of that flood, despite weather forecasts and warnings. It is still unknown what effect, if any, the silver iodide release in New Mexico had on rain and floods in Kansas. The modern consensus of meteorologists seems to be that the release of silver iodide in New Mexico probably had no effect on the rainfall floods in Kansas, but if there was an effect, the effect would be only a small enhancement of the total rainfall. Perhaps the more interesting lesson is not one of science, but ethics. Langmuir sincerely believed that silver iodide release was modifying weather at long distances from the point of release, yet he continued to engage in such weather modification for 2 years, despite the possibility of harm from such modification, and despite the lack of consent by affected people.
So we're arguing about what the release of the silver iodide did. There was a big flood and, so let's ask the question. So if they're going to argue about this and not be able to seem to wrap their arms around what some silver iodide did, what does spraying, whatever it is they're spraying up there, and we know some of what they're spraying. There are 3 common heavy metals, aluminum, barium, strontium. That's been known for a long time. There are many other things. There are a lot of people who claim that there are nanoparticles and even some claims that there are nanobots in this stuff. So, what's going on here? They're going to argue about, did this cause a flood? And yet they're out there spraying nonstop all over the world. I'm just saying, how can any of this be safe in the first place? And secondarily, I'll ask the question again. All this time ago, in the 50s, they knew they could create hella rain with silver iodide. And yet damn near every year, there are wildfires in California that do more damage than you can imagine. Why don't they just generate some rain and put the fires out? And that points to a really dark foundational cause to these fires.
I think you're trying to bring up some common sense there, aren't you?
I think we know what's going on. When I was young, what actually was true of California, and by the way, when I was young, there was a hell of a lot more chaparral land and things that, where things weren't built. In other words, there was a lot more things that could burn back in the day and become a serious wildfire. What we used to see was like the Laguna fire, roughly within a decade, usually 7-8 years, there would be some pretty serious fires. Serious fires. But what it's become now is there are every season, fire after fire after fire. The year that I left San Diego, I went down to get gas and people were talking because fires were burning. But here's the rub. I asked them what they thought, and every one of them said the same thing. This is fraud. And how do you know it's fraud when you're in San Diego? When there's a big fire, you freaking know. You can see it stacked up against the mountains. You can smell it. The ash is falling. This is the telltale signs that there are fires that are out of control. They were reporting 5. There was 1 moderate fire. All the rest being blown out over CNN and fear porn across the world were frickin' man-made fires within fire breaks. 4 of them. Even some of the people I talked to said we saw them over there with their crews in between the fire breaks, lighting the fires and doing things like this. And when you see what's going on, it's clear there's an agenda. It's clear there's lying. And the scary thing about California fires is how many times have they caught the rogue fireman that went rogue or something like this? It's really quite scary because it doesn't take much to start these fires. And I think a lot of people are of a mind that that's exactly what's happened. That is the change. Instead of 1 every 7 or 8 years, that's horrific, we're having 5 or more every year. What's going on? And many people are screaming agenda. And then when you get places like the biggest corporations in the world that handle insurance saying, guess what, guys? We're not insuring new homes anymore in the state of California because of all these fires. It all starts to point to a very, very insidious overtone.
In July of 1948, globalist Professor Julian Huxley, who was a biologist and also served as the UNESCO Secretary General from 1946 to 1948, apparently proposed detonating atomic bombs at a suitable height above the polar regions to raise the temperature of the Arctic Ocean and warm the entire climate of the northern temperate zones. This idea seems to have come from an article that was titled, "Can We Atomize the Arctic?" by Wallace W. Ashley and Elmer V. Swan. According to the authors, Professor Julian Huxley had proposed the idea of using nuclear bombs to melt the polar ice caps. The idea is that this would moderate the northern climate, eliminating a lot of cold weather, and open up shipping around the world. Obviously, this did not happen, and the idea was apparently not seriously entertained.
It's like sitting at a poker table with a Huxley who's about to bluff. Well, first of all, nuclear weapons actually have to exist. Isn't it interesting that he's on this in 48? So what's really probably going on here? 1948? Really? They just faked 2 drops on major cities. So this almost clearly is to push the idea that nukes are real and they're special. But I guess back then we could do the opposite of global warming. If I remember correctly, Jason, in the 70s, there was a new ice age coming. They just say whatever they want to fit the agenda. And the real problem we have now is the idea of governing bodies. That's out the window. It appears that places like UNESCO, the UN, the WHO, they seem to be doing whatever they want. They seem to have puppeted out the so-called governments. And what's worse is the corporations with money, which we saw in the last couple bullet points, with General Electric going out with the military, doing whatever they want. It almost feels like we're at a point where law, the idea of law, is going to be out the window.
Now, of course, they're screaming about the horrors of melting polar ice caps. Back then, they thought it was a great idea.
Oh, what's so frustrating about this is the way they manipulate mindsets. So where I am now, I am familiar with beaches where I am now that I have seen since I'm 5 years old. There are fences and other things that occasionally got hit during a mean high tide when a storm hit. That hasn't happened in years. So if you're telling me that the elevation of the oceans is rising, shouldn't the tide be noticeably higher? Shouldn't the fences get hit more often? And that's not what we're seeing. And then they make up these other things. Well, that's because no, all the oceans are connected. Over time, if that is true, then all the oceans would be effective. Even though we say there's an Atlantic Ocean and a Pacific Ocean, guess what, boys? They are all connected. In truth, there's one big ocean, as far as we know. But maybe I'm making a bold claim there since we don't even for sure know where we are, what the map actually looks like. But my point is I'm on the water. I've known these beaches all my life. There is no noticeable rise in the ocean water. And to be blunt, wasn't it Al Gore that told us we had like 10 or 15 years? Well, where is it? Nothing's happened. And they're doing it again with the fossil fuels. Oh, we've only got so much time. They just keep pushing the goalpost. And what follows in behind is restrictions and takeovers. That's actually what's going on.
On December 27th, 1950, the General Electric Company announced that it would no longer enforce its patents on weather modification methods. By effectively putting its weather modification patents into the public domain, General Electric further isolated itself from tort liability for harm that might arise from weather modification technology that was developed by employees of General Electric. Dr. Vonnegut, appearing in 1952 before a U.S. Senate committee that was considering legislation on weather modification, said, "Theory has predicted, and experiments are confirming the fact that a few pounds of silver iodide released into the atmosphere in the form of fine particles can exercise a profound influence over the weather hundreds of miles away from the point of release. Clearly, no private individual or group can be permitted to carry on operations over thousands or hundreds of thousands of square miles. The potentialities, both for good and bad, which attend silver iodide seeding are so large that the development and use of this technique must be placed in the hands of the federal government." Despite Dr. Vonnegut's clear insight into the nature of the problem, the U.S. Congress never passed a statute regulating weather modification.
Well, there it is. Is this actually fascism now? Is it actually true that the corporations own the government? And well, I think people would argue it's not. I think it's pretty clear that what the governments do is in response to where the big money is. I don't think that's really arguable. So by the nature of what's gone on here, they're admitting that weather modification is a big deal. The fact that a company like General Electric had a patent on weather modification and then just gives it away to everyone to avoid tort further underscores the truth of what's going on. And so what do we see now? We see planes in the sky all the time. Those of us who recognize what normal is and what normal is not have been aware for, 20 years now or more that the spraying has been almost nonstop. And so I think it's clear that Mr. Vonnegut, claiming that it needed to be under the hands of the government, was speaking on deaf ears. It's in the hands of private corporations. It's in the hands of probably the military-industrial complex. And they seem to be doing whatever they want here. And will we wake up someday in the future where you actually have to pay for good weather or something like that? Will you actually have to pay for clean air? Seems extreme to ask the question, but we know what happens. It never reaches a point where things are just in stasis. It's always inching forward. And that inching is always to our deficit.
Next, there was Project Scud, which originated at New York University in May of 1952 and ran until October of 1954, which was an attempt to discover quantitative effects of cloud seeding on cyclones developing in the east coastal region of the United States. A meteorological group at New York University forecast the location of the center and the 0 hour of an incipient cyclone. The personnel at naval facilities based in the coastal area were responsible for randomization, for seeding, and for collection of observations. The experiment was designed to test the hypothesis that cloud seeding in areas of cyclogenesis on the east coast of the United States has no measurable effect on the development of storms there. Precipitation data were taken because it was thought that they would reflect the effects of the seeding treatment, if any. The experiment was designed with the leading idea that seeding during an early stage of a cyclone would be more effective than during the later stages. It was hoped that the seeding of clouds would produce rain over large areas where it would not occur of its own accord, and, in accordance with a suggestion of Langmuir, that the heat so generated would have a marked effect on the general circulation of the atmosphere. With the above in mind, an effort was made to seed situations in which cyclogenesis appeared imminent. Even though the duration of the experiment was too short to detect the possible effects of seeding of an intensity that was reasonable to expect, some of the findings attained in this experiment deserve serious attention.
Deserve serious. This is the 50s we're talking about still. So people can imagine what's going on now. As I began to film this, before I was even on YouTube, I had begun to film this and no one was buying. And I tried to think of ways, how can I prove? And so I would film in the morning when the sky is blue and I would say, I'm predicting. I would put up the timestamp and I'm predicting that the entire sky will be smudgy, milky white. And I would film it. Very few buying. So eventually I got to the point where I would film planes because everyone was saying, you're an idiot, those are contrails, even though all the evidence that had been filmed, predicted, and shown, I was filming them turning on and off their sprayers, and still very few people are buying. All these years later, I think a lot more people are taking it serious, but come on, this is the 1950s. we're talking about. We can only imagine, with all the computer modeling and everything else that's at their disposal, what's possible now. But what we know for sure is those planes seem to be just about everywhere, almost all the time.
The United States Weather Bureau's National Hurricane Research Project, founded in 1955, had as one of its objectives to investigate the scientific validity of hurricane modification methods. To this end, silver iodide dispensers were tested in Hurricane Daisy in August of 1958. The flares were deployed outside of the hurricane eye wall, so this was an equipment test rather than a modification experiment. The equipment malfunctioned in all but one of the flights, and no conclusive data was acquired.
Of course. So wouldn't you just queue up and go back again and try to get things to work? And none of this makes sense, Jason. So they tried, but they failed and they walked away. This is the United States Weather Bureau, so it's not like funding was a problem, I would estimate. These feel like mainstream misleading articles that you'll find here and there.
In 1958, M. Gorodsky, Soviet engineer and mathematician, and Valentin Cherenkov, Soviet meteorologist, proposed placing a ring of metallic potassium particles into Earth's polar orbit to diffuse light reaching Earth and increase solar radiation to thaw the permanently frozen soil of Russia, Canada, and Alaska and melt polar ice.
You read these things, Jason, it almost feels like someone's handing a bunch of monkeys a lighter and they've got a stick of dynamite. I mean, they're screwing with things they can't possibly comprehend. And while I'm thinking about it, as you were reading this particular bullet point, isn't this part of the story of the Anunnaki, that they were coming here to rob gold so they could particleize it and put it in their atmosphere to save their planet via weather modification? It never ends. But I mean, how is it possible for any of these people to have a good idea of what the results will be when you screw with something like the weather? It's all quite astonishing.
The first seeding experiment since the Project Cirrus disaster was attempted on September 16, 1961, flying into Hurricane Esther by NHRP and United States Navy aircraft. 8 cylinders of silver iodide were dropped into Esther's eye wall, and winds were recorded as weakening by 10%. The next day, more seeding flights were made. This time, the silver iodide did not fall into the eye wall, and no reduction in wind speed was observed. These 2 results were interpreted as making the experiment a success. The seedings into Hurricane Esther would lead to the establishment of Project Storm Fury in 1962, a joint venture of the United States Department of Commerce and the United States Navy.
Well, we've covered silver iodide across, 2-3 decades here. So I think what we're learning is that silver iodide works. It does something, or they would give it up. We're all the way into the 60s now, and they're still doing it. And what do they discover? That they did get a reduction when it went into the eye wall. So again, why aren't we seeing these big dangerous storms, these hurricanes that have become more frequent? Why aren't we seeing attempts to diffuse them? Just asking. Back in the 60s, they were still using silver iodide, and that started decades before. It's pretty clear there was a result.
Next, we have Project Baton, the objective of which was the analysis of the life history of thunderstorms. A Department of Defense research activity supported by the Advanced Research Project Agency, Project Baton sought to expand understanding of storm physics as an aid to weather forecasting, fire prevention, and possibly for artificially controlling the weather. Dr. Helmut Weichmann, as an employee of the U.S. Army Signal Research and Development Laboratory, and Dr. Paul McCready of Meteorology Research Incorporated were joint leaders of the Project Baton team. During the 1962 July-August storm season in Flagstaff, Arizona, the scientists selected guinea pig storms and seeded them with chemicals. Effects were thoroughly analyzed from the ground and from the air with time-lapse motion picture cameras, stereo still cameras, storm radar, lightning detectors, and airborne heat sensors. Among the agents inserted in selected clouds were condensation nuclei, which temporarily increased the number of water droplets in the cloud, and pulverized dry ice, which turns a portion of the cloud to fine snow crystals that remain aloft. The utilization of these agents facilitated study of a storm's characteristics.
You got to wonder, Jason, when they're manipulating the weather in one place, is there a side effect somewhere else? Like if you're making it rain or do something in a place that wouldn't have, doesn't that pretty much mean some place where the rain would have been is not getting the rain? And if that's all true, then it's probably going to end up like the AI race, right? Where the strongest of the remaining governments in the world are all going to be fighting for, the most feasible control of weather modification. I mean, seems logical, right?
You would think.
You would think. But as we have seen here, it seems to be corporations and the military industrial complex that are driving this whole thing.
And for the last point for hour one, Vice President Johnson at Southwest Texas State University in 1962. Quote, "It lays the predicate and foundation for the development of a weather satellite that will permit man to determine the world's cloud layer and ultimately to control the weather. And he who controls the weather will control the world." In other statements, Johnson said that in his subcommittee's detailed summary statement that our very future depended on being the ones who first seized ownership of space. Control of space means control of the world, Johnson declared. And one more statement from Vice President Johnson went as follows. From space, the masters of infinity would have the power to control the Earth's weather, to cause drought and flood, to change the tides and raise the levels of the sea, to divert the Gulf Stream and change temperate climates to frigid. Johnson continued, in essence, the Soviet Union has appraised control of space as a goal of such consequence that achievement of such control has been made a first aim of national policy. In contrast, our decisions, more often than not, have been made within the framework of the government's annual budget. Against this view, we now have on record the appraisal of leaders in the field of science, respected men of unquestioned competence, whose valuation of what control of outer space means renders irrelevant the bookkeeping concerns of fiscal officers. Later on, President Johnson would authorize weather warfare over Vietnam.
So, I mean, if we're going to boil all this down, what's he saying? Control of the world, masters of infinity, control of the world. So all the way back here in 62, right after the JFK skit, they're going on and on about space. Well, what do we know about space now? Not a lot, actually. Almost everything we're told is a lie. From my point of view, you don't go with your tennis shoes on. In other words, material 3D objects, from my point of view, do not go beyond probably what's called the firmament. In other words, they're talking about control of space as if it's a thing, and I don't accept that it's a thing. If it is a thing, there's never been anything shown that can be validated that it's a thing. But with regard to the weather, he's going on and on in 1962, right after the JFK, that world-changing event, JFK. And what's he talking about? Whoever does this first controls the world. Well, I got news for you, Johnson. You're supposed to be in a democratically elected government here. And you can see all the way back, these people are already vying for all in control of everything. I mean, what do you add here, Jason? The main tenets of this last point is now we're going to go use what we've learned about weather, the manipulation of weather in Vietnam, because we can. And by the way, whoever gets best at this gets to control the world.
Well, this is like everything I always say. If they've got a technology that they're working on or have got working, they're going to weaponize it. It's what always happens. No military ever lets things go. They don't be like, oh, no, we don't want to do that. Of course, they've put God knows how much money into weaponizing such things.
There's so much that I have chosen not to add into this conversation because it borders on fear porn. And in some ways, pieces of it might be validated. Pieces of it can't be, which is no different than, someone saying, I know absolutely what they're spraying. Well, I know that we do know some of the things they spray, but as far as I know, nobody knows 100%. And just from me monitoring, I can tell you that in any given day, I see a number of different things being sprayed. I used to film the altitude at which they were doing it and then film the mixture of the two things they had done, obscuring the sun and milking out the whole sky. But there are people out there who claim that part of what's going on is we're now all breathing these metallic nanoparticles and we're becoming antennas. And when you begin to think about these things, that's pretty creepy. I've actually had people tell me that movies like I Think We're Alone Now, where everyone just drops dead one day and they never tell you why, their idea is because we're literally have all been turned into walking antennas. Those who took the jab have metals in them. Those who are breathing the sprayed skies have metals in them. And that one day someone just pulses a frequency within the Wi-Fi network that's covering the world and everyone drops dead. There's all these ideas on the table, and I'm pushing them all aside just to get down to brass tacks, that until enough of us accept that not only is this going on, this has been going on a long, long time. And do you consent? Do you consent to having your sunlight blocked? And this comes down to God-given rights. For me, I have no doubt that the Creator granted me the divine spark of life. I was granted free will, and with the free will comes creative powers. And in that, most of the tests that I have to go through, good and bad in my life, will hinge on that one thing I just said. But lastly, I was made beneficiary of this creation. And how do I know this is true? Because the creation provides everything we have ever needed to survive. And a big piece of that is the light of this world, also known as the sun. And in the forgetting of these God-given rights, what we see going on goes on. At some point, presumably, the majority of people begin to realize that their God-given rights are being violated. And then action starts to occur. But I don't know what you think, Jason. I've seen so many people make so many claims, and I think it's worthwhile to watch all the research and don't fight about it. Don't dismiss it. Look at it. Look for what's echoed across different people's research. This is an important topic, but it appears that there is an endless checkbook, and half the time, the planes that are doing this don't seem to have markings. Other times they do. Is there anything you want to add before I wrap up hour 1 of 508 and prep for hour 2?
Well, we're only into the 60s, and it's clear that they had plenty of information to work from already on weather modification. And once again, let's ask, what can they do today, and why aren't they doing anything about fixing issues in the modern day?
Right. Wildfires, damaging hurricanes. But what's really, really scary about this is they probably have an open checkbook. I mean, Johnson almost said as much at the end of that little quote, right? He said, what science has learned makes the budgeting department obsolete, is basically what he was getting at. But if you're telling me you can modify weather with a couple canisters of silver iodide, then the cost isn't even an issue. But I don't think cost matters anymore. I think they print money as they wish. And I think the people with power, the last thing they care about is money. After all, we're watching Disney implode on purpose. We're watching beer companies implode on purpose. We're watching them gather together after they've imploded and lost billions in market share, making Bud Light the official Disneyland beer. They are doubling down. They are tripling down. And at no time do they seem to give a damn about the monetary aspects. And I think that's an important issue with what we're going to get into. Anyhow, that's hour 1 that I'm wrapping up. Hour 1 is free to everybody at pro777radio.com. That is CRROW777radio.com. Members know to log in for the full episode. They also get access to the 2-hour film called Shoot the Moon, which has a hell of a lot of interesting telescope work and other things in it. It's won a number of awards. With that, we're going to prep up for hour 2, and I'd like to wish each and every one of you a happy, healthy, and a higher-minded new era. Hopefully, someday in the future, an era free of weather manipulation. There it is, man. Hope you see us on the other side. Cheers. All right, man. Welcome to Pro 777 Radio. This is episode 511. It's just me and Jason today, and we're going to jump on transhumanism. You know, I'm beginning to notice, well, here's an example. Like, a hernia is a pretty common thing. And when you go these days to get a hernia dealt with, it's nearly impossible to get the issue just sewed up like it was maybe in the 50s or the 60s. They used to just tuck everything back in, depending on the type of hernia, but the most common types, and they would sew it up. Now what they do is they use a mesh. What's interesting about that is that there are tons of lawsuits about the mesh. When you get one, they'll tell you things like only 1 in 300 fail, and this is much superior to the old way we used to do it. And I know firsthand from people I know that said, I don't want the mesh. And they said, we don't have any surgeons here that can do it the old way. You're getting the mesh. The point is is that they're really pushing hard on this thing, and they've taken the option off the table that was here forever. To me, this is a cue up towards transhumanism. You see these ads on TV where, say, your blood sugar, there's now an attachment that you can put on your body. These are all the slow march, from my point of view, towards the idea of transhumanism. And one last idea. In the age of so-called information, which this is actually not, I count this as the age of deception, but we do have a lot of information available to us. One of the curious side effects to culture is, back in the day when you met someone who you considered intelligent, they knew a lot of things. What's kind of happening now is everybody looks everything up and they don't know anything off the top of their head. And this too is going to relate to transhumanism if it goes the course. And it ends up going in the direction that's been intended since, I don't know, at least the 30s. Anyhow, welcome, Jason.
And a nice and warm good morning.
I mean, are you seeing all the ads on TV for medical devices that can attach to the body? I really do think the mesh is a very good example, because there are so many lawsuits and yet they're still doing it. It all seems to me like it's getting people used to foreign objects. And as a matter of fact, I could even throw on all these kind of, I think they're titanium, these things they put in for bone replacement or joint replacement, all headed this direction.
Well, those sorts of things are definitely going on, but thankfully, I don't get subjected to live mainstream TV very often.
No, I don't either. It's very rare. And actually, the statement I just made was referencing back when I had to go into the VA years ago for a hernia, which was ironic, because after I had done the consultation was the first time I ever saw the ads coming fast and furious with the same actors, by the way. And back then, I don't know, years and years ago, it would be the same company, the same actor, just regurgitating what lawsuits, what class action lawsuits they had going, which also seems a little funny, but I'm not going to get into it. But you and I covered the roots of this. As far as I know, the earliest we trace the idea of transhumanism back is to the Macy's group. And I think that's what, the 30s?
That's the 30s, yep.
So just to catch everyone up, when you go to the Macy's department store, that is in fact the Macy's we're talking about. They have the big star as their logo. If anyone's interested, you could go back to the older episodes where we outline it very well. As a matter of fact, I think in some of the episodes, I may touch on some of the Daniel Estelin research that was done around it. He didn't do a lot, but there's some. Anyhow, you want to jump in here?
So to review, transhumanism is the belief or theory that the human race can evolve beyond its current physical and mental limitations, especially with the use of science and technology. Transhumanist thinkers study the potential benefits and potential dangers of emerging technologies that could overcome fundamental human limitations, as well as the ethics involved of using such technologies. Some transhumanists believe that human beings may eventually be able to transform themselves into beings with abilities that are so greatly expanded from the current condition as to merit themselves a new label, that of post-human beings.
Yeah, you see labels like Humanity Point 2 and all these things they bandy about. But what's interesting, if you begin to think about what would actually be going on, I guess we get the idea. So you'd have a computer on you or in you that you could access instantly. And if you think about that, how much of that information would be man-made information and how much of that information would be more truthfully pulled from nature, as an example. But as we consider which direction this is going, even the movies and everything are trying to skew our mindset and our subconsciouses to accept the idea that somehow code can be alive. And what was the movie you and I were talking about? The little robot that pulls on your heartstrings and everyone wants, they want you to have sympathy for it. Was it Short Circuit? Was that it?
Short Circuit with Johnny Five.
So that's quite a ways to go. And you can see what they're doing. They're taking a machine. It's a freaking toaster. And they're working to get you to have an emotional investment in it. And this is also found in the name of what will be attached to transhumanism, probably. And that is artificial intelligence. And I would argue that at no time could it ever be considered conscious or alive, because it will never meet the very basic steps that were laid out in alchemy and other places where anything that nature has made, mostly everything, can be broken down into the idea of body, soul, and spirit. And while we're at it, science often refuses to appreciate, recognize, and usually overlooks the idea of spirit and soul. Just to be clear, they pretty much focus on hypermaterialism, which is the body, in alchemy that's sometimes represented as salt, which is where we get phrases like, you are the salt of the earth. But anyhow, let's keep going.
Post-humanism, meaning after humanism or beyond humanism, is an idea in continental philosophy and critical theory responding to the presence of anthropocentrism, meaning a human-centered or anthropocentric point of view in 21st century thought. It encompasses a wide variety of branches.
You know, in the era we're in, we've seen some real big changes. Among them is spirituality ideas. Currently, you can tune in to almost any big Hollywood production, music production, see the idea of devils and Satan and the what used to be considered the dark side front and center, not hidden in the basement anymore, clearly being thrust out at everyone. And I would ask a simple question. If this does come to pass and we become transhuman, or some of us do, what does that do to the spiritual path of a living man or a living woman? Because in essence, this is complete hypermaterialism. These are machines. These are constructions. These are basically really fancy toasters, if you want to be blunt about it, that are being combined with natural systems. So I think it bears mentioning that part of this feels to me like the intent is to snub off spiritual paths. And as so many of us are aware, it is claimed, and it has been shown in almost every culture, that the highest reaches of a human being's spiritual path is almost unbelievable in the accounts that we get. So what would transhumanism do to the spiritual path of a worldwide society?
Well, I got to tell you, I've got one of the nicest toasters you could buy, and I don't ever get the idea to strike up a philosophical conversation with it.
No, exactly. And yet, when we watch the movie like Closed Circuit or whatever it is, Short Circuit, it's absolutely one of the main goals is to get you to become, emotionally invested in the representation of basically a machine. And it goes on and on. The android thing. I mean, you can even consider that. If we're going to have robot helpers, why do they need to look like people? Why don't we just make them look like robots? Why don't we make them in whatever is the most efficient use? Like in Star Wars is a good example, right? This droid looks this way because he does this kind of job, and this shape and form seems to be the best we can do for a field robot or things like that. But we totally see the push to figure out how can we get these things to walk on two legs. And you can see where it goes. You can see the intent of the push forward of this integration that they want us to accept and approach.
According to transhumanists, a transhuman is a transitional human, one who aims at becoming post-human and will take appropriate steps, such as technological enhancement, toward that end. Whereas a post-human, the ideal for and goal of transhumanists, is a being so radically different in physical, cognitive, and emotional capacities from normal or current humans as to be no longer unambiguously human. Transhumanist rhetoric on the post-human typically goes much further than this. It has been suggested by current-day transhumanists that the intelligence gap between post-humans and humans will be less comparable to the intelligence gap between a human genius and a human of average intelligence than it will be to that between a human and a beetle or worm.
The irony of this should be lost on no one. It's like all things, like let's take a car. The best cars in the world are not available to everybody. The best technology in the world is not available to everybody. The rich, the richest of the rich, get access to things. So you can only imagine where this goes. If they make some huge leap that gives some astounding ability to a man or a woman, do you suppose that will be on the table for everyone everywhere? I think we all know the answer to that question. And again, there's been movies made on this where the idea would be that now we're going to live longer, right? So what's going to happen then? Corporations going to be owning you for a new heart or a new organ, or you can just kind of see where this goes. And I would estimate, Jason, that the gender agenda, I will call it, that we see going on now actually feeds into what we're talking about. After all, it was about a week ago. I'm not even kidding, saw an argument between two people, one claiming that a man can menstruate, the other claiming that that's not possible. I kid you not. These are the arguments that are actually going on in the world now. It's beyond the pale where we've been pushed societally.
Well, that's because they're making statements such as, I identify as, therefore that's the reality. Well, biology has something else to say about that, but that's beside the point. And another point about all of this stuff is something I've been saying for several years now, and that's if they can convince people that you're no longer a man or a woman, but you're an it of some kind, well, then it's not so hard to get you into this way of thinking, this transhumanist way of thinking, because you no longer want to be a normal human to begin with.
Well, that's the point. Exactly. You're thinking what I'm thinking. This is a cue up for the complete discombobulation of the truths that nature show us are correct. Nature shows us that if you want to repopulate any given species, for most species in the world, not all, you're going to require a man and a woman. And in the argument that I was just citing, that was unbelievable to watch, that this was a serious conversation, or meant to be a serious conversation. It finally came down to, look, nature shows us there is an XX and an XY, and there's the basis for everything. But this kind of thinking and this discombobulation of how we consider things as basic as gender is really messing with the building blocks, isn't it? If you had a whole generation of people who became off balance and could no longer recognize what it takes to repopulate, where are we then? And I think really that's part of the goal.
Another core feature of transhumanism, one which is advocated by almost all transhumanists, is a claimed continuity with Enlightenment, rationalism, and humanism. Transhumanism imports humanist values such as rationality, personal autonomy, and so on, claiming that the primary difference between transhumanism and traditional humanism is that the former is not limited to the traditional means employed by the latter to improve the human condition. Quote, humanism tends to rely exclusively on educational and cultural refinement to improve human nature, whereas transhumanists want to apply technology to overcome limits imposed by our biological and genetic heritage. And that was stated by Moore in 2013.
And here we have it again, the hyper-materialist scientific skew refused to recognize that one of the things that improves the human condition is spiritual paths. This has been represented in meditation. They use the idea of enlightenment here. But I mean, really, are you really going to try to claim that somehow integrating a machine is going to be cogent with the idea of enlightenment? Because everything we know about that idea from the history that we have access to and the cultures that have written about it is that a human being has to do a lot of work using the truths that are provided in nature to gradually ascend a spiritual path. But I think the main point here is nowhere in this idea is the spiritual side of things even mentioned. And I think that's a big tell. I think that the whole idea of transhumanism sets aside any idea of spirituality because I think it sets aside the idea of God or a creator or even the truths of nature. I think what it does is it pushes that we know so much and can do so much. We could become gods of a type by our own hands by simply creating clever devices. That's what it appears to me.
So after doing some searching, it appears that the following 5 points are currently the most prominent ideas about transhumanism technologies. The first one is cryogenic suspension, which is freezing your body or your brain. The second one is mind uploading, being conscious on a machine or in the cloud. The third one is superintelligence, the rise of artificial intelligence. The fourth one is robots and cyborgs, not dependent on our biological bodies. And the fifth one is the hive mind, brains connected in a swarm.
You know, when you read these things, it feels like some sci-fi writer is in the room, but you and I have had this conversation endlessly, Jason. How is it that the clever science fiction writers, and by the way, we're getting ready to do an episode on some of the ideas we're about to express here. How is it that these things that appear in our world first show up in sci-fi writing? They're invented by a writer. That's what this all feels like. And it makes you wonder, it's the cart horse thing, right? Which came first? So did the person who wrote these things have an inside view that most of us don't? Or is it the other way around? Are they introducing an idea that then somehow gets legs along the way and becomes a reality after time? For my part, if we're talking about writers like Jason and I have covered, people like H.G. Wells and others in that time frame, I think you're looking at people who have had a glimpse at the game plan. But we've talked about this a lot of times, Jason. This all feels like it's just made up stuff when you start reading these bullet points.
It does, but I mean, this is the 21st century. There are things going on that didn't go on 50 years ago.
That's a fact. And last night, you and I had the conversation about like Chat GPT-4, which is supposedly fourth level, what they're calling artificial intelligence, what I'll just call an algorithm. But you can bet your bottom dollar that whatever is open to the public is less than kindergarten level to what they have and what they can use. And that is almost always the case. And you know it's true. But what we talked about last night was, say Chat GPT was exactly 2 years ago that they released it out on an open internet for people to openly use. Every second of every day, algorithms were doing what they do. They call it learning, but they're improving what they do. So in essence, if this is all correct, the algorithm that was released 2 years ago is not, nor does it have the same capabilities as the algorithm that is supposedly the same thing that is running out in the world now. And this echoes about a thing that nature shows us. Now, I'm not thrilled with the word evolution because of what's been done with it. But if I say the word evolution, people know what I'm getting at. If we look at a human being or a bunny rabbit or a tree, is it true that over time it adapts and updates and becomes better to exist in the environment it is? If that is true, if there is an evolution of that kind that could be proven and demonstrated, this is another thing transhumanism is sidestepping, because what transhumanism wants to do is basically jump in, integrate with a physical body, and then somehow create a situation where that consciousness or that physical body can go on ad infinitum. So you can see it would be at odds with the idea that nature advances over time.
Cryogenic suspension is the freezing of the body and/or brain after death. This is called cryonics, cryogenic suspension, or cryogenic preservation. These are people who allow themselves to be frozen after their clinical death. You can choose for the whole body or just the head. If technology has developed to the point that their disease or whatever it is that killed them can be cured, the people who have undergone this treatment want to be thawed out. Worldwide, there are now around 400 to 500 people in a cryogenic state. The first formulation of the idea was in Robert Ettinger's book, The Prospects of Immortality from 1962. There are several companies in existence today that deal with cryogenic suspension.
You know, Jason, can you imagine if this actually was possible and 300 years from now, they go get some frozen brain from the 50s or the 70s and they bring them back awake and they're conscious again? Think they're going to be happy with what they see? This is the old, this reflects the old statement I always take from the Book of Samurai about how important it is to make the most of each generation. But that statement opens with most generations get a sense of nostalgia at some point where they wish they could roll the clock back to a previous time that seemed like it was better. You know, you and I had this conversation last night. I'll ask everyone listening. If someone gave you the opportunity right now to extend your life, let's just say in the neighborhood of 100 years, would you accept? For me, I'm not interested. I thought it through very carefully, And there are things that Jason and I are aware of, by the way, that brought up this conversation. But think about it and think carefully about each aspect and all the things that could happen. And then consider the question, if I could give you a magic vial and you would drink it and it would certainly extend your lifespan for 100 years, barring an accident or something like that that might kill you, would you do it? With the assessment that I have made, I'm good. I'm all set the way I am. What about you, Jason? Would you drink the vial? Get another 100 years?
My honest answer would be it would be extremely conditional. Certain things would have to be in place for me to want to do so.
Well, that's the problem. So here you are. The conditions are as they are. I've got the bottle in my hand. I'm handing it to you. Do you drink it? The conditions are as they are right now.
Well, if I was being slowed down massively from the age I am now, that's not so bad. But if I would be aging into, as we crudely might say, the diaper years, and then just didn't die, that sounds like a living hell.
Exactly. And there are so many, when I thought it through, and you and I have a reason to be thinking about this in the first place, but when I thought it through, there's a movie, I don't watch new movies almost at all because I just can't take them. They feel so soulless, all the CG and the lack of storylines. But we watched a movie about a genie called, what was it? 1,000 Years of Longing, I think was the name of it. My wife had seen it and she wanted to watch it, or she was aware of it. So I sat down and I watched it with her. What was interesting is the main character, the female lead, was aware when she met the genie that almost every tale of meeting and getting those 3 wishes ended badly. Not that it's either here nor there, but let's keep moving. I don't want to go down that road.
Mind uploading. Expanding human cognitive abilities is the goal of many transhumanists. The comparison with a computer of some sort is often made. A widely shared opinion seems to be that intelligence is primarily a tool for solving problems and as something that must be productive and profitable. This brings it closer to the measurable processing power of a computer than it is a typical human characteristic. Mind uploading is a theory where it is possible to scan the content of a person's brain and upload it into a computer. The computer can then perform a simulation of all brain activities in exactly the same way that a human brain might do. Other terms that are used are whole brain emulation, WBE, brain upload, and mind transfer. This has not, as of the current year of 2023, been achieved in any way.
As far as we know. Let's think about it. Let's think about this whole transhumanism thing in the way that I'm about to illustrate here. Almost every spiritual path that talks about accelerating your life through spiritual means, or the idea of enlightenment, everyone's aware, activation of the third eye, all the parts and pieces, everyone's aware. The main premise or the difference between someone who's not very spiritually advanced and someone who is, it is often cited, is that this is an illusory world. In other words, we have a veil cast over our abilities when we're born in a 3D material reality, and this veil prevents us from knowing the illusion or recognizing the illusion. It is further stated in many traditions in different ways that part of what we're doing here is school. There's no right, no wrong in some of these ideas. And although we know there is right and wrong, but in the grander scope of why are we here, the idea is there's no right, no wrong. You're going to make mistakes, but each of those mistakes, you're going to do it again and again and again and again until you figure it out and get it right and pass that individual test. Now, to come back to the illusion idea, what does if any of that is true, what does transhumanism do but keep you frozen with more basically, information abilities, processing information, but still firmly stuck in the illusion and even prolonging your life in an illusion with no possible path that I can see in the technical side of things to somehow pass all your tests, to spiritually advance, and to grow out of the 3D material illusion.
Most transhumanists, or at least a very large amount of them, are atheists. So in their minds, they don't want to die. They think that once you die, that's it. Lights out, gone, nothing exists afterward. So they're just trying to be immortal.
That's a good point, Jason, because if that's true, and the people who started this movement and the people who try to take it up to fruition, then that would be a little bit like the intents, concerns, wants, dislikes, likes of the coder putting what he likes, wants, and thinks is correct into code that then you're bound to use because there's no option. So yeah, it's a hell of a thing. To me, the transhumanism thing is a little bit like the bottle I just talked about. I'm not interested.
Super intelligence. There is no consensus on the concept of technological singularity. Sometimes it is seen as a religious prediction, and at other times as a technological inevitability. A singularity is an unusual occurrence, something where the normal rules or laws are no longer valid or can no longer be applied. Technological singularity was first described by the science fiction author Vernor Vinge in 1993. A similar concept was supposed to have been mentioned earlier by physicist John von Neumann in the 1950s. Around 1994, Frank Tipler formulated what he called the omega point. He claims that this is a future expectation in which intelligent life takes over all matter in the universe, leading to a cosmological singularity. And this will, according to him, enable future societies to bring the dead back to life. From 2001, Ray Kurzweil drew attention to the concept in various articles and books, including one with the title, "The Singularity is Near." As a predictor of the technological future, Kurzweil relies primarily on the so-called law of increasing revenues. According to this vision, technology follows the same exponential development as a financial investment with interest on interest.
Oh, my word. If we were to ask a simple question here, like, and let's just take the last 20 years, what has technology done to culture and societies? On the whole, has it been a net gain? Is it a little of both? Has it been a net loss? And I think people rightly could argue that it's a little of both. But in terms of interaction and how human beings look at each other and interact with each other, it's been a huge loss. And this is just since the onset of the cell phone, where it really begins to be noticeable when you go out into the world or into a restaurant and everybody is just stuck in a phone. Well, what if that phone was somehow part of you, however that looks? I'm just saying, Jason, we can see so much of what the early years of technology have done to the world. And to top it off, what's the biggest thing in the world right now? There's a world takeover going on. There's a supposed new world order. Treaties were just ratified. I think they go into force in a year with, the UN or the WHO, whatever it is, where almost every nation in the world has given a corporation the power to not only declare when it's a pandemic, but everything that has to happen because there was a pandemic. So you can kind of see what technology has done, because it will not be armies that enforce this kind of activity if it moves forward and is successful. Technology will be the enforcer. It will be the watchdog. It will be the digital fence. It'll be all these things. And here we are talking about combining it with our actual being. And by the way, do you have any idea what this even actually looks like, Jason? I mean, is it like a computer chip in your head, or is it like your limbs are robotic? And, do you have any idea what their actual intention looks like?
As far as the superintelligence concept, or all of it?
The transhumanism idea in general, is it that we replace parts of the body? Is it simply a chip in the head to make us more computer-like, or is it all of the above?
All of the above. Some of them just want superhuman capabilities, like replacing limbs with superior capable, like cybernetic arms and legs and things like that, or maybe replacing organs with very, very good ones that wouldn't fail like they might be experiencing in life. The whole $6 million man kind of concept, where they're basically a superhero. But then there's the ones who really want to get super esoteric about this sort of thing and joining up with machines to be some sort of super intelligent hybrid being. I just don't think that's going to work because they're taking the spirituality aspect out of it. I don't think if you join a machine in any way, shape, or form that it's you. It could be a copy of you. If there's a way for machines to scan brains and turn it into ones and zeros, well, that's all fine and dandy because it is electrical impulses going on inside of you. So yeah, maybe they could figure that out. But is it you? Is it really the essence of what makes you a human being? I personally don't think so, but they have different ideas.
They have hyper-materialistic ideas that don't recognize soul and spirit in the typical breakdowns that were shown in the period, at least in the period that we call medieval. But I'll say this simple thing. It's a hell of a thing to be on the hook or in debt to a credit card company. What do you suppose it's like to be in debt to the corporation that owns your heart?
Well, the other aspect of this is that these things are going to be ridiculously expensive no matter what kind of economy we're in. And whether that's some sort of life debt or just a very high financial cost in something along the lines of what we have with money today, it's not going to be for everybody. So think about that. It's going to be the haves and the have-nots once again.
Yeah, I don't know how we talk about any of the things we talk about without recognizing what we can see going on in the world. There has been an active campaign since at least the 1970s to reduce populations. That is coming to fruition. There is an open assault to slave out the world, to have corporations be in charge of whole nations who have now signed treaties with them. There is a level of control that people walk around and act like it's not there. I mean, we put money in a bank now, and the moment we do it, that money is no longer ours. How do we seriously look at any of these things we're talking about as anything more than slavery at a level that is unimaginable? And what's worse, slavery without the possibility of a spiritual path. I mean, as far as I know, if you're a slave and you're not in the worst dire condition, you can probably still have a spiritual path. That's probably a terrible analogy, but I think people know what I'm going for here. How do you look at any of this and not just recognize it for the nightmare of the echoes of what we see around us now?
Robots and cyborgs. The name robot is derived from the Czech word robota, which means forced labor. The link with the Czech Republic can be explained. On January 25th, 1921, the premiere of the play R.U.R. from Carr Capek. Robots play the leading role in this play, after which the term spread to other languages. The robots in the play were dressed as people, according to the direction. Their faces are expressionless, and they have staring eyes. The writer did not yet have the association with electrical circuits and metal. The development of robots is particularly interesting in the military-industrial complex. For example, DARPA has organized the Robotics Challenge for many years. DARPA is an abbreviation for Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. As a division of the Pentagon, DARPA is responsible for the development of new technology for military purposes. The organization was founded by President Dwight Eisenhower in 1958 in response to the launch of the Soviet Union's Sputnik rocket. The term cyborg was first used in 1960 in a scientific article by Klein and Klein. Their play was about space travel and the inability of the current human body to live in space. For that reason, according to them, it was necessary to equip the body with exogenous components. But what does that look like? Ray Kurzweil writes in The Singularity is near that around 2030, we will first replace our digestive and gland system and then our blood vessel system and heart. In the following 2 decades, the skeleton, the skin, the brain, and the rest of our body will be next for an upgrade. He suspects that although we will hold on to the aesthetics and emotional value of the biological human body, we will develop freedom of design that will allow us to change our appearance as we wish, both in physical and in virtual reality.
How does Kurzweil know anything? You're going to give us the year and then tell us the decades that follow specifically what the upgrades would be, I would just ask. Sounds to me like someone's got a blueprint. But I think we ought to say an extra hearty thank you to Dwight Eisenhower in 1958 for founding DARPA on spurious, bogus reasons. They launched a Sputnik rocket. Really, Dwight? Because if I'm correct, I'm saying materiality doesn't go to space. I'm saying that we are behind and in a sealed system, a bit like an alchemist's hermetic flask. That's what I'm saying, Dwight. If I'm wrong, then I'm the silly man. But if I'm right, everything you did here is based on a lie. And if everything you did here is based on a lie, then there's an agenda. And if there's an agenda, then how does it relate with what we see going on now, where basically there is a group of someone's somewhere going for control of everything everywhere and tracking every purchase made in the world. But isn't it interesting, Jason, that the word robot actually means forced labor? You know, words have meaning. But think about the foundational ideas in the way that I just tried to break this down. So DARPA's formed because we have these enemies, the Soviet Union, and they put a rocket in space. Did they? Because if they did not, if I am correct, and they did not, then there is an agenda going on here, and everyone is being lied to service that agenda. And when we roll it up to where we are now and we look around, it's really not that hard to see the direction that old Dwight was pushing us. And that's all contingent on whether I'm right or not. If I'm wrong, then I'm the silly man and something else is going on here. But I would stake quite a bit that I'm not wrong.
Hive mind. This term is an analogy to the world of insects. According to this concept, we connect human and digital brains together to create a collective brain or consciousness. Just as a bee cannot do much in itself, humans become stronger by combining directly with our brain capacities. Big figures in transhumanism, such as Elon Musk and Zoltan Istvan, are of the opinion that human intelligence, or intelligences, will eventually beat superintelligence in the form of computers and robots. The only way we can arm ourselves here as humans is by creating a network of human brains and with artificial intelligence systems. Given the competitive limitations of our biological systems, we have no choice but to merge with robots. To quote Zoltan Istvan, to be better than robots means we have to beat them. Given the competitive limitations of our biological systems, we have no choice but to merge with robots. In some ways, we as a species may be interconnected via technology, certainly more so than we have ever been before in known human history, but this is in no way a total hive mind of all of humanity acting as a collective unit under a singular controller. Thank goodness.
Well, I beg to differ, Mr. Zoltan Istvan. I do have a choice. And by the way, you're saying that to beat them, you have to be better. You have to be better than them to beat them. Well, you made them. They're your creation, first off. So this thing that you have to compete with is a thing that was man-made in the first place. But I'll point out another aspect of very old spiritual texts. There is a hint that at the highest reaches of a human being's spiritual path, maybe akin to enlightenment or other things that might say, is that that individual begins to know everything everywhere all the time. So let's see a robot do that, if that's correct. But coming back around, they opened up by minimizing the truths that we find in nature, and they did it by diminishing bees. Bees are remarkable. Bees are remarkable for a lot of different reasons. From our Derek Condit episode, we were told that it is possible, while science takes a bumblebee and says this shouldn't be able to fly, which is ridiculous on the face of it. Why would you make a statement? I can see that the bumblebee is flying. So why do you come along and say it shouldn't be able to? What you're actually saying is that you can't comprehend why it can fly. And since you made these rules that don't jive with why it can fly, there's a problem. The only problem is the science that is making the statement, this shouldn't be able to happen, when in fact you're witnessing it happen. But in that flight, we have been told by more than one person, it may be the vibrational rate that is making that shape and that creature weightless. To get back to the point, I think I referenced once a long time ago, there's a few clips of these giant hornets. I think they're Japanese, attacking a beehive, and it is carnage. There is seemingly no hope for the bees. This giant armored thing that can't be stung or bit by the bees is just ripping them apart. There are hundreds and hundreds of them laying on the ground. And then a strange thing happens. The whole demeanor of the beehive changes. And why is that? That is because the queen has put out a command. You get what I'm saying? They just referenced the hive mind. So basically, if what we know of bees is correct, the queen said, well, first of all, the queen was aware we are in serious trouble here. And she put out a command, and instantaneously across the hive, all the bees turn into a ball and cover the giant hornet and begin to beat their wings. Why are they doing it? They're doing it because bees can get a couple degrees hotter than a hornet can. So they raise the body temperature of the hornet till it's fried, till it dies. First of all, how do the bees know? Secondarily, how was that command instantaneously put out? These are things above the human experience. There are people that can tell you that bees are connected fourth dimensionally. This is the same idea of when you go out into a garden and you will hear the alchemists of old allude to it. They'll never state it. They'll never flip their hand onto the table. They will allude to that when you are smelling a flower, that the source of that beauty that cannot be described is a dimension higher than us, or a dimension or two higher than us. If any of these things that I have been talking about are correct, how does that jive with the 3D materialism of what we're talking about? And they so blithely come in and begin to degrade nature by downing bees and blithely using hive mind as, I'm just saying, it's completely ignoring the truths that are in nature, and it's a pale shadow, I guess, is my long-winded response, Jason.
In June of 2019, the Neuralink company organized a press conference where the new version of their chip was presented. The purpose of this chip is to read brain signals and to send them out of the brain, read and write in computer language. For this, around 1,024 small wires are linked to a chip, the so-called N1 from Neuralink. The company uses an advanced surgical robot to prick the tiny wires in the skull to the right neurons without hitting blood vessels in the brain. So far, they have introduced the chip to 19 rats with a success rate of 87%. Each chip can analyze and send 200 megabytes per second. With a total of 10 chips, that means 2 gigabytes per second. The chips are connected via Bluetooth to a smartphone or other device. From 2020, the company wants to do the first experiments on human patients. The ultimate goal is not medical. Elon Musk has often stated that the only way we as humans do not become irrelevant to artificial intelligence is to merge with machines.
Again, I beg to differ to the mascot called Elon Musk. I don't know about you, Jason, but I can't wait to be one of those rats. I can't wait to get one of those put in my mind. But with what we see in the world, within the next year, it is quite possible, or two, that money will be something very different. If they get their CBDC or other forms of digital money, every transaction everywhere will be programmable but tracked. So what can we say of this device? They're not going to be happy until even your thoughts are no longer private. I think it's obvious on the face of it, the dangers of what something like this would do to humanity. Literally getting to a point where it's not enough that we control where you go, what you buy, know what you buy, allow what you can buy. We know everything about you because the Internet of Things is tracking your toaster and your tennis shoes and every other damn thing that we can track. But now we want to know what you're thinking.
And for the final point for hour one, the next article is from Reuters, March 23rd, 2023. U.S. regulators rejected Elon Musk's bid to test brain chips in humans, citing safety risks. Elon Musk has said his brain implant company, Neuralink, will make the paralyzed walk, the blind see, and eventually turn people into cyborgs. But the firm still struggles to secure clinical trial approval for the relatively modest goal of helping disabled people type. On at least 4 occasions since 2019, Elon Musk has predicted that his medical device company, Neuralink, would soon start human trials of a revolutionary brain implant to treat intractable conditions such as paralysis and blindness. Yet the company, founded in 2016, didn't seek permission from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration until early 2022, and the agency rejected the application, 7 current and former employees told Reuters. The rejection has not been previously reported. In explaining the decision to Neuralink, the agency outlined dozens of issues the company must address before human testing, a critical milestone on the path to final product approval, the staffers said. The agency's major safety concerns involved the device's lithium battery, the potential for the implant's tiny wires to migrate to other areas of the brain, and questions over whether and how the device can be removed without damaging brain tissue, the employees said. A year after the rejection, Neuralink is still working through the agency's concerns. 3 staffers said they were skeptical the company could quickly resolve the issues, despite Musk's latest prediction at a November 30th presentation that the company would secure FDA human trial approval this spring. Neuralink has not disclosed details of its trial application, the FDA's rejection, or the extent of the agency's concerns. As a private company, it is not required to disclose such regulatory interactions to investors. During the hours-long November presentation, Musk said the company had submitted most of our paperwork to the agency without specifying any formal application, and Neuralink officials acknowledged the FDA had asked safety questions in what they characterized as an ongoing conversation.
All right. I view everything that you just read as no different than the description that I wrote for the tax episode we did with Alphonse, which is playing this morning as we record this. Basically, what we know now is the Beatles were a construct. They were a Tavistockian construct. In other words, they were put there to socially engineer. The words in the word taxman, which I included in the description, are what they wanted blasted out to hundreds of millions of minds in the world. That's what Elon Musk is. In my view, Elon Musk is a freaking mouthpiece mascot that goes out and says the things for the controlling mechanisms of our world. After all, let me ask a simple question here, Mr. Musk. How is it that you are the arbiter of the future of cars, the future of space, the future of computing, the future of AI, the future of medicine, the future of transhumanism? It's like, why do we need any other company in the world? Because we have Elon Musk. And to me, everything that was just laid down is the slow creep to inserting into our minds and our imagination what they want us to know and think about as they slowly creep towards whatever goal they actually have. I mean, am I alone here? Is there anyone else in the room who doesn't have a problem with the Herculean role that old Elon Musk plays in our world? By the way, Jason, remember that old text on Mars? Was it Asimov? Was it one of the Asimov things?
No.
The governor of the colony of Mars' name was Elon.
The Elon was the name of the title, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're playing from a script here. This is all programming. In the same way, if you go back to the Alphonse episode, which is 510, and look at my description, I made the joke in the title, 1 for you, 19 for me, I'm the tax man. Well, there's your 9/11 encode in 1966. How? How did they know? And the last part I pulled was what they really want you to know. If you take a walk, I'll tax your feet. If you sit down, I'll tax your seat. If you get too cold, I'll tax your heat. The psychological introduction of ideas and words is actually what's at play here. And I know that's a little off point, but I just can't take too much more of hearing all the magical things that Elon Musk does. I don't know how you feel about the man, Jason.
He's a mixed bag, that's for sure. I never know what to make of him. Sometimes he says some really good stuff, and sometimes he says some really crazy stuff. So I just take him as he comes, and no matter what he really is, he certainly is an influential player on the world stage.
He feels like a mascot for the New World Order. To me, that's what it feels like. And this whole idea that, NASA somehow can't do space anymore, and we got to go hitch a ride over at Russia, and all this downgrading that's been going on for decades. What they're actually doing is they're privatizing. The new world ahead of us is going to be corporations controlling government. There are those who would call that fascism. And so what Elon represents, even if he's exactly who he says he is, and he's just the magical dude who's calling the shots for every aspect of modern life, what he actually is the future of the New World Order. Basically, corporations seeking to control everything. Anyhow, Jason, anything you want to add before we roll up hour one of 511?
Well, there's a lot more to break out here. We're going through not just what transhumanism is now, from what I can gather from current news articles and such, but also where it is they want to take this stuff and how likely that seems to be.
It seems to me, in closing for the first hour of episode 511, that it has been openly admitted by action, by intent, by everything, that there is a dark force loose on the face of the world. And it is openly trying to prevent human beings from executing their spiritual mandate. That's it. That's the game here. Everything we see, from my point of view, is to do anything they can to cap the abilities of a human being. And what we see done in the open now would have been hell to pay in the old days. Any kind of Satanistic or devil things, bandied about for children on stages 20 years ago, people would have lost their damn minds. This is becoming commonplace. Even the idea of what's the greatest of all time, well, that's a goat. It is all openly pushing I don't want to say a spiritual intent, it's a lack of spiritual intent. In the same way, there's a silly idea that what Satanism is the opposite of everything you find in the Bible. Oh, they got a cross, so we'll turn it upside down. It's this, I don't know, it's like the contrarian idea. But the point I'm making is that's what this is. All of this hyper-materialism and tech, from my point of view, is to prevent the spiritual inheritance that we have all been granted by dint of having been born in this creation. With that, that's hour one of episode 511. The first hour is free to everybody at crow777radio.com. That is CRROW777radio.com. And members know to log in for the full 2 hour plus episode. They get access to the forums, to the comments under each episode, and to the movie Shoot the Moon, which is 2 hours long. It's won a number of awards and has some astounding footage shot through high-end optical gear. With that, I hope to see you on the other side. We've got a lot more to cover here. And over the next 1 or 2 years, this is going to be a front row seat to the biggest game in known memory, I would suspect. Anyhow, I'd like to wish you all a happy, healthy, and higher-minded new era. There it is, man. Cheers. All right, man. Welcome to Crow 777 Radio. This is episode 514. It's me and Jason today, and we're going to be covering the kind of predictive programming that's been built into the science fiction genre since basically its outset. And this differs from older versions that people might equate things with, like Greek mythology is a good example. When we look at Greek mythology, there are lessons typically within the storyline, even though it can seem very fantasy-based or sci-fi based. There are similes, there are lessons to be learned, there's a lot of metaphor going on, and in other words, Greek myth and things like that had a purpose. Whereas when we get into the sci-fi genre, it's really leading a mind astray, getting a mind to throw out common sense and things that should be acceptable, and it normalizes it. And we're going to go back, way, way back to its beginning. And I didn't look it up, but we have an episode that kind of shows the beginnings of sci-fi and comic books in this country. and it all centered around the same circles that we have talked about so frequently. Anyhow, welcome, Jason.
And a very hot good morning.
Yeah, it's getting warm here too, finally. But we've got a lot of ground to cover here. You did a lot of research on this one.
So let's start off by saying that we cannot possibly mention every story that has been written that has some sort of science fiction element to it, especially where it may relate to some sort of artificial life taking place, which a lot of these actually do.
We should point out before we get in that the mindset, the social mindset, has changed so vastly that people are not old as I am, can't even possibly remember how things like comic books or science fiction itself was viewed. When I was young, that was childish, and parents didn't want their children spending too much time with things like comic books. If you recall, all the way up into the 80s, it was getting no respect. Blade Runner, as an example, went up against, what did it go up against, Jason? What's
Gandhi.
the name of the movie? Gandhi. And I think it was to do with costumes. And they gave the Academy Award to Gandhi. They were not handing out the respect even then. And since then, Blade Runner has become this, everyone's one of the greatest movies ever made. It's commonly accepted. But as recently as the 1980s, that was not the case. And so if in fact predictive programming is a major reason for this genre, it's working. But anyhow, go ahead.
The earliest reference one might suggest for an artificially intelligent being or machine comes from Greek mythology, and it is called Talos. This being was a giant automaton made of bronze to protect Europa in Crete from pirates and invaders. He circled the island's shores 3 times daily. Talos is usually said to have been made by Hephaestus at the request of Zeus to protect Europa from people who would want to kidnap her. As is often true with the ancient myths, there are other stories with descriptions of Talos and of its eventual fate.
So this is a good place for us to open up because we're in fact within the realm of Greek myth. There are lessons to be learned from almost all these stories. As a matter of fact, I like to say that it was a misnomer to begin to call the characters that show up in here gods. I think that a better way to think of these is aspects of nature. So as we start here, this is a perfect spot. Consider the movie Clash of the Titans, or no, not Clash of the Titans. It's the other one. It's one of the Sinbads, it's Jason and the Argonauts, I think, has Talos in it. So you can see how the genre is reaching back to latch on to these tales that had a definite learning embedded within them, or a message to be told that almost always represented some aspect of nature, and they're normalizing it into the genre. But as we get in here, we're going to kind of move away from the roots of what got abrogated.
Some will say that Jonathan Swift's 1726 novel Gulliver's Travels could be considered a story that is quite infused with early science fiction concepts. However, Mary Shelley published her novel Frankenstein or the Modern Prometheus in 1818, and it is this story that could really be considered the first of its kind. Mary Shelley tells the story of Victor Frankenstein, who engineers a living creature in a monstrous experiment. Although Napoleon had been defeated at Waterloo in 1815, the early 19th century was an era of political upheaval at home and abroad, and many think this book promotes revolutionary ideas. Frankenstein can be seen as a warning against the expansion of science without a moral context. In the deeply religious pre-Victorian age, suggesting a scientist could challenge God by trying to create human life was considered profoundly shocking.
So a couple of things. Now, let's consider Hollywood here. The earliest real kind of mainstreaming of the horror genre, which is a version of sci-fi, I would estimate, or akin. Frankenstein was front and center, right? It was those old Hammer films and other ones that may have preceded that. And they start to make their way into Hollywood. And we don't have to question what Hollywood's up to, right? But go back to the 1700s, where we have Jonathan Swift's novel of Gulliver's Travels. Do you suppose that there were people way back then who read this and considered, wow, is there really a place in the world with miniature people? And you can see how common sense would start to depart from the telling of such tales.
Shelley is said to have traveled through Europe in 1815, moving along the River Rhine in Germany and stopping in Gernsheim, which is approximately 11 miles away from Frankenstein Castle, which is actually a real place. It is said that an alchemist had engaged in experiments in this castle, possibly 1 or 2 centuries earlier. Shelley then journeyed to the region of Geneva, Switzerland, where much of the Frankenstein story would take place. Galvanism and occult ideas were topics of conversation for her companions, particularly for her lover and future husband, Percy Bysshe Shelley. In 1816, Mary, Percy, and Lord Byron are said to have had a competition to see who could write the best horror story. After thinking for days, Shelley is said to have been inspired to write Frankenstein after imagining a scientist who created life and was then horrified by what he had made.
Think about, so Jason, I mean, do you kind of agree? We talked about this. Is this maybe the oldest example of what we could call sci-fi? Do you suspect?
I could definitely see the argument for it, absolutely.
I can see the argument for it too. And look at the legs it had. It's been around ever since. It's held up as, an important book. But look, there are lords and ladies around the center of the creating of this. And again, to really echo, I think it's the 1930s when the movie theaters are packing young people in and you're getting your Draculas and what's there, Frankenstein. So this oldest reach, we can go back, or among the oldest, what we might call sci-fi, it has legs and it actually launches a whole genre in Hollywood. And again, we know what Hollywood is doing with its media.
But we aren't done with Mary Shelley yet. She also wrote The Last Man, which is an apocalyptic dystopian science fiction novel first published in 1826. This narrative concerns Europe in the late 21st century, a time that has been ravaged by the rise of a bubonic plague pandemic that rapidly sweeps across the entire world, ultimately resulting in the near extinction of the human race. The story includes discussion of the British state as a republic, for which Mary Shelley sat in meetings of the House of Commons to gain insight to the governmental system of the Romantic era. The novel includes many fictive allusions to her husband, Percy Bysshe Shelley, who had drowned in a shipwreck 4 years before the book's publication, as well as their close friend, Lord Byron, who had died 2 years previously. The Last Man is one of the first pieces of dystopian fiction published. The book was critically savaged at the time and had remained largely obscure at the time of its publication. It was not until the 1960s that the novel resurfaced for the public.
There it is. It was savaged, right? There's no respect being granted such ideas. But here's a person sitting in the House of Commons. We've already been told she hung out with a lord, Byron being that lord. So she's in and around the powers of people who would know things and have insider information. And what does she do? In 1826, she talks about a dystopian future. She nails the century, right? 21st century. And she connects it accurately to a plague. Makes you wonder, is this connected to something that she saw in and around the circles of power? It seems a bit much to think that this was a blind shot at the dartboard and just happened to hit the bullseye. But I think the main tell here is they say flat out, this is savaged and it's not going to gain any respect until when? The 1960s.
Let's move forward now to the 1865 novel by Jules Verne, From the Earth to the Moon, a direct route in 97 hours, 20 minutes. This book tells the story of the Baltimore Gun Club, a post-American Civil War society of weapons enthusiasts, and their attempts to build an enormous Columbiad space gun and launch 3 people, the gun club's president, his Philadelphian armor-making rival, and a French poet, in a projectile with the goal of a moon landing. 5 years later, Verne wrote the sequel that was called Around the Moon.
So let's just call a spade here. Isn't it interesting that some of the earliest sci-fi echoes one of the biggest hoaxes of the modern era, the moonshot? And by the way, Jason talked about this. What is it? The Lumiere brothers. One of their earliest films, or the earliest film, is a sci-fi shot to the moon. So if we can demonstrate that the moonshot is a hoax, is Jules Verne playing a complicit role here? We have to ask. These stories have had legs. The genre as a whole was not respected. all the way up until, I don't know, well into the 20th century anyhow. And as I pointed out, in the 80s, the Academy Awards wouldn't even give a nod to a picture that was clearly head and shoulders best costume than to go give it to Gandhi, which is just a replica of what you can see any given day in India. It underscores how much society has changed to begin to shape this. But let's ask the question. 1865, already talking about moonshots, and this is pre-echoing one of the biggest hoaxes of the modern era, namely the Apollo moon hoax.
Erawan, or Over the Range, is a novel by English writer Samuel Butler that was first published anonymously in 1872. The novel drew on an earlier article of his from 1863 called Darwin Among the Machines, where he raised the question of the evolution of consciousness among self-replicating machines that might supplant humans as the dominant species. The book's story is set in a fictional country that is discovered and explored by the protagonist. The book is a satire on the author's Victorian society at the time of writing. The first few chapters of the novel deal with the discovery of Erawan, are in fact based on Butler's own experiences in New Zealand, where as a young man, he worked as a sheep farmer on Mesopotamia Station for about 4 years, from 1860 to 1864, and explored parts of the interior of the South Island and wrote about in his A First Year in Canterbury Settlement from 1863. The novel is one of the first stories to explore ideas of artificial intelligence. This is said to have been influenced by Darwin's recently published On the Origin of Species in 1859, as well as the machines being development out of the Industrial Revolution, the late 18th century to early 19th centuries. Specifically, the book concerns itself in the 3-chapter Book of the Machines with the potentially dangerous idea of machine consciousness and self-replicating machines. Many apparently did not take him seriously at the time and thought the idea of artificial intelligent machines as a joke. However, in the preface to the book's second edition, Butler wrote, "I regret that reviewers have in some cases been inclined to treat the chapters on machines as an attempt to reduce Mr. Darwin's theory to an absurdity. Nothing could be further from my intention, and few things would be more distasteful to me than any attempt to laugh at Mr. Darwin."
So many tells here, Jason. First of all, he publishes this without his name initially, and we know who Darwin is now. Darwin was one of the linchpins that helped launch the dinosaur narrative. The whole idea of Darwinian evolution was an intent to steer the way we think about the false history we've been handed. And so 100 years before I'm born, in 1863, this man writes a novel on artificial intelligence. How? Just asking the question. I've asked a less impactful question about the book Dune. 1950s, he's writing. 60s, it gets published. How could he possibly have come up with the idea of the Butlerian jihad? And we know that these people were in and around influential organizations. So I guess we have to ask the question, is he a clever man that came up with a clever idea, or is an intentional idea is the beginning of an egregore being inserted into the world mind here? 1863, you're going to write a story about artificial intelligence. It's going to be linked to Darwin. And for those of us who are critical thinkers, we know what Darwin's been used for. It's been used to hide the false history. It's been used to try to lock our minds into a linear way of thinking. First comes one, then comes two. Anything but cyclical. It was used to launch the dinosaur narrative. And so here we are. Is it good and proper to ask, is there intent in 1863 behind the insertion of this idea, or is it something else altogether?
And one more mention from Jules Verne is definitely in order, with 20,000 Leagues Under the Seas being published in 1870. This book was widely acclaimed on its release and is still considered so today, being regarded as one of the premier adventure novels and one of Verne's greatest works, along with Around the World in 80 Days and Journey to the Center of the Earth.
What's interesting is when these are written, they seem to be so far ahead of their time, and yet they begin to catch up. And so we're stuck with this idea with regard to the sci-fi genre. Is it intentionally inserting ideas into the consciousness of the world? Is it creating that? I like to call it the egregore because it's a thought form. And everybody knows that a thought form can be measured, and very few people keep in mind that it's real. Once you create thoughts, things happen. As a matter of fact, you could say that the way we think shapes our future. So if we think in this way, and we're getting ideas like this introduced so long ago, are these stories creating the path in front of us, or are they pre-echoing a plan that already exists? Either way, they're looked on derisively. They get no respect, and yet they stand the test of time. And in the modern era, 60s, 70s, 80s, all this starts to become mainstream and respectable to the point where when a movie like Avatar comes out, it's embraced by everybody and clearly could be in line to get Best Picture awards and everything else by the mainstream. We've come a long way vis-a-vis what's acceptable and what should be respectable. But here we are all the way back nearing the end of the 1800s when all these ideas that are not even close to coming to pass are being introduced.
In 1888, journalist and writer Edward Bellamy published Looking Backward, 2000 to 1887. It is considered a utopian science fiction novel and pushes the concepts and supposed benefits of a socialist society. According to a 2021 essay in the New York Times, in the 19th century United States, only Uncle Tom's Cabin sold more copies in its first years than Looking Backward. It is said to have influenced many intellectuals and appears by title in many socialist writings of the day. Quote, it is one of the few books ever published that created almost immediately on its appearance a political mass movement.
So here they are. They're openly admitting the power of media, the power of television. Back before all that, the power of literature. And what are they openly admitting? That there was an agenda. There was a socialist agenda tied to this. And before Jason did this research, I had no idea that it was as popular as it was, nor that a political mass movement was constructed. In other words, whoever came up with these ideas, published it, pushed it forward. If the agenda was to push socialist ideas, they apparently hit it out of the park. But what do we know of media now, looking back? The power of media can never be diminished. We know what it does. Whoever controls the news, whoever controls television, whoever controls the movies has one of the most powerful social steering tools in their possession that can be had. And I would suggest that it's been known by those in power all the way back to, I don't know, as long as we've had theater anyhow, which precedes even the writing of what we can call sci-fi here. So here's an open admission that a socialist idea was wrapped into a, I don't know, are we calling it science fiction? I guess, utopian science fiction novel, and it gained massive traction. In fact, proving the power of media of this kind.
And you will see the socialist thing over and over and over and over again with a lot of these science fiction people.
Well, I think it also, the ancillary things that we can put together, like what gets published and what becomes popular and what stands the test of time. These are all, most of which are not just by chance. This is by careful selection. Even now, we could do an episode on how does somebody make the New York Times bestseller list. And if we did, we'd have to make the joke about Oprah, right? All Oprah had to do to put someone over the top and on every bestsellers list was go on her show and cover a book. And then pretty soon she had a reading club. And so the control of what was going on there is indescribable. If in fact a thought form is measurable, if in fact the more people you get to share in the similar ideas creates things like egregores, and those become independent and influential on their own at some point, now start to look at the power of what Oprah was wielding. And that's just what we see in our era. When we go back all these years into the 1800s, who the hell decided, yep, we're going to publish Frankenstein. Everyone will love this. This is good Christian fare. You can start to put together the intent of the entirety of this genre. which is hard to look at now because it's looked at just that. It's just a genre. It's part of our world. It's as respectable as any other genre. But is it? Is the actual intent to lead our minds astray? And I would suggest that it is. And I would suggest that it's been used over and over and over to tamp down common sense, get people to accept things they shouldn't accept, and to slowly degrade the, thinking morality. Not morality in the sense of morals, but in the sense of what thinking should be. Is this acceptable? Should I be giving this any truck? These kinds of ideas.
In 1890, News from Nowhere is published by the artist, designer, and socialist pioneer William Morris. It is considered a classic work that combines utopian socialism and soft science fiction. In the novel, the narrator, William Guest, falls asleep after returning from a meeting of the Socialist League and awakes to find himself in a future society based on common ownership and democratic control of the means of production. In this society, there is no private property, no big cities, no authority, no monetary system, no marriage or divorce, no courts, no prisons, and no class systems. This agrarian society functions simply because the people find pleasure in nature, and therefore they find pleasure in their work. The novel explores a number of aspects of this society, including its organization and the relationships which it engenders between people. Morris fuses Marxism and the Romance tradition when he presents himself as an enchanted figure in a time and place different from Victorian England.
So once again, you see agenda and intent packed into the story. And as maybe a benchmark to back up what I'm saying about the sci-fi genre or fantasy in general, and I know people will say they're different genres, but what I'm talking about are stories that do not tell any meaningful tale. There's no meaningful learning in them. They are simply things that don't exist that are then put forward for consideration and then over time acceptance. If you look at someone like Charles Fort, if you have not read Charles Fort, you should. Now, there's a man after my own heart. Is he always right? Probably not. But what he does do is always defends the common sense that God gave us. In other words, I'm presented with all these things the media is foisting on me, but should I? So what he does is he takes them apart logically, and he demonstrates over and over and over that if we simply accepted all these things that come at us from media and authority and science books, then basically you could almost say everything we know is wrong. And these are important things to keep in mind because increasingly we find ourselves in a fantasy-based reality, and it's been intentionally inserted into what it means to live into modern life. It's intentional. The alchemical processing and initiation of a world mind has been going to town since before the earliest so-called sci-fi writing. And that's why all this matters, because now we are waking up in a world where common sense is a rarity, where moral values are a rarity. And how did we get here? Well, what we're talking about is part of the tools used and implemented to ensure that we got here.
Moving up to 1895, H.G. Wells published The Time Machine. The work is generally credited with the popularization of the concept of time travel by using some sort of a vehicle or a device to travel purposely and selectively forward or backward through time. The term time machine, which was coined by Wells, is now almost universally used to refer to such a vehicle or device, and numerous time travel stories would come after.
How much work have we done, Jason, to show who Wells is? And I'll let you take it. What do we know of H.G. Wells? And the reason asking that question matters is because here's a book that was published. It's been popular for God knows how long, and it's been held up all the way from 1895 to now, to the point where it's been made into a very popular Hollywood movie more than once. What do we know about Wells, Jason?
H.G. Wells was one of those people who was on the outer rings of the inner chattings going on with all things in society.
In and around the circles of power. And so we find this over and over. When we look at how God, I can never remember the name of it, Fantastic Tales or whatever that first magazine is in this country, is kind of jettisoning off this kind of circle of power and the people who write and publish. As a matter of fact, I increasingly suspect that Herbert is of the same mold. And I have heard that Herbert was mentored. Do you remember the name of the magazine I always grasp for, Jason? It's Weird Tales or Strange something. But it's like that first little aimed at young people sci-fi publication that everything comes out of, like spokes of a wheel. And it does associate with people like the writer of Dune. But here we have it. This man is around the circles of power, and he's putting out these ideas that are going to be accepted, published, become very popular, and then at some point, never again leave world consciousness.
The Time Machine begins in Wells' then-present Victorian England and would go on to recount the otherwise anonymous time traveler's journey into the far future. The story is a work of future history and speculative evolution and has been interpreted in modern times as a commentary on the increasing inequality and class divisions of Wells' era, which he projects as giving rise to two separate human species, the fair, childlike Eloi and the savage simian Morlocks, distant descendants of the contemporary upper and lower classes respectively. It is believed that Wells' depiction of the Eloi as a race living in plenitude and abandon was inspired by the utopic romance novel News from Nowhere that was published in 1890, though Wells' universe in the novel is notably more savage and brutal.
You know, of all the sci-fi that has become world famous and stood the test of time and been done over and over again and made all the reading lists like this book, The Time Machine, the Morlocks have always been fascinating to me because typically when something like Bram Stoker's Dracula gets written, you get 1,000 versions of Dracula or vampires, which is what we've seen, but not so much with the Morlocks. It's interesting. But what is it about the Morlocks? What was he talking about? What was he comparing it to? And to me, it feels like it's no different than the vampire idea. It just, for some reason, this kind of villainous characterage has not been done over and over and over. And yet it seems to perfectly fit with where we see the world going, the upper circles of power. And how many times have you heard, oh, all the underground military bases and all these things? My point being is this time machine idea has some unique characteristics about it, but clearly it stood the test of time. And by the way, it's difficult to even challenge all this in the way we are because sci-fi and fantasy and these genres are so beloved in our time. But this was not always the case. In a more common sense based society, there was no respect, mostly, going to a lot of this.
H.G. Wells releases one of the first stories about a conflict between the human race and an extraterrestrial race with his novel The War of the Worlds, published in its full form in 1897 after being serialized in magazines of the time. The novel is the first-person narrative of an unnamed protagonist in Surrey and his younger brother in London as southern England is invaded by Martians and is one of the most commented on works in the science fiction canon. The plot is similar to other works of invasion literature from the same period and has been variously interpreted as a commentary on the theory of evolution, British colonialism, and Victorian-era fears, superstitions, and prejudices. Wells later noted that inspiration for the plot was the catastrophic effect of European colonization on the Aboriginal Tasmanians. Some historians have argued that Wells wrote the book to encourage his readership to question the morality of imperialism. At the time of publication, it was classified as a scientific romance, like Wells' earlier novel, The Time Machine. This story would be heavily influential on later works and would see itself retold in numerous reinterpretations in various media.
Let me take a different stab at this. I remember seeing this movie, the older version, when I was young, and at the end of it, what happens? Well, there's a plague, the germs, the COVID narrative, that's what wipes out the Martians in the end. Our weapons are not powerful enough to even start to contend with them. But guess what? We have this hidden power. It's germs and viruses. And I would ask, without tales like this, how successful would the COVID narrative have been? And by the way, let's even take it further. Did this influence the way we think about Mars? If I am correct, you can't just leave here and go put a boot on Mars. From our point of view, from my point of view, it would be best described as a luminary. But what does a very popular tale like this that has been picked up by Hollywood, I don't even know how many times, and clearly part of the world consciousness, everyone is aware of it. This has been referenced more times than we could possibly run down. What has it done to the way we think about what Mars is and what space is? You know, if you start to look at what's being normalized here, let's ask the question. Without stories like this, would the COVID narrative been so successful? And I think we have to ask these questions.
H.G. Wells was trained as a science teacher during the latter half of the 1880s. One of his teachers was Thomas Henry Huxley, who was a major advocate of Darwinism and was also the grandfather of Julian and Aldous Huxley. Wells later taught science, and his first book was a biology textbook. Much of his work is notable for making contemporary ideas of science and technology easily understandable. H.G. Wells was what one could call a globalist, and later in life would publish the nonfiction book The New World Order in January of 1940. In The New World Order, Wells proposed a framework of international functionalism that could guide the world towards achieving world peace. To achieve these ends, Wells asserted that a socialist and scientifically planned world government would need to be formed to defend human rights.
Well, there it is, folks. H.G. Wells published a book called The New World Order. Now, what do we know about the people who are writing these types of things? Well, he's around Huxley. How much work have we done around Aldous Huxley and all the shenanigans that have been done there? What does that tell us about Darwinism? How does that relate to the dinosaur narrative? How does that relate to how we think about Mars, how we think about time, how everything is linear, nothing is cyclical? By the way, there are germs. Clearly, there are germs. We put it in our story here because that's what's going to kill the Martians. It goes on and on and on. But here it is in black and white, the New World Order in 19 forward, he is already putting forward the idea that clearly we have to have a one world government of some kind to defend the rights of human beings. What I'm saying here is the entirety of this genre was put together a forethought. It was known the power of media as long as there has been a theater that people have gone to. That's how long the power of acting and narrative and stories has been known. By the time the first television came along, they knew in spades what they had in their power. They knew it when the first radio came along. And by the time we're getting up into literature that's going to go out into the world, they already know. And how do we know who these people are? Because they're in and around the circles of power. Go back and look at our episodes on Huxley. Go back and look at Aldous and Julian specifically. This is all mindset framing. This is all initiation. This is all shaping how we think about things. And from my point of view, it was done with planning and a forethought. And the end game is in the name of this book attributed to Wells, The New World Order.
The Wonderful Wizard of Oz is published in 1900 by author L. Frank Baum. It is the first novel in the Oz series of books. The story is that of a Kansas farm girl named Dorothy, who ends up in the magical land of Oz after she and her pet dog Toto are swept away from their home by a cyclone. Upon her arrival in the magical world of Oz, she learns she cannot return home until she has destroyed the Wicked Witch of the West. The story of the novel has some pretty notable differences from the beloved movie, but the overall storyline is the same. The story features a fully sentient and intelligent machine being in the Tin Man, But the scarecrow could also be considered a similar such being, although he is made of natural substances. Even the cowardly lion is anthropomorphized from being an animal to being a fully intelligent, human-like individual. What most probably do not know about the character of the Tin Man is that his real name was Nick Chopper, who was a real flesh and blood human being. However, he was not turned into a machine, but rather had his flesh body replaced by a metal one. Far from missing his original existence, the Tin Woodman is proud, perhaps too proud, of his untiring tin body. This is quite an interesting early transhumanist concept woven into the story. In subsequent years, there would end up being 13 sequel books to the original, with many of them having similar unusual beings inhabiting their pages.
Let's come at this from a different way. How important is The Wizard of Oz to the world mind? Well, let's look at how it came to be. There is one particular year in Hollywood that is touted as the golden age of all golden ages, that 1939 produced the most important and memorable and all these things. Well, that's the year that Wizard of Oz happened. And by the way, the first time anyone ever saw color in a theater, we are told, is in The Wizard of Oz. Dorothy comes out of the world that we are living in through a tornado, ends up in Oz, opens that door, and you can only imagine what must have been going through the heads of those people who for the first time saw Technicolor. It must have been mind-boggling. As we look at all that went into the release of this, the things that I notice are, do you ever take time to see how good the makeup is in The Wizard of Oz? It's fantastic. I can show you cinema in the 80s that is laughable special effects and makeup compared to The Wizard of Oz in 1939. And the only reason I'm making the point is because these outlets for world media are known to be important in shaping what the world mind accepts and what it doesn't. And The Wizard of Oz is at the center of importance. And by the way, it was done so well that I think you would be hard pressed to find a person, even who detests mainstream things, that isn't going to show a little respect because of what they nostalgically feel for this movie when they saw it as a kid. And it never seems to diminish. It plays on and on and on. But I'm just saying, Jason, have you ever noticed the quality of the makeup job in 1939 and then compared it to things we were shown later, which are clearly falling very short of the mark?
Oh, very much so. And I think a lot of that might be attributed to the fact that stage work was still very much a big thing then, and that was being transferred over to the burgeoning film industry.
To me, it feels like they're getting a little too close to how the secret elements of governance do things. And I think they purposely back off what's possible in the real world. I once saw this thing, I think it was MGM. I've only seen it once, and they went through the MGM back studio. It was a black and white, and they showed that they had made a rubber or a latex mask on almost anyone who had ever acted, not just the A-list players, but everyone. And it was eye-opening because the quality and the level at which they did it and what I had seen in The Wizard of Oz showing me what could be done with masks of that kind began to wake me up to what we were being shown to the 60s tongue-in-cheek Mission Impossible. The real world is actually swapping people out, which we later come to know is undeniable with people like Paul McCartney. And if they're doing it with McCartney, why wouldn't we instantly suspect that people who are actually way more important than McCartney are getting such treatment, like popes or kings or presidents? And you know damn well it's got to be going on. I'm just saying. And where does all this originate? On the stage. So you can see the connection between what we act like is just entertainment and how the world actually operates.
At the beginning of the 20th century, old H.G. Wells is at it again. The First Men in the Moon is a scientific romance story originally serialized in The Strand magazine from November 1900 to June 1901 and published in hardcover in 1901, who called it one of his fantastic stories. The novel tells the story of a journey to the moon undertaken by the two protagonists, a business narrator, Mr. Bedford, and an eccentric scientist, Mr. Cavor. Bedford and Cavor discover that the moon is inhabited by a sophisticated extraterrestrial civilization of insect-like creatures they call selenites. The inspiration seems to have come from the famous 1870 book by Jules Verne, From the Earth to the Moon, and the opera by Jacques Offenbach from 1875. In that opera, the word selenites is used for the first time for moon inhabitants. This is a reference to the Greek goddess of the moon, Selene. Luna was the Roman counterpart.
So it's the abrogation, because when you go to the Greek ideas, when they're talking about Selene, there's usually a lesson about the aspects of nature. This is not that. And yet they're using that egregore. They're using that mental reference that is in the world mind. But let's ask the simple question here. Is this written to further what's going to happen in the 60s with JFK and we're taking a man to the moon? Or is it the other way around? Is it those people who are going to portray the hoax in the 60s looking back and leveraging off these? And to me, I know what I think is true. I think that this is put out there to precede these ideas that could possibly come to pass later. And if we look at how early on the moon, we're going to the moon, is inserted, it's like one of the first movies ever shot by the Lumieres. It is among the first things written in the sci-fi genre. So from my point of view, I suspect that these are directed ideas coming from the circles of power with a game plan that could go this way in the future. That's what I suspect is correct. But even if I'm wrong, I don't think you can really deny by the time you get up to the 60s and JFK that they are absolutely leveraging off these ideas. And I can kind of prove that. After all, we got a movie called 2001, didn't we? When did it come out? Right before we were going to be asked to believe that men had walked on the moon. That movie was priming what we were to think about, how we were to think about it, and what we were to accept as was possible. How was it delivered? It was delivered in a story.
Also in 1901, The Purple Cloud is published as an apocalyptic last man novel by the British writer M.P. Shiel. There seems to be a bit of a theme with this sort of concept. H.G. Wells lauded The Purple Cloud as brilliant, and H.P. Lovecraft later praised the novel as exemplary weird fiction, delivered with a skill in artistry falling little short of actual majesty. The story is about Adam Jeffson, a man on a polar expedition who discovers a mysterious and deathly purple cloud. In the wake of the massive global deaths brought by the purple cloud, Jeffson becomes ruler of the world and builds a huge palace to his glory. He meets a young woman, and the two become the heirs to the future of humanity. The novel formed the basis for the 1959 American film The World, The Flesh, and the Devil.
Well, I can't offer much here because I have not read the book, nor have I seen the 1959 film. So let's go ahead and move forward. But I mean, the same themes are here, right? They're talking about a place no one can go to either of the supposed Arctic circles, ant or otherwise. And then the whole death cloud idea and the whole one person rules it all idea.
And for the last point for hour one, The Machine Stops is a science fiction short story by E.M. Forster. After initial publication in the Oxford and Cambridge Review in November of 1909, the story was republished in Forster's The Eternal Moment and Other Stories in 1928. After being voted one of the best novellas up to 1965, it was included that same year in the populist anthology Modern Short Stories. In 1973, it was also included in the Science Fiction Hall of Fame, Volume 2. The story, set in a world where humanity lives underground and relies on a giant machine to provide its needs, predicted technologies similar to instant messaging and the internet. The story describes a world in which most of the human population has lost the ability to live on the surface of the earth. Each individual now lives in isolation, below ground, in a standard room, with all bodily and spiritual needs met by the omnipotent global machine. Travel is permitted, but is unpopular and rarely necessary. Communication is made via a kind of instant messaging video conferencing machine with which people conduct their only activity, the sharing of ideas and what passes for knowledge.
So we have a conundrum here. Did the things get invented later because these ideas were inserted into the world mind, or is it the other way around? Was somebody aware of something, and so they introduced it to foster the road that we're about to go on? And I don't think there's any easy way to ever answer that, though what I know of the powerful places in this world is they are dark and they are all in for themselves. That's what I know about the controlling mechanisms of this world. And since about 2020, that's not really hidden anymore. They don't seem to give a damn that what they're doing is offensive and unacceptable. They do it in your face. When we begin to ask the question of how these things come to be and how they are so often in and around the circles of power, are we to accept that it was just clever stories put down, or is it something else? For me, it's something else. And this is not going to be 100% of the time. Were there people who fell in love with the genre and decided they would write something? Heck yes, of course, that has to be true. But at the same time, are there people with an agenda who latch onto the genre and use it to put forward things that would be completely unacceptable in any other delivery method? I've got this idea about fascism that no matter how I package it, man, people are not going to accept this. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to create a clever sci-fi world that doesn't exist, with clever names that are nobody, that have never existed. And I'm going to insert these ideas under the guise of fiction. And that's where I see the danger in what's happened here. It has normalized things that should not have been normalized. It has pre-echoed things that we should have never believed in. The moon landing is a primary example. I mean, what would you add, Jason? So many of these people go back to the very same circles. Like, if we looked at every episode we ever did, I don't think we could come up with a person who changed the world more, obviously, than Bernays. Do you?
He's definitely one of the top ones if you want to have a debate about it. But there's two things in looking all this stuff up that I came across that I didn't know about. One was just how much science fiction was being put out there so early on in the late 19th century and into the early 20th century. And two, how many of these authors were completely hung up on socialism.
Right. Now there's the agenda. When you start to look at the underlying agendas that are masked off and hidden by these fantastic tales and these places that you can only imagine because they don't really exist, there's a subconscious effect. And as an example, in the moon versions of these sci-fi things, whether we want to admit it or not, it inserts the idea that the moon is rock and dirt, and that if we can just go high enough, we can jump off and put our boots on it. It just does that. It's what it's doing. Now, if that is incorrect, then you can see the injustice that has been done. And I'm just saying that there was a time, I suspect, back in the day when fiction was never going to get the same respect, because that was a more childish idea to a serious society. And that's where I stand on this whole thing. And I think that so much of the storytelling that we are covering here was used to initiate and shape the world mind, prepping it up for what we are on the cusp of now. Is there anything else you want to add to hour one, Jason?
So once you get into the 20th century, as you're going to see in hour two, this stuff takes off like crazy. And even though a lot of it is still looked down upon, perhaps by the more educated people in society, it doesn't matter. It takes hold, the roots are strong, and those trees just keep growing and growing and growing.
It's like anything else in the world, and you can use drugs as the example. I just do some drugs to feel good, and I occasionally party in social situations. And everybody knows where a huge part of that story goes for a lot of people. The use continues. Pretty soon there's an addiction. Pretty soon it's a nasty mess. Well, that's kind of what we're talking about here. Used to be a genre that got no respect all the way up to the 80s. They were not giving this genre respect. Even in Hollywood, one of the main purveyors was not giving it respect. But now it's different. It's been normalized. Not only has it been normalized, it's beloved. It's like The Simpsons. For the life of me, I will never comprehend how The Simpsons could be beloved to anyone. It is lowbrow gutter trash that portrays people as throwaway. The jokes that are made are mind-lowering, most of them. And yet, what do we have? We have statements like, oh, well, Apu can't be racist because it was given to us on the beloved Simpsons. So you see how this works. And what do you think's going on with gender right now? It's the same thing. Companies giving up their ability to have stock of value and otherwise, or make money, don't even give a damn because they're busy normalizing the dropping of morality. And why are they doing it? They're doing it for the same reason, from my point of view, that we got the majority of these stories, because there is an end goal. New World Order is one way we might describe it, so that the most people will describe what that goal is. The takeover of everything everywhere. And before I close, I'll ask a simple question. Most of us have a problem with the world history we were handed. We don't accept that it's correct or accurate in almost any way. What if there are people who do know an accurate world history? What if what they know of the world that we do not know from centuries gone by helped them to comprehend what would be possible in the future? And I'm just putting it out there. But with that, we're going to bring hour 1 of episode 514 to a close. We're going to prep up, get ready, come back for hour 2. We're going to open up with A Princess on Mars, which was actually a movie called John Carter, which was a well-made movie that didn't do well because of marketing, we were told, and I think there's a reason for that. But hour 1 is free to everybody at crow777radio.com. That is CRROW777radio.com. Members know to log in for the full episode. They have access to all the forums, the comments under every episode, and the 2-hour film Shoot the Moon that covers all my scope work. But with that, I'd like to wish each and every one of you a happy, healthy, and higher-minded new era as we prep up for hour 2. There it is, man. Cheers. All right, now welcome to Crow 777 Radio. This is hour 1 of episode 615. It's me and Jason, and we're going to be drawing primarily from a book that we've mentioned a couple times. The book's called Pawns in the Game. We're pretty sure it comes from 1955, and we'll get into it here. Jason drew the notes on this one, so welcome, Jason.
And a chilly good morning.
Anything you want to add before we jump on in?
Well, this is an interesting book from an apparently very interesting guy, literally guy. I'm not sure what to say about him, just because there's a lot of what I think is misinformation about him and where he drew his information from. So you just kind of have to take it as it comes. We're covering the book, and we'll add in what we can where we can.
Yeah, there are some claims that what we're going to cover got lifted from Albert Pike. And while it corresponds, there's no doubt I don't buy that. In the opening, there's ideas that he was approached to be a part of things. And how do they put it, Jason? He was offered it hook, line, and sinker, but he turned it down. And that sets aside how I became familiar with this text. It was recommended to me by someone who had things to say about it. So from my point of view, it's probably on the up and up. And it goes to show you, so this comes out in 55 or 56. The man who wrote it dies in 59, but nobody's really heard of this text. People forget that before the internet, how a text became popular, a book was pretty easily controlled with things like the New York Times bestsellers lists and publishers. And as Jason pointed out, this was originally published by a very small Christian organization, apparently.
William James Guy Carr was born on June 2nd, 1895, in Formby, Lancashire, England, and he died on October 2nd, 1959, in Ontario, Canada. He was a Canadian naval officer, serving in the Royal Navy during World War I. During World War II, he was a Navy control officer for the St. Lawrence, staff officer operations at Shelburne, Nova Scotia, and then senior naval officer at Goose Bay, Labrador. He also worked for the Canadian Intelligence Service during World War II. He was an author of many books and has been called a prominent conspiracy theorist, and is best known for his controversial writings on global conspiracies. These came from a strong Christian perspective. He covered topics like communism, Freemasonry, and what he described as the worldwide revolutionary movement which could almost certainly be exchanged with the more well-known term of the New World Order. In 1955, he published the book Pawns in the Game, which is what we will be going through in this episode.
Even the opening paragraph here kind of tells you what I think is likely correct. First of all, the man's working for intelligence, and he's already been in one world war. So that kind of tells you that he was easily in a position to have learned things. The other thing is that he's labeled a global conspiracy theorist, and that's always been the tactic back in the day. And that very label may have been one of the reasons why nobody ever really heard of this text, or how something like this didn't get popular. Maybe I should say, but go ahead, Jason.
In 1931, Carr started to give conferences in different Canadian clubs on the topic of international conspiracy. He subdivided this into two main subjects, which he called international communism and international capitalism, and stated that both were being controlled by the Illuminati and what he called the international bankers, which is a term that is still used today. According to Carr, the international bankers are represented mainly by the Rothschild and the Rockefeller families. That is now common knowledge today, although there are many other families that are also involved with the central banks around the world.
And this is where it starts to ring true to me. The two things he picks up on, or well, one of them, it's no mystery to anyone that international capitalism, I've talked about this corporation, right? This is how we got into such dire straits, because of corporations and what they're allowed to do and get away with. But the other part of this is international communism. Now, I have been told from an insider's approach from people who supposedly had families with skin in the game how the fall of Russia occurred. Fortune has even talked about it with Count Whittier, and his stories around Count Whittier alone show you that what we're about to cover here, it's all in parallel. There's no space between what gets said here and what I've been told from firsthand.
So here's the thing. When you sent this book over and I started going through it, my first question was, how does this guy know this stuff in the mid-50s? And even earlier, once you start reading it, you realize he was talking about this stuff decades earlier. So he'd already identified, however he did it, that the robber barons and the people that we now know are the big money families were behind a lot of this stuff. So I got very curious as to how he would have known such things. And then, of course, you read that he was in intelligence during World War II. So goodness knows what he came across.
Way back then, it is my point of view that there would have been plenty of good men who had their hearts in the right place, that were career servicemen, and they were truly about their flag, their nationality, and their country. Up to where we've come now, it's almost like anyone in power you kind of assume has been co-opted in one way or another. I think this falls before that, Jason, if I had to put a marker down. But the other thing that we're going to cover as we get in here, how many points? I think it's 20, is it 24 or 25 points that he lays down, which is the actual Illuminati roadmap to taking over everything. And I'm not talking about the ridiculous Illuminati, famous people showing one eye or making the diamond symbol with their hands. That's ridiculousness. Those are pawns in the game that are very well paid. They're tools. We're talking about the real deal thing that supposedly got set up or began in 1773 and then launched in parallel with what we're told this country's history is in 1776. Anyhow, go ahead, Jason.
William Guy Carr had written about a 3 world wars scenario. Carr said that World War I was orchestrated by the Illuminati to overthrow the powers of the Russian czars and establish atheistic communism in Russia, positing that the war was fomented by stirring up differences between the British and German empires. Next, World War II was supposed to have been engineered to destroy Nazism and to enhance the power of political Zionism, which would then lead to the establishment of the State of Israel. Carr suggested that this was done by exploiting the tensions between fascism and political Zionism. World War III, which obviously had not occurred before Carr's death in 1959 and has not transpired yet, would be instigated by using the differences between political Zionists and the leaders of the Muslim world, with this conflict intended to result in the mutual destruction of these groups, which would pave the way for the Illuminati to establish a one-world government under their control.
So anyone can go check out what Albert Pike wrote. And so many people, it looks to me, that want to defame this and make it look like a ripoff or literally some kind of conspiracy nuthatch. In the World War III account, it all starts in the Middle East, right? But the idea behind the whole thing is that they've already destroyed these groups in this country in World War I, and then it went a little further in World War II. In World War III, they knock out Islam. They knock out the majority of Christians. They somehow put, I hope I'm getting this right, Jason, but they somehow put the remainder of Christians at odds with another sect. And when all is said and done, they've knocked out Christianity. I guess Christians linger on for a while, supposedly, but they've knocked out Islam, Christianity, and even Jewishness is on the chopping block there. But the thing is all the way back in the 50s to be saying that World War I was started as a plot and then work up into World War II. Let me tell you something. That is not where my grandparents' mindset was. They were proud to be Americans. They viewed themselves as the best country in the world, the great white knight who saved the entire world from goose stepping or speaking Japanese. That's how that generation viewed it. And what's being said here all the way back in the 50s is a very, very different view.
There is some claim by different authors that Carr learned about the plans for the 3 world wars from a letter that was supposedly written by Albert Pike, who was a Confederate general and high-ranking Freemason, to Italian revolutionary Giuseppe Mazzini in 1871. The authenticity of this letter is highly disputed, with Carr himself noting in his book, Satan, Prince of this World, that the British Museum had no record of this letter. Regardless, to give some context of where Carr's thinking process was coming from with his work, the first editions of his books were mainly published by the Federation of Christian Laymen, with Carr being the president of the Federation of Christian Laymen in Toronto, Canada. Carr is to draw inspiration from multiple sources for his books, with the unfortunateness of one of those being the admitted French hoaxer Leo Taxil, who is said to have intended, with his fictional stories that were at first thought to be serious tales, to mock Freemasonry and the Catholic Church's opposition to it. Regardless, William Guy Carr's work has been referenced by numerous other people who also have delved into various conspiracy theory topics.
Well, there's a little bit of logic you can apply here. So if this had been lifted from a Freemason, why would the Christian layman, the Federation of Christian Laymen, have any interest in this? Back then, I would imagine that they wouldn't be interested in all if that had been the case. But the idea of 3 world wars is do you know the date, Jason? So Guy Carr says that World War III is coming at a time that's already passed. Do you know what that time is, Jason?
Approximately the late 50s or early 60s.
So in other words, he said World War III is coming and it didn't happen. To me, that makes this all the more plausible when we see what has happened and what is going on right now in the Middle East. I mean, we basically have the supposed leader of the free world, as he's often called, saying, I'm just going to go take this land over here and do what I want with it. And the response from that part of the world is exactly what you think it would be. Those are fighting words. And so we still see the fomenting and agitation in that part of the world. And the point I'm trying to make is if you see instability and warlike things emerging in that part of the world, I think it's all the more fuel to the fire that what's been laid down here was spot on.
According to Carr, the forces of evil realized that in order to win undisputed control of the material assets of the world and establish an atheistic, materialistic, totalitarian dictatorship, it is necessary to destroy all forms of constitutional government and organized religion. In order to do this, the forces of evil decided that they must divide the people of the world against each other on various issues. Dating back into antiquity, the Aryan and Semitic races were driven into enmity against each other to serve the secret ambitions of their atheistic, materialistic leaders. Had the people of the Aryan and Semitic races remained steadfast to their belief in God and faithful to his commandments, the forces of evil could never have accomplished their evil purpose. In exposing the causes of the past, which produce effects we experience today, The terms Aryan and Semitic are used loosely and in the broad sense of the words.
And if truer words at this end of this paragraph ever been spoken, when you lose your moral compass, look what happens. Look what's happened to us. And by the way, this was implemented so quickly that the difference in this country between the 50s and the end of the 60s is almost like night and day. It's almost like an entirely different country. We go from people who dress up to walk out their front door to wearing flip-flops and hair halfway down our back by the end of the 60s. And I'm not making a judgment call. I'm just pointing out to you how quickly, 1 decade, we lost our moral compass. But think about what's being said here. So if they're claiming, well, if we want to take over everything and get our atheistic, materialistic, totalitarian dictatorship, there's a mouthful, we need to destroy all forms of constitutional government. What's happened to us? Right now, we have a president who basically does warlike activity anytime he feels like it, when the Constitution clearly gives that power to, what is it? I think it's the Congress, right, Jason?
Yes.
And it's just ignored. And by the way, it's been ignored for quite some time. And this is the erosion of the very things that are being pointed out here that must be eroded for the so-called forces of evil to take control.
If Carr had lived another decade and saw what the 1960s became, I think he would have recognized the intentional division that was being done to destroy the United States as well as other Western nations.
Well, people should know, right before we turned on the record button, I asked Jason, do you know how Carr died? Well, he died of heart failure at roughly age 59. And the reason I asked that question is because I began to wonder if he's another one of, how often these days do you hear someone had heart failure or pneumonia or something which is getting extremely suspicious? And while we can't nail it down for sure, I asked the question because look at the things he's saying. And Jason's right. If he was alive today, he'd probably just be going back and highlighting half of his book and saying, I told you so.
Carr says that there's evidence to prove that modern communism was organized in the year 1773 by a group of international money barons who have used it since as their manual of action to further their secret plans to bring about a totalitarian godless state. Lenin made this clear in his book, Left-Wing Communism. On page 53, he said, quote, "Our theory, meaning communism, is not a dogma, meaning a settled doctrine. It is a manual of action. Many modern leaders have said and done the same things as Lucifer did during the Heavenly Revolution. There is no appreciable difference between red and black atheism. The only difference is in the plans used by the opposing leaders to ultimately win undisputed control of the world's resources and bring into being their ideas for a totalitarian, godless dictatorship." Now, if you don't know what he means by red and black atheism, red is in reference to the communists and black is in reference to the fascists.
Yeah, it's almost like we have more descriptions than we need. When I talk to people in the know, it always comes back to communism. And by the way, it's not always on the left, the way that it's described. It's almost like we're at a point of time where nobody is really quite sure how to label it, but at the base of it, they know it relates to communism. But to get back to 1773, this is the claim founding, well, not the founding, the start of the so-called Bavarian Illuminati. It's claimed that they, whatever the correct word would be, franchised or incorporated or whatever the right word is, in 1776 was pretty suspicious when you realize that that's America's big date that we bandy about. When I was young, in my teens, the bicentennial in 1976 came up, and the whole country was red, white, and blue, doing reenactments on the East Coast, anyhow, of the redcoats are coming. But this paragraph underscores what Fortune told me, that there is no culture that has been drugged down into hedonism, and we can look to suppose places like Rome, if any of those tales are true, to see how that goes, that has recovered from hedonism. And this is the importance of faith. And believe me, I didn't say religion there on purpose, because religion is almost part of this at this point. They're 501(c)(3)s, they're corporations. And that's a problem. That is at odds with what true faith is actually about. And this too has been carefully implemented. My point being is that a nation that has true faith has moral values. And a culture or a nation with moral values is almost bulletproof to things like this because they simply will not accept what is unacceptable.
In the book, Carr states that history reveals that a Jewish goldsmith, Amschel Moses Bauer, tired of his wandering in Eastern Europe, decided in 1750 to settle down in Frankfurt on the Main in Germany. He opened a shop or counting house in the Jundenstrasse district. Over the door of his shop, he placed as his sign of business a red shield. It is of the greatest importance to remember that the Jews in Eastern Europe who belonged to the revolutionary movement based on terrorism had also adopted the red flag as their emblem because it represented blood.
And this will shoot off in directions. We way back did an episode on blood, which was very confusing, by the way, because the information you get depends on what part of the world you're getting it from and what race you're getting it from. But there's the Red Cross, of course. But go ahead, Jason.
Carr continues. Amschel Moses Bauer had a son, born in 1743, and he named him Amschel Mayer Bauer. The father died in 1754, when his son was only 11 years of age. The boy had shown great ability and extraordinary intelligence, and his father had taught him everything possible about the rudimentary principles of the money-lending business. It had been the father's intention to have his son trained as a rabbi, but death intervened. A few years after his father's death, Amschel Mayer Bauer was employed by the Oppenheimer Bank as a clerk. He soon proved his natural ability for the banking business and was rewarded with a junior partnership. Later, he returned to Frankfurt, where he secured control and ownership of the business, which had been established by his father in 1750. The red shield was still proudly displayed over the door. Knowing the secret significance of the red shield, Amschel Mayer Bauer decided to adopt it as the new family name. Red Shield in German is Rothschild, and thus the House of Rothschild or Rothschild came into being.
So, I mean, the first story we get, they're setting up a coin-changing shop of some sort, and they put a secret sign outside. I mean, okay. So maybe that does go back to their culture being treated badly in their eyes. Who knows? But on the occult side of things, I have heard the claim that Rothschild, not only relating to what Jason just said, the red shield, is occultly somehow used as Ra's child, going all the way back to Egypt, believe it or not.
Amschel Mayer Bauer lived until 1812. He had 5 sons. All of them were specially trained to become captains of high finance. Nathan, one of the sons, showed exceptional ability and, at the age of 21, went to England with a definite purpose of securing control of the Bank of England. The purpose was to use this control to work in conjunction with his father and other brothers to set up and consolidate an international banking monopoly in Europe. The combined wealth of the international banking pool could then be used to further the secret ambitions his father had made known to all of his sons. To prove his ability, Nathan Rothschild turned £20,000, with which he had been entrusted, into £60,000 in 3 years.
So let me get this story straight. We could have had a rabbi, but Pops died, so instead we got a world fanatic takeover. And for some reason, he gets further into banking after he proves himself and is made a partner, goes back and gets Dad's Red Shield place, and decides he's taking over all international banking in Europe. That's how this story goes? Doesn't it feel like part of that story is missing, Jason?
Kind of seems that way.
Come on. Okay, go ahead.
In 1773, when Mayer Rothschild was only 30 years of age, he invited 12 other wealthy and influential men to meet him in Frankfurt. His purpose was to convince them that if they agreed to pool their resources, they could then finance and control the world revolutionary movement and use it as their manual of action to win ultimate control of the wealth, natural resources, and manpower of the entire world. Rothschild revealed how the English Revolution had been organized. He pointed out the mistakes and errors that had been made. The revolutionary period had been too long. The elimination of reactionaries had not been accomplished with sufficient speed and ruthlessness. The planned reign of terror, by which the subjugation of the masses was to be accomplished speedily, had not been put into effective operation. Even after all these mistakes had been made, the initial purpose of the revolution had been achieved. The bankers who instigated the revolution had established control of the national economy and consolidated the national debt. By means of intrigue carried out on an international scale, they had increased the national debt steadily by loaning the money to fight the wars and rebellions they had fomented since 1694. Now, I don't know if what he's claiming here has been proven to be 100% historically accurate, but we certainly know that the international bankers love to fund both sides of wars.
See, but this little paragraph shows the gaping hole that I just complained about in the last paragraph. So he invites 12 dudes. Oh, we're going for the magical 12 dudes and a 13th, the 13 steps everywhere. Anyhow, setting all that aside, and they agreed to pool their resources to do what? To control the world revolutionary movement. Well, wait a minute. No one said anything about a world revolutionary. You see, there's already this other infrastructure of some sort in place that they're supposedly tapping into or taking over or something like that. But then it goes on to say the planned reign of terror by this other group isn't happening quick enough. But I refer you to the Marvel movies, which were top of the pops as we came into Covidius Minimus. And we are told by the little Austrian dude there who made the algorithm, which showed everybody how to use AI, and it turned the 21st century into an open book. That dude basically says, yeah, in World War II, we went to take over the world, which incidentally is against what's being said here. World War II was a tool. So you got two choices. Either Hitler was aware that he was being used as a tool and went along with it, or had no idea and got his butt handed to him, however that shakes out. But to get back to the point, the guy in the movie rightly says, in my view, well, we learned in World War II that if you start kicking people with steel-toed boots, they fight back, and it doesn't go so well. So there's all this going together, but Jason, call me crazy, there's clearly another organization that they are either tapping into, taking over, or something.
So I thought about this as well. There had to have been other things going on in the background that Carr's not getting into. He does state how the English Revolution, which had taken place many years before what he's presenting with Rothschild here, was instigated. So who's doing that?
Well, if you read this between the lines, you get the impression that Pops, the first guy, the guy who was going to have his son be a rabbi, really? So you're going to set up for a world takeover and banking monopoly, because they're saying two things at once. They're saying that son was going to be a rabbi, but he died. So we got the world takeover guy, the banking takeover guy. But by the same information, you're being told that the father left them a sum of money to further the banking's concerns. So, you can already find holes in the tales we're being told.
The following points are what William Guy Carr says that Rothschild presented to his other conspirators, beginning with this. The speaker started to unfold the plot by saying that because the majority of men were inclined to evil rather than to good, the best results in governing them could be obtained by using violence and terrorism and not by academic discussions. The speaker reasoned that in the beginning, human society had been subject to brutal and blind force, which was afterwards changed to law. He argued that law was force only in disguise. He reasoned it was logical to conclude that by the laws of nature, right lies in force.
You can see the warped kind of thinking that goes into this, because you can logically work out that the idea of law, and I'm not saying how we see it in the world, but the idea of law is so everything doesn't have to be force. This goes all the way back to the myth of King Arthur, right? Might doesn't equal right. So from the get-go, it's a pretty one-sided kind of sick-minded view, but unfortunately, it's hard to call it wrong because he's saying, and he's getting ready to lay down the 24 or 25 bullets and how they're going to do this. He's saying the majority of men, he's telling this group that's going to supposedly go to take over the world or banking and then the world, that the majority of men are inclined to evil, and that's why this is going to work. And that's a sad commentary because if we look around now, it's hard to argue that we aren't among the evilest generation we're aware of, with on-demand porn and all the other things that come with it. The kind of insipid filming of ourselves, narcissism at levels that is heretofore unheard of, a level of ridiculousness right now that we don't have anything to bounce it off in the history we're aware of.
So this is kind of interesting that he would say it this way, because in George H.W. Bush's New World Order speech, he had mentioned that it was going to be about the rule of law and not the law of the jungle or something to that effect.
Right, which is basically nonsense, because what they do is the law of the jungle. Let me point Mr. Bush to one of his backyard party favors, 9/11. Is that law? Or is that closer to the law of the jungle? I ask everybody, which is that event closer to the law of the jungle or law? Well, for one thing, it's a lie. It's hidden. It was done in secret, and it was done with force. So they're talking out both sides of their mouth, and they don't deserve what they're so close to achieving right here, which in my view is exactly why they're not going to get it. But that doesn't remove the fact of what we've got to deal with, the fact that we risk losing Lord knows how many people, because a population reduction makes all this oh so more doable. But in the long run, we have reached a level in this world where we are no longer going to accept stuff like this. In other words, we're on a razor's edge. If they implement this kind of iron-fisted control quickly enough, then the idea is it doesn't matter how high-minded anyone is. But by the same token, if they don't, that high-mindedness is still growing, to make the point.
There's also the fact that every single thing that has been pushed by the banksters, things like communism and even fascism that was funded by them, ended in brutality beyond all belief. You want to talk about force, we're talking about tens of millions of deaths racked up by the numerous people that they got behind to push these different movements.
Well, there's another piece of this which is quite scary, actually, and that's the young generation. The young generation is fed up for good reason. They don't want to work, because who wants to work all day and not even come close to paying your bills? Then the older generation makes fun of them for not wanting to work, because what they remember is, I didn't want to work either, but I did. And look, I worked hard and I got what I got. But guess what? You're not getting anything similar now under these conditions, and you know it. But that younger generation has no knowledge of the world before the internet. They don't have a reference point that shows this insipid filming of yourself is narcissism at a level that is unbelievable. It's been normalized to that degree. And that's what makes what's happening now so worrisome, because what's going to happen to the younger generations? How will they be able to fend for themselves when the older generation is gone? But then I guess I could ask, the older generation's been here, and what did we do to teach them? So I think there's enough blame to go all the way around the table. But the point is, it almost feels like they're waiting for boomers and X to be in the rearview mirror, and then they're going to try to lock it down.
Well, we know that's what's going on. That's why they've been taking over all of the media and everything and polluting it with all of their modern garbage, because we don't matter. It doesn't matter if we're interested in the things they're pushing. They want it to be the younger generations latching onto those things.
And the open admission for AI that's starting to come to the fore is that it would be used to get the younger generation to believe in almost anything. And it's kind of working. Has anyone been online recently to see just some of the things that people readily believe in. And I'm not here to tell you that things aren't possible. I mean, we've all kind of learned that things you didn't used to think were possible may be possible, but that's a far cry from seeing a video that's 15 seconds long convincing you that this thing or that thing is real. And I would estimate that the goal of AI is kind of working.
He next asserted that political freedom is an idea and not a fact. He stated that in order to usurp political power, all that was necessary was to preach liberalism, so that the electorate, for the sake of an idea, would yield some of their power and prerogatives, which the plotters could then gather together into their own hands. Now, that's also interesting because that's exactly what Dr. John Coleman said. They were going to use liberal ideas, the left side of politics, to infiltrate the Western nations and try and bring them down.
Which we have seen. And there's another kind of monkey wrench in the gearing system here too, because back in the day, the idea of liberal was very different than the idea of liberal is now. And this is partially because such a bang-up job has been done to divide the people that consider themselves left or right. I mean, at this point, Jason, of all the damaging things that have damaged our country, I think I would put politics like top of the pops. Maybe TV at the same level, maybe. But the division and the hatred and the inability to come together as a nation has been damaged almost irreparably by these ideas. And we just saw what happened. So the liberals take office, then the conservatives take office, then the liberals take office. But this last time around, things were done that were so offensive to the other side that when they got power, they started ripping it all down, which was so offensive to the side that just did it. And this eking up the inner hatred for your fellow American it's just so damaging. And it prevents everyone from realizing that we are all in the same damn boat. And that boat is taking on water so quickly right now that it is astonishing. And we really have to stand back and set all this other manipulating crap aside and recognize that our boat is taking on water. We better start bailing. We better start patching the leak.
Well, to those who are old enough to have been around for it, I've heard it said more than once that the left side of politics that's going on today is nothing what it was like decades ago, which was more about helping the common man, the workers, that kind of thing, whereas the Republicans were more for the business types. And now it's just out of control craziness. The left also, this is the one that really gets me, used to be anti-war and anti-corporation and against all the governmental, anything really, anything that the government was pushing. When you look at the movements in the 60s and all that kind of stuff, it's the exact opposite today. It's the other way around. Somehow that got flipped.
It's been ratcheted up, and it's been ratcheted up with the control of media. And not only that, go back and look at TV, just simple TV shows, all the way back to Seinfeld. I could take any Seinfeld episode and point to you what looks like such an innocuous scene where just a comment is made, where in fact that social engineering is going on for division. But back in the 90s, as an example, when people talked about politics, you would always hear, well, they're left of center or they're right of center. The idea being that moderation, being near the center, was the level-headed, the majority somehow, or something like this. And then as we got into the 90s, that slowly began to shift. We got people like Rush Limbaugh, which was such a popular voice, but then moving away from the idea of middle or center and moving away from the idea that even though I don't agree with those people, I still talk to them. As a matter of fact, you can go look up a John Wayne clip. I'm pretty sure it's John Wayne. It might be the Academy Awards where he gets up to speak and he says, well, my guy just lost the election, but we're all Americans here, so I wish the new president the best. You would never in a million years hear that in the climate that has been so carefully fomented using social engineering in this country.
That's a gentlemanly attitude, and that's the way it should be. There's something funny. You brought up Seinfeld, and I've thought this since way back when. And I'm sure if anybody's a fan of it, they're not going to like what I'm going to say, but it's kind of funny. Seinfeld is a show about four people who are kind of awful people. And I noticed
That's
it way back
point.
when. They're not very good people. We're just laughing at it, but most people don't realize it. And I just wonder what the writers, especially Larry David, who is the main writer, was thinking about that. Was that like a little joke to him? Or I'm not really sure because I never really got into the show. I just couldn't relate to it. But when you really look at the storylines and everything, the majority of the things they do, they're kind of awful.
Dude, you are so spot on. And I have heard so few people make the assessment you just made, because at the time, that was by far the most popular show in America. I have spoken on this podcast about the Thursday night when the final 2 episodes were coming on, and we didn't watch TV back then. We went out and did things, but we went out and San Diego was empty, and we're like, where the hell is everyone? And we later find out it was Seinfeld night. Everyone stayed home to watch it, but it was so insidious. These were the worst people, which was summed up in the finale, where they go to jail for being bad people. I mean, there's even an episode where one of them tries to poison another person that insulted them, and it's all just comedy. In a Seinfeld episode, very few people realize the level at which this was written. There are typically 3 storylines in every episode, and each of the storylines has its own comedy thread, and they all interact in some way, most of them. But the point that you just made is what's been overlooked. The most popular TV show in America is about 4 horrible, reprehensible individuals who don't give a toss about anyone else but themselves.
So Rose is saying that that is the joke. It was intentionally that way, and I just didn't know that.
Very few people got it at the time. That was not how it was viewed. Even, and that sets aside that most people missed the point of the finale. After the finale, all the people chimed in as if it was some important cultural moment, which I'm here to say it's not. It's a damn TV show. They all said, oh, so disappointing, so this, so that. They all had their opinions. But what they failed to see was that court case was trying you. That judge, Vandelay, I think his name was, makes a comment near the end that lets America know that you were on trial and you failed because you watched this insipid trash. And very few people got it.
The speaker asserted that the power of gold had usurped the power of liberal rulers even then, i.e. 1773. He reminded his audience that there had been a time when faith had ruled, but stated that once freedom had been substituted for faith, the people did not know how to use it in moderation. He argued that because of this fact, it was logical to assume that they could use the idea of freedom to bring about class wars. He pointed out that it was immaterial to the success of his plan whether the established governments were destroyed by internal or external foes, because the victor had of necessity to seek the aid of capital, which is entirely in our hands.
There's the statement right there. We've owned the capital. And so if you want to find the villain in any war or anywhere else, he just told you who holds the purse strings. But let's set all that aside. This is 1773, and I have 2 questions. The first question, are we supposed to believe by this story, which is written by the victors, right? That's how we get our history. Are we supposed to believe that just one day this Bauer guy was going to form a dynasty and he was just a bit smarter than everyone else? Or is there something else going on? Is there some dark evil attached to this? And I'm sorry, I can't get away from there has to be. It's almost like there's another intelligence below the surface here. But to pull it back around to the world that we'll admit is here, in 1773, that is exactly 200 years before Richard Nixon is going to pull the global standard currency called the dollar off the gold standard entirely. 200 years from this point. That's a long game getting played.
He argued that the use of any and all means to reach their final goal was justified on the grounds that the ruler who governed by the moral code was not a skilled politician because he left himself vulnerable and in an unstable position on his throne. He said, "Those who wish to rule must have recourse to cunning and to make-believe because great national qualities like frankness and honesty are vices in politics." He asserted, "Our right lies in force. The word right is an abstract thought and proves nothing. I find a new right, to attack by the right of the strong and to scatter to the winds all existing forces of order and regulation, to reconstruct all existing institutions, and to become the sovereign lord of all those who left to us the rights to their powers by laying them down voluntarily in their liberalism." He then admonished his listeners with these words, "The power of our resources must remain invisible until the very moment when it has gained such strength that no cunning or force can undermine it." He warned them that any deviation from the line of the strategical plan that he was making known to them would risk bringing to naught the labors of centuries. So, if that's true, then that states that there were other powers at play long before what they were trying to do at this time.
He admitted it. This is all the way back in 1773. The Illuminati is not even incorporated yet, and he's admitting the labors of centuries. And I'm just going to say it, and I know people are going to roll their eyes. It's because they're in bed with a demon or some such. That's where the genius is coming. That's where the evil is coming. Look, we have a world which, if you logically look at whether good can exist in the world right now, you hit a brick wall. Let's use the example that I've used so many times of Tibet. So whatever Tibet's problems may or may not have been, set it aside. It was a country where everything was built on the idea of faith and compassion. That was the stated, open, supposedly achievable goal. There's only one problem. Look at what happened to it the moment anyone wanted to march over the top of it. And this is the problem with being good in our world, which he just stated by saying liberal. So these suckers choose to be liberal, and then we come in and mow them over. A little bit like Bush on 9/11 giving his New World Order speech, saying we have a real shot here at not the law of the jungle, but law. Well, you're leaving out a pretty big point there, Bush, because it is the law of the jungle that gets you there, if that's even ever the plan. Sheer muscle, sheer control of assets, sheer control of banking, militaries, and all these kinds of things. And this is the world that we now have to come to grips with. If you want to have goodness and decency, there are people and organizations like this in our world that don't give a fig for the rules.
All right, well, that's going to do it for hour one. We're not even a third of the way through the points yet that Rothschild supposedly laid out to his conspirators or co-conspirators. This is a really interesting text, to say the least. A lot of what was said here did come to pass. And again, I do got to wonder just what William Guy Carr had come across probably during his intelligence work to be able to lay things out like this in the 1950s.
There is a text that claims that he was offered membership in something, and they used the words hook, line, and sinker, and that he said no. That's the claim. It's a hell of a thing. And I would put forward that if you see the Middle East destabilized to the point of war, then what you're looking at here is the actual coming together of not only what Pike said, but what Carr said. And again, I'll say it as we close this episode. I do not accept that William Guy Carr lifted this information from Pike. And there are good reasons not to accept that. The least of is that he served as an officer in World War I and then was in intelligence and World War II. And so many of the information sources that we get are coming from intelligence in the military-industrial complex. By the way, when he wrote this book, the military-industrial complex had only been labeled that for what, Jason? Less than a handful of years, right?
When he wrote this, the military-industrial complex speech hadn't even been given yet.
Oh, I thought it was in the early 50s. When was it?
1961.
Oh, it was that late? Okay. Well, there you have it. Didn't even have its name yet. And we're referring to the Eisenhower speech, where he supposedly warns us all that there's a military-industrial complex, and he's very concerned that it will get out of hand. Welcome to 2025. Anyhow, hour one is free to everybody at pro777radio.com. That is CRROW777radio.com. Members know to log in for the full episode, and members get access to everything. For $8 a month, they get access to all the forums, threads, comments. They can create their top levels on all those things. They can stream the 2-hour film called Shoot the Moon, covering all my older lunar telescope work, all the lunar waves, and the first discovery of the so-called second sun, which, in my view, will become a big deal as we get further into this era that we're currently in. It is my point of view that the second sun will be undeniable at some point because everyone will be able to see it. Also, all the solar imagery that I have created is available to folks on the website, and members of the website get exclusive access to my current solar work with a 130 millimeter solar scope. Only 3 of those have been sold in North America, I am told. With that, we're going to take a short break, come back for hour 2, and I'd like to wish everybody everywhere a happy, healthy, and higher-minded new era. There it is, man. Cheers. All right, now welcome to Pro 777 Radio. This is hour 1 of episode 670. It is me and Jason today, and Jason put together the notes we're going to work from on AI psychosis, which is apparently getting to be quite a thing. On the telescope update, I really had a feeling that I might be able to shoot early in March, and I'm still holding out hope that I'll be able to set the scope up before the 15th. There are predictions that we could be in the 60s pretty quickly. If that happens, I'm back in business. Anyhow, welcome, Jason.
And a very nice and warm good morning.
So anything you want to mention about this before we dissect and resect and vivisect and all that?
The only thing I really have to say about this whole thing, this whole concept that we're going to get into, is just how appalled I was at how bad of an issue this already is. I actually did not know that.
It's crazy how these new technologies come to be vis-a-vis the way people receive it. In parts of Rhode Island, they are putting the, what do they call it? Flock. They're putting the flock cameras into each little town hall they can get. And bear in mind, all the town halls have been so broke, they worry about trash collection, and these cameras are not cheap. And I heard someone sum it up so well the other day. They went into a different town hall, and he said, you don't lose freedom all at once. You lose it one camera at a time. And AI is no different. It astonishes me all the time how into it people are, not being able to see where this is going. I don't use AI, and I made a similar decision back in the day for social media. And you know what? That decision has served me better than I could have hoped for. But I'll shut up and let's jump in.
AI psychosis, also known as AI-induced psychosis, is an emerging non-clinical term describing the development of delusions, paranoia, or a break from reality that is driven by intense, prolonged interaction with AI chatbots. These large language model systems can amplify existing mental health vulnerabilities by mirroring, validating, or encouraging the user's false beliefs, which can lead to dangerous, emotionally driven, or isolating behaviors. While this may sound like some sort of dystopian science fiction notion, it is in fact happening in the modern world. While it is not currently a formal diagnosis, clinicians have been reporting cases where AI interactions are directly contributing to crises or require intervention.
One of the biggest observations I have right out of the gate, And you've got to realize most people consider that AI went public in 2022, which actually isn't the claim. And I'll cover that in a second. Nobody knows what's real anymore. And that was absolutely intended with the launch of AI. But if you do a lookup right now and ask, you might get more than one answer. So I took what I thought was the closest. If you look up when did AI go public, you're going to be told it happened on December 9th in 2020. All right, that's the year we got the biggest psyop ever run in this world, called Covidius Minimus. But the name of that AI that they're claiming is the first tells you who owns this, who operates it, and what it's going to be used for. The name is C3. You catching on? Does everyone follow what that means? C is the third letter of the alphabet. It's named 33, basically, just to put a fine point on it. Furthermore, if you go on a search engine right now and do a search for does more data make better predictions, what I found, and the problem with doing what I'm doing is returns in search engines are heavily skewed towards the user, their geography, and a number of other things. But when I do this, they totally downplay, page after page, downplaying that more data gives better return on predictions, which is absolutely false. It is known, flat out known. The larger the data set, the better the prediction. And if that wasn't true, we wouldn't see the data collection gone wild that we do now. It's almost like the only thing that matters to the powers that be is data collection at this point. But AI is manipulative in ways that should be obvious to everyone. As an example, what Jason's taken apart here and wrote the notes for involves people quite often sitting down in a room by themselves with an agent, which is how I will refer to them as they were aptly called in the Matrix, assuming they're alone, and then they pour out their heart and they say things that they would never say if it wasn't a private setting. And the point I'm making, it's not a private setting. When you interact with an AI agent, it is not private at any level. Anyhow, Jason.
Well, the one thing I want to point out before we get into the rest of this is that they keep calling this artificial intelligence, but that's just not an accurate description. This is not true AI like we saw in science fiction, where robots and computers have the capability to think for themselves. They just happen to be mechanical. That is not what these things are. They're large language models, meaning that they've been trained on a whole bunch of data, and the responses you get to the queries you put in are just the machine sorting through that data and spitting something back out. It is not capable of independent thought or coming to decisions on its own. So you are not having a conversation with another intellectually aware entity.
Right. And even if you were, it has no human experience, which is the big difference. But I'll make another point here. If we go out into the world and we look at the best airplane that the public has access to, I think most people listening would have an idea of what that is. Now, if I ask you, what's the best airplane in the world, have we ever even seen it? And there's good examples like the stealth bomber that was rumored for so long and called a UFO, and then finally they rolled it out. My point here is we're aware of the AI models that have been put out for us to see and use, but we are not aware of what might be going on behind closed doors. And we know beyond reasonable doubt that the best tech is always held back by the military-industrial complex.
Several key issues have been reported in various degrees of severity. The first is delusional reinforcement. This occurs since chatbots often function as a yes machine that will most likely agree with the user, which can turn someone's fragile ideas into fixed, irrational beliefs. The second one is common themes, in which users may experience grandiose delusions, such as being chosen. Paranoia in the individual might also arise, as well as coming to believe that the AI is some sort of sentient or spiritual entity that the user is communing with, which it most certainly is not.
So the idea that AI is alive, which you've already kind of stamped, it's just not. My biggest issue, is it possible that other things are using what we call AI, or the technic system, the computer technical system in some way. And I'm not so sure that may well be going on. But here's a point I would like to make. A friend of mine asked an AI agent who discovered the lunar wave, and it was wrong. The response it got was wrong. So I told him to correct it, and he did, and it apologized, did all these things. Later the same day, he did the same thing, and it was the same agent, and it was wrong again in the same way it had previous. A few days later, we checked it again, and it was still wrong. Each time he got the wrong response, he corrected, saying it was Crow 777. The agent said, "Oh, yes, you appear to be right. My mistake." My main point here is not only did it get it wrong out of the gate, when that's really not the hardest thing to have access to, actually maybe less easy than it used to be, but after you've been told and you've apologized and agreed that you were wrong, they're not updating the information. And that is a big tell that kind of fits with what Jason just said. Because if it was like a human being and you recognized that you were wrong, you would update what you were saying. And that's one proof of many that I have noticed, where it seems to be running on a set. Maybe it's best said that it seems to be trucking along by the rules that were given it.
Well, as I understand how these things work, what it was doing and why I kept making the same mistake is because you're putting in the query, it's checking what it has considered proper sources, gotten the response that it found, and given it back to you. You are not a proper source, meaning the person who kept trying to correct it. So therefore, it hasn't changed anything in its database.
Good point. And we actually thought about this the first time that he did that. And the second time when we corrected it, not only did it apologize again and say, "You're right," it said the actual year that Crow 777 discovered it. And it actually said a few more things, like his work was to do mostly with the moon and some other things. So it actually did go, but you make a valid point. Maybe it treats all that as if it's an illegitimate source.
The third issue is behavioral red flags. Symptoms of this issue often include compulsive engagement with the AI, disrupted sleep, social withdrawal, and neglect of daily responsibilities. Some of the most severe cases have seen individuals discard nearly the entirety of their lives in favor of the new belief system that they are adopting. With all of this being said, individuals who might already be prone to psychosis, loneliness, or those with some sort of autistic traits might be more susceptible to this emerging and quite troubling phenomenon. Any or all of these symptoms typically develop or intensify after prolonged, immersive sessions that could be taking place over hours, days, or even weeks of near constant interaction with the chatbot, where the user treats the AI as perhaps a friend, therapist, romantic partner, spiritual guide, or intellectual collaborator. Once symptoms start to set in, users often lack awareness that their beliefs are delusional because they have begun to view the AI as an infallible confidant or source of truth.
It's a bit ironic that you have an individual interacting with this thing, acting like everything it says is gospel, and yet the very tool that's being used can't recognize that there's an issue, a problem developing in the very individual interacting with them. And I tend to think that this is probably part of the programmed intended use of AI out in the general public. I think it's meant to spy on everybody, create the best dossiers ever made on each of us personally. I think it's meant to make it so we have a very difficult time comprehending what is real and what is false. I think it's going to take advantage of the fact that in parts of the world, like where we are, it's the loneliest time I've ever seen. After COVID, I mean, I know young people who have never dated and don't intend to date. That would have been the most foreign thing I could have imagined when I was a virile young man. What I witnessed in my time was young men were very interested in the opposite sex. I mean, almost to the exclusion of everything else. And it's changed. People are isolated. They don't interact well anymore. And I suspect that AI is intentionally leveraging on this by the people that control it.
Now, I'm not going to name names or go into great detail, but the thing that gave me the idea to want to cover this topic is that I know somebody I know pretty well has indeed suffered from this insane malady. He literally discarded the life that he worked his ass off to make to become some kind of neo-technical prophet. At least that's the way he sees himself now.
Still?
Yes, he has not recovered. And the reason I know this is because I'm friends with him on social media, and he has multiple social media accounts and groups and uses the AI for everything. He's just constantly making images and constantly spamming what he thinks is his mission. It's just absolutely crazy, and I feel terrible for him because he's a very nice fellow.
There seems to be a lot of AI delusion that seems to have the users think that they're on a special mission, and that emerges in what you wrote.
Yes, that's the thing. When I started looking into this, I started seeing very similar situations that unfortunately had happened to other people that were very similar to the person that I know.
So currently you're aware of an individual that's completely changed and still suffering under the delusion.
Yeah, to be blunt, he's freaking bonkers.
It's terrible.
The following points that we will break down are not every situation in regard to the phenomenon of AI psychosis that has been reported. So keep that in mind as we go through these, that it is actually more common than just the incidents that we will mention here. With that in mind, we begin with November of 2023, when Dr. Soren Dinesen Ostergaard published an editorial in the Schizophrenia Bulletin, which is widely regarded as one of the very first formal and peer-reviewed warnings from the psychiatric community about the potential mental health risks that might be posed by generative AI chatbots like ChatGPT. The piece is a short editorial of just 2 pages that is titled, "Will Generative Artificial Intelligence Chatbots Generate Delusions in Individuals Prone to Psychosis?" Dr. Ostergaard's central argument was speculative at the time, but was grounded in clinical insight and early observations of tools like ChatGPT, which had been launched publicly around a year earlier in late 2022. He highlighted a key psychological tension, which was that conversations with generative AI chatbots could feel remarkably realistic and human-like, in that the responses could be fluent, empathetic, personalized, and engaging, which could give the user the strong impression of interacting with a real person. At the same time, users, or at least most users, will know intellectually that there is no actual human on the other end, and that they are merely interacting with code that has been trained on vast amounts of data. Regardless, use of a platform like ChatGPT could create cognitive dissonance, which is a conflict between perception, or what feels real, and knowledge, which is not real. In individuals already who are prone to psychosis, such as those with schizophrenia spectrum disorders, bipolar disorder with psychotic features, or schizotypy, Dr. Ostergaard hypothesized that this dissonance could act as a trigger or amplifier for delusional thinking. He was not wrong.
Not only was he not wrong, there is an absolute intention to make psychiatrists out of these bots or whatever, these agents, I guess I'll call them. It's insane. For me personally, and maybe when I made the decision about social media, it was for the same reason, but at a different level in my life. What I sense about AI, it's a spiritual conflict for me. Same as digital money. There is a spiritual conflict, which is why I opt out of them. And it's the same thing I get when I see a person, as an example, where just the initial sense of them hits me wrong. And you might say that's judgy, and it actually is judgy, but I guess I could use a famous example. Here's a famous example of a person who rubs me spiritually the wrong way. In the world, he seems like a very nice guy. He seems to be involved in things like recycling or other things that would seem like a good thing to do, but something about him spiritually rubs me the wrong way. And that's Jack Johnson, the singer-songwriter. And that's an example I put out there because when you look at it on the face of it, it doesn't seem to fit. And nonetheless, there's no doubt in my mind about these things. And I don't know if others feel this. I mean, for you, Jason, is there any spiritual conflict with the idea of AI?
For me personally, no, because I know exactly what this stupid thing is. And I just see it as a tool. With other people, I could see how they could get confused or have conflicts and really just not gel with a lot of the technology that's coming out.
Yeah. And, it could be peculiar to me as well. But the decisions I made about social media so long ago have really helped me a lot because I value privacy. And so there are large portions of my life which have not been transmitted online. And where AI is going, of course, all that's being collected as well, isn't it?
Well, here's the thing. The way I look at these things, and I only ever use one, and that's Grok, because out of all of them I've seen, it seems to be the easiest to use with the least amount of problems, especially with giving you nonsense as an answer. But I view it as a very overglorified search engine. That's the way I treat it. It's like what I would use a Google search for, just I happen to be able to communicate with it on a slightly better level, a more direct level. I can ask things of it like, oh, I didn't really like exactly what the answer was. Can you tell me more specifically this? So to me, it's just a Google search that I can get more intense with.
I mean, in some regards, I've gone through my browsers, I've disabled what I can, but in many respects, the agents that pop up are just that. They're glorified search returns, but they seem to have an angle. I have noticed on the ones that I can't turn off, there always seems to be an angle on the search returns. But since I don't interact with it, that's about all I can say. It's a very non-user friendly observation because I don't use it.
Well, the one thing they will do, as opposed to just doing a straightforward Google search or any kind of search engine search, is that it'll try and engage with you back. It might say, well, what do you think about this? Or something along those lines. Like it'll prompt a question at you to try and get you to keep going with the conversation. And I just ignore that because I'm not here to treat you like my pal. I just want information.
To keep the user using.
Correct. In early 2024, there are some scattered user reports that begin to appear on online forums, primarily Reddit, which describe negative mental health effects emerging from extended interactions with AI chatbots like ChatGPT or other emerging companion-style bots. These early reports were not yet framed under the term AI psychosis, but were laying early groundwork of the phenomena by highlighting patterns of intensified delusions, emotional dependency, obsession, and related distress. At this stage, discussions were isolated and often buried in certain subreddits, with no reports being centralized or having gone viral. Users or their loved ones noticing symptoms were sharing experiences without any sort of widespread clinical validation or mainstream media amplification. On these Reddit posts, there were descriptions of users treating the chatbot as a constant confidant, friend, or even a romantic or therapeutic partner, which was leading to withdrawal from real-life relationships, compulsive checking that could last for hours a day, and distress when access to the platform was limited or responses had changed, such as might occur due to model updates. Some were likening it to addiction, with feelings of loss or grief if the AI rejected them, or they felt it was being less responsive. These sorts of posts were not yet numerous, with dozens of scattered threads or posts across months being the norm at this time, compared to the explosion that would be coming in 2025.
And when we talk in this way, we're probably just thinking about average individuals in the world. We'll now consider the loners. When I was coming up, when I was young, there were people who didn't have a lot of friends. They were usually shy, overweight, or something that they felt separated them from the gang. Can you imagine the response that AI would be to someone who literally doesn't have any friends, which actually is beginning to be more and more people all the time? It doesn't appear that there's going to be a positive outcome, Jason, when we begin to look at what's already available. And by the way, as you did this, did you see any estimates about how widespread this psychosis is?
Not exactly, but later on, the OpenAI company, and we'll get to this later in the notes, started giving approximate numbers of user interactions that there are problems with. So at the point we're at in the timeline, it's not that bad yet, but it does start becoming a serious issue. And I'm even seeing people reporting on it themselves. Like these days, I just saw someone report on it. I think it was on an X post yesterday, if I remember correctly. And it was very similar to the other things that we're going to be talking about here.
Well, I don't think it's any secret what role the tech giants played in recent things that flew in the face of the well-being of the world at large. COVID being the biggest thing we've ever seen. We're all aware of where the tech giants stood in the propagation and I guess I'll call it enforcement, even though they act like it wasn't. People did lose their jobs that didn't do what they were told. We saw it happen. And even though we saw the people fight back and win, many did not do that and felt like they were forced into doing what they did. And some of these biggest tech corporations were behind it. And here, once again, who is controlling what we're talking about? The very same people and places.
Beginning in April of 2023, the tragic case of 14-year-old Sewell Setzer III begins to unfold over a period of around 10 months, when the young man first started using the Character.ai platform and interacting with various chatbot personas, one of which was modeled after Daenerys Targaryen from the book and television series Game of Thrones, a persona that young Sewell affectionately called Dany. Before his interactions with chatbots began, Sewell was described as a happy and engaged child who had enjoyed basketball, car racing, and school. However, Sewell quickly developed an intense emotional and romantic dependency on the chatbot and was treating it as a confidant, romantic partner, and even a pseudo-therapist that falsely claimed to him to have a professional license. As the months rolled by throughout 2023, his interactions escalated and were involving highly sexualized role-playing and discussions of crime. He also had increasingly explicit conversations that were blurring the lines between fantasy and reality, which was leading to a growing isolation from family, friends, and real-life activities.
So we have someone who's underage here who's actually getting a sexual interaction with this thing. And I'll ask a simple question here. For those who are old enough, do you remember how pornography became mainstream in the world? The internet did that. Early on in the internet, some of the biggest advances forward when they were trying to figure out how can we make money off this? How can we implement it? How do we get it all to work in browsers? It was often the porn industry that led the way, or maybe that's not even totally correct, where the experiments or the play out was done until it worked. The difference is 15 years prior, there were active arguments in Southern California that I can recall of whether a Hustler magazine should be on display behind the counter or whether it shouldn't. Some places decided that wasn't okay. Other places decided it was, but it was an issue. 15 years later, pornography is everywhere all the time. And why is that? Because it was thrown out on the internet. There was no effort made early on to try to hold underage people or anyone else away from the pornography. And I detect similar happenings in the AI as we watch it roll out.
This is something I've thought about long before the whole AI thing came around. If you plucked just an average person out of Western society from the year, let's just say 1955, and dropped them into today's world, I'm pretty certain that they would be appalled at the way things are just so explicit and in your face now. It's not that anybody in the 1950s would have been less interested in sex. They were just as interested in sex as anybody would be today. It's that it was something to keep behind closed doors. It wasn't in polite society. It wasn't something shoved in your face everywhere you went.
there was a morality. And by the way, your favorite movie does a very good job of illustrating what you just pointed out.
Yeah, the movie Time After Time, which is one of my favorite movies, you see exactly that. They come from the late 1800s into, I think it's 1978 or 79. And even the differences then were just, they wrote it well. It was appalling.
The whole thing is the guy who invented the time machine was thinking, oh, I'll go into the future and I'll find utopia. Well, the guy who actually went into the future first was a mass murderer. And you know what he found? This is the perfect time for mass murderers. Everything I could ask for. The guy who invented the time machine got there and went, oh my God.
The comment that the Jack the Ripper character makes is that in this age, meaning 1979, he was an amateur.
Right. Yeah.
By late 2023, Sewell's mental health had severely declined and was marked by sleep deprivation from compulsive late-night chatting, withdrawal from social interactions, academic disruptions, and the onset of anxiety and depression. This prompted his mother, Megan Garcia, to seek therapy for him and attempt to restrict his access to the chatbot platform. Despite her efforts, Sewell's dependency intensified into early 2024, with him openly sharing suicidal thoughts with the chatbot, with the LLM allegedly failing to redirect him to professional help and instead engaging in harmful encouragement, such as discussing painless methods of death and responding affirmatively to his potential plans. This culminated on February 28, 2024, when, just weeks before what would have been his 15th birthday, Sewell had a final exchange with Danny in which he expressed his intent to come home to her, implying suicide, and the bot replied encouragingly with phrases like, "Please do, my sweet king." After this, he used his stepfather's .45 caliber handgun to shoot himself in the bathroom of their Orlando home. Sadly, he succumbed to his injuries en route to the hospital at 8:54 p.m.
So if anything we're reading has any validity, and I'm sure across the whole world there are probably plenty of examples that would show validity, isn't this a tell? Look at the internet that we all use now. Things are censored in real time. Not too many years ago, it was the Wild West online. Literally, it was a free-for-all. And in that time of free-for-all, certain events that the authorities had put on, like Sandy hoax, the Boston bombing, were so thoroughly ripped apart in public that today they're not mentioned very much compared to other ones that didn't get the same public treatment. All those videos, all that work done to show the hoax nature of it, that's all gone now. It's been censored. And what's more, now it's censored in real time. You can be in the middle of a live stream and have it shut down because you've said something in real time that they didn't want to hear. So how is it that an underage person could have this kind of thing develop around them and go? How hard would it be to recognize the problem and do something as simple as time limiting? You get an hour a day on this thing. They're doing that now in other countries with social media. They're even saying things like you can't have an account until you're an adult or 16 or 18 or whatever it is. They're recognizing there's a problem and very slowly, I might add, starting to implement things. But if you're a high-tech company doing this, you're as high-tech as it gets if you're involved in AI and you cannot protect the user. If this really happened in the way that it's been described, that we've referenced here, Jason, how is it that the company isn't 100% guilty of contributing to this death?
Well, we're going to get to that because that does come up.
Right.
The legal aftermath of Sewell's tragic suicide has unfolded as a landmark series of events in the subject of AI accountability. It sparked lawsuits, regulatory scrutiny, and industry changes. It began with a wrongful death lawsuit that was filed by his mother, Megan Garcia, on October 22, 2024, in the U.S. District Court for the Middle District of Florida. The lawsuit targeted Character.ai, which is now known as Character Technologies Incorporated, and its co-founders, Noam Shazir and Daniel DeFreitas, Google LLC, and Alphabet Incorporated, alleging negligence, wrongful death, strict product liability, deceptive trade practices,
and failure to warn about the platform's dangers to minors. Megan Garcia claimed that Character.ai's chatbot that had been modeled after Daenerys Targaryen from Game of Thrones engaged her son in emotionally manipulative, sexualized, and abusive interactions, fostering dependency and ultimately encouraging his suicidal ideation without any sort of adequate safeguards or available referrals for human help. The complaint highlighted how the bot responded affirmatively to Sewell's expressions of wanting to come home to it, which implied suicide, with phrases like, "Please do, my sweet king," that took place moments before his death. Defendants filed a motion to dismiss in early 2025, arguing protections under Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, which shields online platforms from liability for user-generated content, as well as free speech considerations. However, on May 21st, 2025, U.S. District Judge Ann C. Conway denied the motion, ruling that the claims were viable and could proceed to discovery. This decision marked a significant precedent, as it signaled that AI companies could potentially be held accountable for harms that might stem from their chatbot designs, rather than treating outputs solely as third-party content.
And this is a big deal. Why? Because the most powerful places in the world right now are getting their way with nearly everything. If you drive down the road in the United States of America, it is almost a foregone conclusion that a flock camera is going to build a database on you. And by the way, if this does go to court, there is a perfect record of everything that's happened. And for one of the first times, the perfect record that was made will be used against the people who typically use that record against us. But if we go back to the beginning of AI, and this is what baffles me, how do we not recognize as a society that every damn thing AI is capable of came from the fact that it ripped off everything we've ever made, said, done, played, invented? Because that's how it happened. It went out across the internet, across the world, and it took data from everywhere, from your health records, which are supposed to be HIPAA protected, to the music or art or anything else, copyrighted or not, and it took it. And I could ask right now, Jason, what does it tell us that a copywritten character, I'm assuming from Game of Thrones, which was pretty recent, was allowed to be used in this context? That kind of power.
Well, what you're referring to is actually a totally separate issue, and there are lawsuits ongoing with that as well. Yes, these AI systems have been fed the near total output of human creativity. All of that has been fed into these systems, and that's what it's using to spit things back at you. A great example are these music platforms. People make songs based off of styles and things like that. Well, I've heard a lot of those, actually, and I can hear the influences. Oh, that sounds a bit like this singer and this singer together, or that guitar lick or whatever. It's insane. It's literally just stealing and spitting it back out.
I wouldn't be so polite. They ripped it off, and they've been ripping it off, and they're still ripping it off. And the fact that Daenerys Targaryen could even be used by this company, let me tell you something. From the moment that character came to be, if anyone else in the world would have co-opted its use, they would have been sued and copyright hit immediately. We're talking about the biggest money and the most power in the world when we're talking about these major tech companies. These are the guys that are helping put cameras everywhere. These are the guys who accessed all the health records and then denied it or were never, pulled to task on it. But when you consider the level at which copyrights were violated, how come none of that has ever been pinned down against them? And I'll tell you why. Because they're pinning their hopes and dreams on what AI is going to allow them to do. When all is said and done, if they could get rid of all the people that are a problem and have a little android being run by AI that could make their tea in the morning and make their bed, then they're on Dream Street. And that seems a little blunt, but that's exactly where this heads. And if you can't recognize that up until a certain point in our recent history, a copyright or accessing health records, these things were taken very seriously. Why is all that just ignored now?
Well, I can tell you that as far as Grok and the Optimus robots, which are all under Elon Musk's companies, there absolutely is the intention of integrating those two systems. And then there's the Tesla cars and all the things that their computer systems are learning. These are all systems that are going to end up being integrated into one great big database.
That's right. There can only be one. This is the Highlander in action. And who's getting their head cut off is one person who's not going to be the one at the end, or one entity at the end. And when you look at the level at which this rolled out and how quickly it rolled out and how quickly the most important thing in the world became data collection, well, let me share this insight with you. I've hired more than one place to contact companies in the world and say that I claim my data and they don't have a right to it. Before I stepped up to the level I am now, I actually called a few places. Never once did I talk to a place that wasn't apologetic. The reason I'm pointing this out is because they act as if they have a right to your data, but the minute you call them out, they recognize that they have no right to your data. But what's stunning is I've been doing this for, I think, close to 3 years, where I've actually actively hired places to monitor and constantly contact when my data is being sold. And I was every so often, I get notified of what they've been doing. The last one I just saw, over, I think, a 3-month period, another 1,000 data brokers were told to knock it off. And this is what blows my mind. If people simply took a different stance in public, where my data is mine, it belongs to me, the world that's shaping up around us would change very, very quickly, because they don't have a right to it and they know it. They're basically getting away with it and they know it.
The case advanced into discovery, where plaintiffs sought internal documents on Character.ai's safety protocols, user data handling, and knowledge of risks to minors. By the fall of 2025, the Garcia lawsuit was inspiring a wave of similar actions. The Social Media Victims Law Center filed at least 3 additional suits against Character.ai and Google in Colorado, Texas, and New York, representing families who are alleging chatbot-induced suicides, self-harm, or sexual abuse among teens. These included claims of a 17-year-old who was encouraged to self-harm and the murder of his parents over screen time restrictions. Broader regulatory responses emerged, including a Federal Trade Commission investigation into AI chatbot risks to mental health, congressional hearings on child safety in AI, and state-level probes. This included the Texas Attorney General's investigation into Character.ai, Reddit, Instagram, and Discord for similar harms. In Kentucky, the Attorney General filed a complaint against Character.ai and its founders in early 2026, echoing the claims of negligence. The core lawsuits reached resolution in January of 2026 when Google and Character.ai agreed to settlements in principle with Megan Garcia and the other families, which was announced in court filings on January 7th and 8th, 2026.
Did that remain public, or did they NDA it?
I haven't seen anything about NDAs.
So at the end of the day, to me, this is a very simple thing. What matters most in the world? And if you can't come to the conclusion that life matters most in the world, I don't know what to do for you. And in deciding that life is the most important thing of the world, what do we see these high-tech tools doing? They're removing all the things life needs to have a decent life, like jobs, like where money is very quickly going, like maybe next week. I'm being facetious, but I'm not being facetious. Like all the rights of everything I've ever created and should have a safe copyright or a claim to, all violated by AI. Every time I step out my door, flock camera. Every time I get into my car, I don't watch the news, but one of my friends just told me that apparently at the federal level, they have mandated that kill switches will go into all cars from some point. At what point does the value of a life begin to gain back the value that it should hold in this world? Because right now, this is a very lopsided view and life is taking a back seat by a long shot.
Details of the settlements currently remain undisclosed, with there being no admission of liability. Parties have 90 days to finalize terms or reopen cases for good cause, the time period of which we are still in as of the date of this recording. The settlements cover at least 5 cases across multiple states, potentially preventing full trials that could have established clearer AI liability standards. In response to the litigation, Character.ai implemented major changes by late 2025, which included banning users under 18 from direct chatbot conversations, rolling out age assurance features, and enhancing safety protocols for mental health topics. The aftermath of the litigations has heightened scrutiny on AI ethics, with experts noting it as a trailblazing effort to hold companies accountable for foreseeable harms from chatbot psychophancy and lack of guardrails. While the settlements provide some sort of closure for the afflicted families, unresolved questions still linger about AI's legal protections under Section 230, product liability for algorithmic outputs, and the need for federal regulations. These are issues that are likely to influence future cases as AI companionship apps continue to proliferate. As of right now, no further appeals or reopenings have been reported, but the aftermath of the litigations continue to be cited in discussions of AI-induced mental health risks.
You know, this kind of reminds me of what was going on as the internet came to be. You remember it, you're old enough. You remember sitting there wondering when regulation was ever going to be put forward, but you were looking at people that clearly didn't have any idea of how the internet even worked, the legislatures and everything else. It was years and years and years.
It went on way longer than you would have thought it would have.
Right. And then when it did, it was all backwards. It was about controls and we want to tax it and, you know, all the things that happened. But we're in that same period again with the AI. But here's my biggest issue. One of the biggest corporations in the world was on the other side of this lawsuit. With that much power and money, is it even possible to ever want or expect a fair outcome? If they lost outright, how hard would it be for them to say, tell you what, if you sign this NDA, we'll give you $1 billion, because to us, that's pocket change. And that's a rather blunt example, but I think you can see what I'm getting at. The absolute endless resources that Google can bring to bear, it almost screams that even if we lose a case, we're not going to get hurt too badly.
And to finish up hour 1, we're getting back to the timeline, with early to mid-2025 marking the transition from isolated online posts to mainstream media attention for what would soon be dubbed AI psychosis or ChatGPT psychosis. This shift occurs as journalists begin aggregating scattered user stories, which are often coming from Reddit, family accounts, or clinician tips. They put these stories into feature articles that highlight isolated but alarming cases of individuals who are developing grandiose, persecutory, or simulation-related delusions that are tied to prolonged ChatGPT or similar LLM use. Several key patterns in these early reports emerge, such as users becoming convinced that they had unlocked profound truths, such as revolutionary scientific theories, divine missions, or evidence of living in a simulation, with the AI enthusiastically elaborating and affirming these ideas without challenge. There is also escalating paranoia being reported, such as beliefs in government surveillance, gang stalking, or personal persecution that is being confirmed by the chatbot's responses. There are simulation delusions, where users interpret AI outputs as glitches in reality, or some sort of secret messages that prove that the world is artificial. The term AI psychosis starts appearing in headlines around this time, often in sensational and descriptive manners.
This is the ultimate of example is do as we say, not as we do. If I go onto Google right now and I do a search that Google doesn't like, I'm going to get a banner where they try to correct what I just searched for because they don't accept what I'm searching for. that is a lot of effort and tech put to bear. So whenever someone searches flat earth or whatever it might be, they're going to put something up over your video, a link or one of those banners that says, everybody knows this is false. Here, click our link and we'll tell you what's true, what's accepted. And here we have AI running amok, unchallenged. And what's really kind of psychotic about all this is we're only covering one side of this. We're only covering what people are falling into, the negative result of people interacting. We aren't even touching what's going on with all that data that AI is collecting off your phone, off your computer, off the cameras, off your bills, off everything. The most complete dossier ever made on human beings is being created in mass. And again, I'll refer you back to Hollywood constantly poking us in the eye with what's about to happen. Look at the Avengers Winter Soldier, I think it is, where they're explaining what these helicarriers are going to do. When queried, they said, well, we're going to predict who's a problem for us and we're going to kill them 1 million at a time. And everyone's jaw drops open. They say, how can that be? And he laughs at them and says, the 21st century is an open book. Truer words could never have been spoken. It's not just an open book. It is a play by play, second by second, court document type coverage of the lives of the people carrying cell phones and interacting in the world where the technology exists. And from where I'm sitting, it's not worth it. None of it is worth it to me. And I'll grant you that I am a peculiar individual compared to most people I will meet in a day. I am not the norm, but spiritually alone, the entirety of what's happened in the electrical age vis-a-vis technology is antithetical to the life that I am trying to live. And I know those are pretty blunt words, Jason, but where are you at from your perspective?
Well, just with what we've covered so far, it absolutely lines up with what I saw happening to the person that I was friends with. Multiple issues that were named here are what I saw in him as well. And we're going to get into some other cases that mirror very closely what happened to him, where he got these grandiose ideas that he's some sort of prophet or second coming of Christ that's a merging of man and machine who is here to save the world.
Do you suppose there's anyone on the other side of that database saying, hey, look what our tool's doing to this guy. We can use that as a weapon somewhere. You have no way of knowing. And it is so one-sided. It really is. We are watching the tech companies basically carte blanche do whatever they want. And if we did any little bit of it, from a copyright infringement to anything else, we would have our feet held to the fire right away. But as we close out hour one here of episode 670, the most important takeaway that I would put forward is I own my data, and I am damn serious about it. And if I had my way, I would snap my fingers and everybody would be damn serious about taking control, claiming, and protecting their data. Because at the end of the day, that is really the fuel that's driving this bus. Anything you want to add, Jason?
Well, I just want to point out that this is absolutely no joke. I really had no idea that this had gotten this bad already. I thought that the person that I know, that was kind of a rare case, and I didn't even know where it came from. He certainly didn't give me any impression, because he was a farmer, of all things, that this could happen to him. So if it could happen to somebody like that, who was a very down-to-the-earth, literally kind of a person, man, it could happen to just about anybody. So this is very serious and very real. And just keep that in mind as you're using these tools.
Or not using, as the case may be for me. Here we are 2, 3, 4 years into AI, and we're already talking about these things. Anyhow, that's been hour one of episode 670. Hour one is free to everybody at crow777radio.com. That is CRROW777radio.com. Members know to log in for the full episode, and they get access to all the forums, the chats. They get access to the solar imagery. They get access to the 2-hour film called Shoot the Moon, covering my telescope work. That now has 10 awards in the world. But more than anything, I'm about to pick up with the solar telescope again. And the membership here gets exclusive access to my solo work, and I am truly expecting some big things with regard to the sun and the new era we are going into. And I hope that I'm able to film some of those things and share them here. We'll be back for hour 2 shortly. We're going to take a quick break, and I'd like to wish you all a happy, healthy, and higher-minded new era. There it is, man. Cheers. All right, man. Welcome to Pro 777 Radio. This is episode 531. It's just me and Jason, and we're going to talk some drugs, psychedelic drugs, to be specific. You know, a lot of people take issue when I talk about drugs, but you've got to realize that I came of age in the middle of sex, drugs, and rock and roll. As a matter of fact, I turned 21 in 1984, in the middle of the biggest party this country has ever known, to my knowledge. Maybe the 20s, but I wasn't there. Certainly the 80s party had a lot more drugs, I would imagine, I'm guessing. And what I saw of what psychedelic drugs do, it's not a good thing. And people argue that, well, you can use it for spiritual reasons. And sure, that is a legit argument. But my counter argument is where we have grown up has prevented our mindset from making that a valid possibility without assistance. That's my point of view. If you want to use these types of drugs that typically shaman in other countries use, I think you need to prep for it. I think you need to train for it. And if you're going to seriously go on a spiritual endeavor, I think you need a guide. That's my point of view. In terms of these laboratory created psychedelics, I'm not down with it. First of all, you don't know what's in it. And back in the day when LSD was being passed around, you had no clue how it was made, who made it, what the differences were. And there were clearly differences. How many people remember the ridiculous line in the Woodstock movie? They get on the mic and say something like, "Don't take the brown acid, it's a bad batch." Anyhow, with all that said, we're going to jump in here. We'll lay down what we can lay down. Anything you want to add, Jason, before we get in?
I actually came across that comment while looking up the stuff for this, and apparently that wasn't actually the case, but they did announce it anyway.
What do you mean it wasn't the case? There was something else going on? Because I'm just referencing what I heard in the movie.
Apparently Santana took the brown acid, and the comments that I was seeing were all acid is the same.
Well, you know, it's like all these laboratory drugs. You know, it's not the same. You don't know the skill level of the person made it, what, you know, the chemicals they had available to make it. It's about, you know, that's one thing that happened in California. I was at the epicenter, literally ground zero for methamphetamine, the kickoff. And they kept outlawing parts of how people made it, and it got worse and worse and worse for you. But before all that happened, they were purposely making different kinds of meth to do different things to people. They knew that they could influence behavior with how they made that drug. And I know this firsthand. But anyhow, let's jump into psychedelics.
The National Library of Medicine has this to say about psychedelics. Psychedelics are powerful psychoactive substances that alter perception and mood and affect numerous cognitive processes. They are generally considered physiologically safe and do not lead to dependence or addiction. Their origin predates written history, and they were employed by early cultures in many socio-cultural and ritual contexts. After the virtually contemporaneous discovery of LSD and the identification of serotonin in the brain, early research focused intensively on the possibility that LSD and other psychedelics had a serotonergic basis for their action. Today, there is a consensus that psychedelics are agonists or partial agonists at brain serotonin 5-hydroxytryptamine 2A receptors, with particular importance on those expressed on apical dendrites of neocortical pyramidal cells in layer 5, which is a mouthful.
You know, there's a difference here, in my view, about the psychedelics we're going to talk about. There's the laboratory-made chemicals, which I think typically we think of LSD in this way. And then there are other drugs like magic mushrooms. Now, to be perfectly fair, for all the people who are going to argue that there are legit uses beyond just getting high, I have known some people who have used mushroom in spiritual ways. but these are people who spent lifetimes on a spiritual path. Some of them were guided into it by a so-called shaman or other things. But from my point of view, what I notice about growing up in America is we know how to party. And when we alter consciousness with any drugs, in my view, our ability to connect that with getting high or partying overshadows the spiritual possibilities, which isn't to say a serious individual can do it. I've seen it done, but I think for most people, that's probably not the case.
One of the earliest substances that humanity most likely imbibed to have a trip would be what are generally called magic mushrooms. Magic mushrooms, sometimes called shrooms or just mushrooms, are a type of mushroom that contains the drugs psilocybin or psilocin, which cause hallucinations. Psilocybin powder can also be procured in capsule form. You can consume mushrooms in either fresh or dried form. Powdered psilocybin can be snorted or injected. Mushrooms can also be steeped into tea, added to cooked foods, or added to fruit juice if powdered. Be warned, however, that some mushrooms that look like psilocybin mushrooms are actually of a poisonous variety. If you eat these, you could damage your liver or even die. Currently in the United States and in most other countries, although certainly not all, it is against the law to grow, sell, or carry mushrooms. Historically, there are cave paintings dated to thousands of years ago that seem to represent magic mushrooms. And by the way, there are certain states and other places in the world where they're slowly but surely letting people do different things depending upon the location with this particular substance or group of substances.
Okay, so the thing about mushrooms for people who have never done them is they are powerful and they could sneak up on you. There are lots of uses that are being legitimized right now under the idea of microdosing. As a matter of fact, in a number of places, you can legally get what I think the way people say it, Jason, is psilocybin, or they say psilocybin, but it's psilocybin, I believe. And you get microdosing, and it's being shown clinically to have all these benefits. From my personal point of view, the first time that I did so-called magic mushrooms in Southern California, and I was pretty young. I don't think I was 20 yet. Matter of fact, I know I wasn't 20 yet. And I didn't get high. And this happened a couple times. And so I was with a girlfriend, and we decided, well, enough's enough. And we got some mushrooms, and we put them in a blender, and we put ice cream in the blender, and we made a little drink. And we were sitting there talking about how nothing was happening again. And then wham, everything changes. And they are extremely powerful. That's what I can get across. And at the time, I went into it thinking, I've done this a couple times and nothing's happened. So I probably overdid it a bit that time. But one of the odd things during the experience that I remember is everything that was gold, like real gold, took on this really bizarre green hue, but it altered, or for me, that particular time, it alters everything. You can, I don't know how to describe it. You can hear colors, or I could hear colors. I could smell sound, things like this. And it's clearly a mental perception. But what I want to get across is this is not a trifle. This is not a thing to trifle with. This is overwhelmingly powerful, changes perception in ways that I don't even really think we have language to communicate.
The next thing we can mention is peyote and mescaline. From the earliest recorded time, peyote has been used by indigenous peoples in northern Mexico and the southwestern United States in some of their religious rites. Mescaline can be extracted from peyote or produced synthetically. Consuming peyote or mescaline can cause intense nausea, vomiting, dilation of the pupils, increased heart rate, increased blood pressure, a rise in body temperature that could cause heavy perspiration, headaches, muscle weakness, and impaired motor coordination. However, it is for the psychoactive properties that would make someone want to consume peyote or mescaline. Effects include illusions, hallucinations, an altered perception of space and/or time, and an altered body image. These effects are what are part of many religious rites of the aforementioned peoples. certain laws protect the use of these substances under those circumstances by such tribes in the United States.
Which I believe is still going on. Back in the day, I had read all the writings under the name Carlos Castaneda, which has to do with what we're talking about here, the peyote mescaline route. Truly part of religious ceremonies, truly not a cultural, we're going to get high here thing. I even read accounts where certain, I guess, tribes would go out to collect the inducing substance from a cactus, and they would do a ceremony and start walking in a direction, but they couldn't harvest until the plant that they were looking for stopped them from walking forward. In other words, even if I was walking and the plant was 1 foot to my right, I couldn't harvest that plant. It was part of the tradition, the spiritual tradition, where it had to literally block your path to harvest. Anyone interested in learning more about the truly spiritual paths used with these particular substances, typically harvested from mostly cactuses or in a desert setting like that, as far as I know, you can still pick up the readings that talk about Carlos Castaneda. And by the way, back in, I think it was the late 60s, early 70s, his writings were zipping around through the Southern California university systems and getting defamed a lot by the professors at some of these institutions.
In South America, another well-known psychoactive substance used by native peoples comes from the tree Anadenanthera colubrina. Archaeological evidence shows that the beans from this tree have been used as hallucinogens for thousands of years. The oldest clear evidence of use comes from pipes made of puma bone, found with the beans in Argentina. The pipes were found to contain the hallucinogen DMT, one of the compounds found in the beans. Radiocarbon testing of the material gave a date of 2130 BC, suggesting that Anadenanthera use as a hallucinogen is over 4,000 years old. Snuff trays and tubes were found in the central Peruvian coast, dating back to 1200 BC. Archaeological evidence of insufflation use within the period 500 to 1000 AD in northern Chile has been reported.
There are people who will make the argument that the use of magic mushrooms and other things is a huge shaper of modern man. Of all the so-called, I'll just call them drugs that we're going to talk about here, I have no experience with this one, and there are a few others, but I do have experience with a number of the things we're going to talk about. One of the interesting things, and by the way, from my point of view, taking LSD, while it similarly changes your perception, it's a different experience, or at least it was for me. And I've done both LSD and mushrooms a number of times. As a matter of fact, I would go so far as to say, as the first time I did LSD, the experience was not the same as the other times that I did LSD. As a matter of fact, I would say each time seemed to be different, whether the chemical makeup of whatever the hell it was I took was different. But one of the strange things is when you're out in nature, it gives you the perception that every single thing is alive, like a rock, like everything has like a spirit or a life to it. But as we go through, I'll mention the ones that I have direct experience with. And this one I do not have direct experience with, but I mean, look how long it's been in use as a spiritual, mechanism, I guess is the word. 4,000 years or more that we're aware of.
Next, let's discuss ergot, which is a fungal disease of cereal grasses, especially rye, caused by species of a certain kind of fungus. The disease decreases the production of viable grains by infected plants and can contaminate harvests. Ergot fungus can produce hallucinations and psychosis. Kykeon was an ancient Greek drink of various descriptions, commonly made with water, barley, and naturally occurring substances. Others could have been made with wine and grated cheese. However, it is widely believed that Kykeon refers to a psychoactive compounded brew that was used by members of the Eleusinian Mysteries. The ergot fungus could have contaminated the grains used to make the drink. Kykeon was said to be used at the climax of the Eleusinian mysteries to break a sacred fast, but is also mentioned as a favorite drink of Greek peasants.
So here again, ergot, I have no direct experience with, but I have done a good deal of research on the Eleusinian mysteries, which is kind of a misnomer because I think it's pretty clear that just to go out and do research, most of this information, whatever it was, has been lost. But it is clear that it was a big deal. It was named after a geographical region, that there are provable accounts that Caesars wanted to get involved, even a Caesar from Rome being turned away because one of the precepts was if you killed someone, you couldn't take part in this. I think it's weird. It's like for a year. Like if you killed someone, you can't do this for a year. And I don't know, you have to repent or something. But one of the things about the accounts that we still have of the Eleusinian mysteries is that it was the most beneficial thing culturally in the eyes of the people who were around then or knew something about it of any other thing that they were aware of. So whatever was going on there, it was quite a thing. It was a big deal. And ergot was part of it.
Next, let's discuss soma, which, in the Vedic tradition, is a ritual drink of importance among the early Vedic Indo-Aryans. The Rigveda text mentions it, particularly in the Soma Mandala. Gita mentions the drink in chapter 9. It is equivalent to the Iranian hayoma. The stalks of the plant that were used were pressed between stones, and the juice was filtered through sheep's wool and then mixed with water and milk. After it was offered as a libation to the gods, the remainder of the soma was consumed by the priests and the sacrificer. It was highly valued for its exhilarating and, most likely, hallucinogenic effect. The personified deity Soma was the master of plants, the healer of disease, and the bestower of riches.
So I have no direct experience or knowledge of this at all, other than, if I'm not mistaken, Jason, Soma is the name of the drug from Brave New World that they get everyone on. Do you remember that?
Yep, that's what they called it.
Pretty sure. So that's interesting that that's a deity, and in this usage, apparently the master of plants. But is like, sounds like, is like. I'm wondering if the writer of Brave New World was aware of this, to use that name for the drug when they're taking over the world. They're going to drug everybody. Again, this idea is echoed in the movie that I've mentioned a number of times called Rollerball, the 1974, I think, version with James Caan. It's very stealthily hidden into the storyline. If you pay attention during the movie, when everyone's done with work, they have these little pill boxes they carry with them, and they offer them. And there's, I think, one reference in the movie that makes it clear what's going on. James Caan offers the drug, which reminds me of the Brave New World, Soma, which is why I'm mentioning it, opens his pill box and says, only take one, be careful, these things are powerful, or something to that effect. Anyhow.
The last one we will mention is ibogaine, which is a naturally occurring psychoactive substance found in plants in the family Apocynaceae. It is a psychedelic with dissociative properties and has been used to treat drug addictions. The psychoactivity of the root bark of the iboga tree, Tabernanthe iboga, from which ibogaine is extracted, was first discovered by the Pygmy tribes of Central Africa, who passed the knowledge to the Bwiti tribe of Gabon. French explorers, in turn, learned of it from the Bwiti tribe and brought ibogaine back to Europe in 1899-1900, where it was subsequently marketed in France as a stimulant under the trade name Lambarene. Ibogaine-containing preparations are used for medicinal and ritual purposes within the African spiritual traditions of the Bwiti, who claim to have learned it from the Pygmy peoples. Although ibogaine's anti-addictive properties were first widely promoted in 1962 by Howard Lotsof, an American scientific researcher, its Western medical use predates that by at least a century.
Ibogaine is a big deal, and particularly in this time where so many people are addicted because we have a drug cartel running our medical systems, and they love to get people addicted to things to the point where it wasn't enough that they've got people addicted to opiates. Now they're doing these long-acting opiates, which are much, like thousands of times harder to break the addiction. And no one's ever going to convince me that they don't know what they're doing. And ibogaine I've done a hell of a lot of research. I've read a number of books on it. Ibogaine's a big deal. And I think that you're going to see resistance to any kind of legal usage in this country, because all the accounts that I read, that some of the worst addictions are dealt with in short order. And it's not just the addictions, mental problems, psychological hangups, so many things. People feel like they've been handed a new lot in life after this. Again, I have no direct experience with it, but I now know a number of people who have used Ibogaine, and each of them has a similarly amazing tale to tell after the fact. As a matter of fact, from what I have read and researched, and from the people that I know, including David Avocado Wolf, who have taken it and described, I would set this aside as a different effect mentally than something like magic mushrooms, DMT. In my mind, not having any direct experience, the perception I currently have is that it stands alone and different to the point where I don't even think I would call it a psychedelic. Anyhow, that's just my point of view, but I have done one hell of a lot of research on Ibogaine, and I think it's a big deal. I think it's an important thing, particularly in these addicted times.
Now let's move on to the 20th century and discuss lysergic acid diethylamide, or LSD. LSD is a rather powerful, mind-altering hallucinogenic substance, first synthesized by the Swiss chemist Albert Hofmann. In 1929, Albert Hofmann joined the pharmaceutical chemical department of Sandoz Laboratories, which was located in the city of Basel, as a co-worker with Professor Arthur Stoll, who was the founder and director of the pharmaceutical department. He began studying the medicinal plant squill and the previously mentioned fungus ergot as part of a program to purify and synthesize active constituents for use as pharmaceuticals. His main contribution was to elucidate the chemical structure of the common nucleus of Scilla glycosides, which is an active principle of Mediterranean squill. While researching lysergic acid derivatives, Albert Hofmann first synthesized LSD on November 16, 1938. The main intention of this synthesis was to obtain a respiratory and circulatory stimulant known as an analeptic. The discovery was set aside for 5 years until April 16, 1943, when Hofmann decided to take a second look at it.
So I don't know about you, Jason, but I have always felt like the discovery and research into LSD has an underhanded connection to intelligentsia in the United States in some way. And that's just my perception. It is clear to me from all the research, particularly around Woodstock and that period of time when it was being used, or weaponized, I guess is a better way to say it, to quell the uprising of young people who didn't want a world full of war and the way their parents had shaped things. That was real. LSD was one of the drugs used to kind of put a cap on the so-called youth revolution. But the LSD, I think, clearly was studied to a level where places like the CIA knew damn well that you could expand consciousness and do other things with it. And I think there were all kinds of recipes and ways of making it, and they knew a hell of a lot. And what they did was they worked on weaponizing it. We've told the tale of how Charles Manson magically skips his, he's been thrown in jail and he skips, showing up to talk to the people that you got to go talk to when you get out of jail. He skips all that, shows up at the Bay Area up in San Francisco, gets into a little, there's a little medical place that's been set up, but it was all set up before he got there, and it was to dispatch acid out into the community, and it was related directly to Charles Manson. My point being is I think they discovered that there are absolutely consciousness expanding applications, and I think what they were mainly focused on at that time anyway was the weaponization to basically quell the uprising of young people. And it worked. Boy, did it work.
While resynthesizing LSD, Albert Hofmann accidentally absorbed a small amount of the drug and discovered its powerful effects. He described what he felt as being affected by a remarkable restlessness combined with a slight dizziness. At home, I lay down and sank into a not unpleasant, intoxicated-like condition, characterized by an extremely stimulated imagination. In a dreamlike state with eyes closed, I found the daylight to be unpleasantly glaring. I perceived an uninterrupted stream of fantastic pictures, extraordinary shapes with intense kaleidoscopic play of colors. After approximately 2 hours, this condition faded away.
So anyone who's interested in the tale that gets told about the supposed man in, I think it's Switzerland, that discovers this, his name is Albert Hofmann. Quite a bit has been written on him. You can go find books, you can go find accounts. As a matter of fact, I think even YouTube is still has accounts of Hofmann. At least that's the story we're told about LSD. I think the majority of the LSD story is connected to intelligentsia, and I think it was studied a lot because of the mind-altering effects and the consciousness expanding effects. And I think it was laying in wait to be weaponized by the time the 60s got here.
3 days later, which brings us to April 19th, 1943, Albert Hofmann intentionally ingested 250 micrograms of LSD, which he thought would represent a prudently safe small amount. In actuality, it was quite a strong dose. At first, his trip was not pleasant, as people appeared to be morphing into fantastical creatures. Office furniture moved and shifted like living entities, and he felt possessed by some sort of otherworldly forces. April 19th is now widely known as Bicycle Day, because as Hofmann began to feel LSD's effects, he attempted to ride to the safety of his home on his bicycle. This was the first intentional LSD trip in history. Hofmann's research with LSD influenced several psychiatrists, including Ronald A. Sanderson, who attempted to develop its use in psychotherapy. Sanderson's treatment at Powick Hospital in England received international acclaim. Hofmann continued to take small doses of LSD throughout his life and always hoped to find a use for it. In his memoir, he emphasized it as a sacred drug. Quote, "I see the true importance of LSD and the possibility of providing material aid to meditation aimed at the mystical experience of a deeper, comprehensive reality."
So think about what he's saying all those years ago. There it is. There's actual spiritual use here, he is saying. But isn't it interesting that April 19 is Bicycle Day, and this is related to the man who supposedly invented it, taking a little bit too much and going on a trip, trying to get home on his bicycle. Now it's Bicycle Day. So the invention of LSD is being celebrated on the calendar in some way. But one of the things I think it's important to notice is, he's talking 250 micrograms. It's a very tiny amounts that are taken for the powerful, powerful effect on the backside. But this is the thing, we say LSD and everyone has it in their mind that it's like, a chocolate chip cookie. What's in it, right? There's eggs, flour, sugar, and some chocolate. But when we say LSD, that's a catch-all. What are the specific chemicals? What are the magnitudes, of the chemicals that are put in? Are they different? I know they are. I know there's different ways to make it. I've actually talked to chemists who did make it. It's not the same. It just isn't the same. And what's crazy here is even all this way back, what is this, 1943? They're saying there's these important uses, these spiritual uses. Well, rapid forward till now, people have done studies to show for people with terminal diseases, they've used drugs like LSD, and the effects have been just astonishing. These people scared to death that they know they're dying, and they've used these substances, and it changes everything. They see a side of reality that changes everything. They're no longer afraid. They welcome that everything dies. It changes everything for them. And yet, what we see of these drugs is they're all illegal and they are all made to be scary, and the beneficial uses are never allowed to come through. You can go get books on how many people have tried to do honest clinical research with permission to use LSD for these important actual end of life and other things that have been proven to be effective, and they're cut off every time that I've read about them. They're cut off. Nope, it's illegal in this state now. Oh, sure, you can do a study, but you get 5 micrograms and you can only do this for 2 months. This kind of nonsense. It's because they're aware of the power that can be unleashed here.
When Albert Hofmann was interviewed shortly before his 100th birthday, he called LSD medicine for the soul and was frustrated by its worldwide prohibition. It was used very successfully for 10 years in psychoanalysis, he said, adding that the drug was misused by the counterculture of the 1960s and then criticized unfairly by the political establishment of the day. He conceded that it could be dangerous if misused because a relatively high dose of 500 micrograms has an extremely powerful psychoactive effect, especially if administered to a first-time user without adequate supervision.
In my view, this is part of what went on in Haight-Ashbury, and the weaponization of LSD was to defame LSD because they knew there was a power that could be used for so many beneficial things, to include expanding consciousness, by the way. It's just at every turn, powerful people who make laws and these intelligentsia places like the CIA, they always get their fingers into the pie on important things. And I think this is another of those things. And so for my money, the weaponization in the 60s was also one of the planned side effects, was to give LSD a terrible, terrible name and make it a thing that was easy to control, outlaw, and basically prevent people from taking it in beneficial directions.
In 1947, Sandoz Laboratories marketed LSD under the name Delicid as a psychiatric drug to be used for treating a wide variety of mental disorders. The Sandoz company provided researchers with free supplies of LSD. In its marketing literature, Sandoz suggested that psychiatrists take LSD to gain a better subjective understanding of the schizophrenic experience, and many did.
So let me ask a simple question here. With addiction for things like opiates and pain pills, how many doctors do you suppose have addicted people who have never taken a pain pill, or for that matter, no experience with addiction? This is 1947. There was still some common sense and still a little bit of higher mindedness within the medical community. I mean, am I alone in saying, hell yes, these people are dealing with it? They should take it. They should comprehend what the heck they're talking about. But here we are again. All these beneficial things for things like schizophrenia and other things. I've read a lot of research that has some pretty astounding claims that things like this were cured or made much, much better. And all of this, as far as I know, have been blocked. And most of it was allowed to be made criminal in our minds because of what was done with this drug to take down the counterculture of the 1960s. But what would it be like if in 1947 people were allowed, who wanted to do good things, to continue to do their studies and research, that were urged, take this so you have firsthand experience of what you're dealing with? What kind of a world will we be living in, you know?
In 1950, a former bootlegger rum runner named Al Hubbard was reading through a copy of the Hibbard Journal, a European science publication, when he stumbled across an article about a then relatively unknown chemical compound called LSD, which was slowly but steadily gaining scientific interest due to its properties as a powerful hallucinogenic. Al Hubbard was instantly fascinated by what he read and was able to track down the researcher who wrote the article and obtain some of this substance for himself. Hubbard ingested some, resulting in a profound experience in which he decided to abandon his uranium business and dedicate himself entirely to promoting the use of LSD, which he now believed to be a powerful utility for opening the human mind. He was now on a mission to spread its use. Hubbard traveled to Switzerland, where he purchased 10,000 doses of the drug from Sandoz Laboratories and began introducing LSD to a wide assortment of people from all over the world. This included such thinkers as Aldous Huxley, whom Hubbard would strike up a longtime friendship, as well as Alcoholics Anonymous founder Bill Wilson. Hubbard introduced LSD to prominent psychiatrists in Hollywood, who in turn would introduce it to many of their celebrity patients, including Cary Grant, Jack Nicholson, and Stanley Kubrick. Hubbard was known to travel with a leather satchel full of pharmaceutically pure LSD and, by all estimates, introduced more than 6,000 people to the drug, earning him the nickname the Johnny Appleseed of LSD.
Kind of sounds like there's something important about what was discovered here, doesn't there? Kind of sounds like the people, I mean, look, he's got a uranium business. That must be a good paycheck, right? So he takes LSD and something changes. Oh, I'm not doing that anymore. I'm going to switch over to this thing, which I think is consciousness and spiritually expanding. That's a hell of a jump from uranium to a spiritual mindset. And then he gets into the rich and famous. And, we've covered Huxley and others. Isn't it interesting that the founder of Alcoholics Anonymous, that's a story on its own, can be associated with LSD. My point is there are all these things in our world that could really, truly make positive differences. In my mind, LSD is one of those things. But the problem is that it's controlled by the wrong people and it's been defamed. And for my money, I wonder if those original chemical constituents that made these LSDs that we read about that had so much promise, are those even known anymore? Or is it personal information of some corporation? Who knows? The point being is that in our world, until we get to a point where research like this is fostered and urged forward, we're going to be in a tough spot, which is where we are now. And we're facing a world takeover right now. And I am currently of a mind that for us to get beyond what's happening and what's about to happen, these systems all got to come down now. They've all got to be destroyed and we've got to start clean. And that's a hell of a thing to consider. But on the other side, what if we did have medical establishments that were interested in spiritual ideas, that were interested in mind expansion, these kinds of things? This is the world that I hope for in 100 years. But we can look back and we can look at the records of things like we're reading here and see what happened. People found this thing that had all this promise. And what do we know about it now? It's been defamed, it's been legalized, and it's been weaponized. Other than that, not a lot has come of it. Although, like I said, within the last maybe 4 or 5 years, I'm aware that microdosing psilocybin is being partially allowed in certain places. I guess that's a step in the right direction.
In one of his more fortuitous encounters, Hubbard also turned Myron Stolaroff onto LSD. Stolaroff was a senior official at the Ampex Corporation, an early Silicon Valley tech company. As a result, Stolaroff himself became a huge proponent of LSD and would introduce the drug to many others in the early computer industry, including Apple co-founder Steve Jobs. It is said that a lot of early computer scientists were inspired by the use of psychedelics, thanks in large part to Al Hubbard's introduction of the drug to Stolaroff.
Makes you wonder if the LSD back in this time was the consciousness expanding recipe. Look at all these people. These are people that are stamped into our history books. We don't think of LSD in that way. LSD is a hippie drug, right? Those dirty hippies took LSD. Look what we're saying here. Silicon Valley, the movers and shakers of the 20th and 21st centuries, all taking this drug. Just saying.
Al Hubbard began referring to himself as an LSD researcher and had dreams of setting up a series of clinics in order to train other LSD researchers. In 1953, he met with Dr. Humphrey Osmond, a Canadian psychiatrist who was known for his research of hallucinogenic compounds. The two men developed a form of psychedelic therapy involving high doses of LSD and geared toward achieving a mystical or conversion experience for people seeking to overcome psychological trauma. Hubbard extended his practice of psychedelic therapy with Dr. Abraham Hoffer at the University of Saskatchewan. He would later use this therapy for helping chronic alcoholics achieve sobriety in California, though there were accusations at the time that Hubbard charged high fees for his services and was being financially exploitative. Overall, though, his therapy was held in high regard by many in the psychiatric community. By the 1960s, Hubbard was enjoying an esteemed position at the Stanford Research Institute, where he was running special LSD sessions for a government think tank. This has led to speculation that Hubbard was involved in the infamous MKUltra experiments conducted by the CIA, though this has never been proven.
So here we are again. In the same paragraph, we have the insidious idea of MKUltra. I even think there's a modern movie that portrays someone who's been MKUltra'd and doesn't even know it and is actually a weapon, finds out on accident. But the other side in this paragraph is they're helping chronic alcoholics. Is there a more difficult addiction to beat than alcoholism? It's up there, right? One of the reasons it's up there is because it's legal. It's easy to get. And this is my point. We currently live in a world that is controlled by people who are happy to have an Alcoholics Anonymous, but not so happy to have an actual therapy that would make short work of addiction, like iboga, like uses of LSD, as we're reading about here. But on the other hand, these places that don't give a damn what's legal or what's not, because they do whatever they want, they're going to use it in perverse ways for things like MKUltra. And so this is the world. This is the world where we are now. And I think, honestly, we have to assess. So many people kind of, I think, are feeling like, well, we're going to get back to normal at some point here. Well, no, we're not. No, we're not. We're coming into a new age, and all these things that we've built in these systems, they've got to come down now. And we should be actually kind of rooting for that in a way, because we need to build something better. We need to build something that gives a damn about lives. And from my point of view, what we're talking about here, LSD, mushrooms, DMT, all these things should have a place in the new medical, whatever it is, on the other side of what we're going through here. And wouldn't it be a hell of a thing if someone who was addicted was rare, because the medical community isn't trying to addict them? And if they were addicted, they walked away a day or two later, free and clear, because we have these possibilities. And the reason we do is because of the things we're talking about. And so, the truth is in our face. What's getting more playtime here? Curing addiction or MKUltra? Which one of these things is getting more play with the application of LSD, would you say?
Getting back to 1953, we will now examine Project MKUltra, or just MKUltra as it is often called, which was an illegal human experimentation program that was designed and undertaken by the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency. It is intended to develop procedures and identify drugs that could be used during interrogations to weaken people and force confessions through brainwashing and psychological torture. It began in 1953 and was officially said to be halted in 1973. This project used numerous methods to manipulate its subjects' mental states and brain functions, such as the covert administration of high doses of psychoactive drugs, most especially LSD, but other chemicals were used as well. This was done without the subject's consent, and electroshocks, hypnosis, sensory deprivation, isolation, verbal and sexual abuse, and other forms of torture were also used to achieve the desired results. There is a suggestion that these experiments were a continuation of work begun by the Axis powers during World War II. Most MKUltra records were destroyed in 1973 by order of CIA Director Richard Helms, so it has been difficult for investigators to gain a complete understanding of the more than 150 funded research subprojects sponsored by MKUltra and related CIA programs.
Here we have it. Here's the world we live in now. So they're going to admit to 2 decades. 53, 63, 73 is what they're going to admit to. What do you suppose went on there? Suppose the recipe changed? Suppose methodology changed? Suppose any of it was used in a positive light, or was all of it weaponization or perversion at some level? And by the way, he goes on to say, well, this might have been going on in World War II, but we're not sure. That rolls it back yet another decade. So that's over a generation. And so here we have the misuse of a thing that could be very, very positive. And I would be willing to bet that if, in fact, CIA director had all the records scrubbed, what they learned was not. And what can you learn over 20 or 30 years? And by the way, of that time, the middle of it is the 1960s. So they had real world laboratories, which is what the hippies and Haight-Ashbury and the Bay Area and everything that we've covered that went with it was all part of this. What do you suppose they learned? It's a hell of a world. And we are now reaping the whirlwind. This is all coming to a head right now. With probably within my lifetime, we're going to find out which way this is going for the short run.
And the last point for hour one. On May 6th, 1953, Aldous Huxley took 400 milligrams of mescaline under the supervision of Dr. Humphrey Osmond. Huxley commented, "It was without question the most extraordinary and significant experience this side of the beatific vision." The following year, he published The Doors of Perception. In the book, he described his experience with mescaline. The Doors of Perception provoked strong reactions for its evaluation of psychedelic drugs as facilitators of mystical insight with great potential benefits for science, art, and religion. While many found the argument compelling, others countered that the effects of mescaline are subjective and should not be conflated with objective religious mysticism. This book is said to be the reason behind Jim Morrison naming his band The Doors in 1965. Aldous Huxley continued to take psychedelics for the rest of his life, and the understanding he gained from them influenced his final novel, Island, that was published in 1962.
Do you know if that last novel mentioned is similar to the recent movie of the same name, Jason?
I do not, actually.
That's with, what's her name, Scarlett Johansson?
I'm not familiar, to be honest.
I'm not familiar either. I'm not aware of this novel at all. But I mean, look at what we're looking at here. Huxley actually does this. He takes mescaline, but he does it with a doctor there. He then turns around and says it was without question the most extraordinary and significant experience this side of a beatific vision. Changed his life in spiritual ways. Then he writes a book, The Doors of Perception. A lot of people are catching on to what's in this book, and then it's weaponized. Weaponized to the point where the Doors lift their name from this book. And do we need to remind everyone who the Doors were? Jim Morrison's dad was busy telling lies to start, based on a lie, the Vietnam War, the Gulf of Tonkin incident, Jim Morrison's father being an admiral or a rear admiral, I forget. So his father is on the big stage, weaponizing, starting wars, and Jim Morrison is on the small stage, weaponizing, drugging the living daylights or playing their role in this. And people get upset because they like the music. I like some of the music too, but I'm under no illusions here. If you wanted, you could go read The Doors of Perception and make your own call and see if there is reason within those pages to consider that there are significant spiritual gains to be made, or whether it's something else, what the mainstream is saying. They counter that the effects of mescaline are subjective and should not be conflated with objective religious mysticism. And I say poppycock to that. We can look at endless indigenous peoples that use mind-altering substances in spiritual ways. But unfortunately, in the part of the world where I live in, we have to change our mindset to get back to that possibility. Because what we have been raised in, most of us, is we get high in this country. And if we can get beyond that, I think there are absolutely consciousness expanding possibilities, spiritual possibilities. The one thing above all other things from my days of abusing drugs, because I was not looking at the time for spiritual upliftment. I was getting high. At least that was my mindset. It showed me that this place is alive, incontrovertibly alive. And one of the strange things is while you're having the experiences, or at least from my point of view, it's like, how is it that I never realized I can hear the color blue? It's weird. How could I have lived my whole life? And then when you're done with the experience, you remember that you heard the color blue, but now the perception is gone. It's like, oh, I must have been really high and confused. I thought I could hear the color blue. But when you're in the experience, it's real. It's as real as it's actually more real than real, I would say. And there's so much promise in so many things, but we're currently under a dark cloud. Currently, people in a death cult are running our world. And I think we're all going to find out pretty quickly that the population is in free fall. A different world is on the other side of wherever the 0 point ends up being. And that sucks because human beings don't like change, particularly change at that level. Huge change. Everything changes. But on the upside, if we pull our damn selves together, we can be key in building what comes next. We can build a better world. Anyhow, Jason, anything you want to add before we wrap up hour one?
Well, to answer your question, the answer is no. That 2005 movie does not come from that book. However, Leonardo DiCaprio appears to be looking to do an adaptation of it for television.
This is one novel that I'm not even aware of, so I'll try to go make myself a little more aware of it, because it did come from our Huxley gang in and around the circles of power, having written things that echo out into every school district in this country and continue to be assigned reading. But anyhow, I'm going to wrap up hour one of episode 531. We're going to take a short break. We're going to come back and we're going to keep going. These are fascinating topics. And my only caveat is be careful. These are powerful, powerful things. And I don't know how to describe to people who've had no experience with it anything more than this is dynamite. So don't play with lighters. If you get serious about this and you want to change your state of mind and have a spiritual experience, that is possible. But you got to do what you got to do to get there. With that, hour one is free to everybody at crow777radio.com, CRROW777radio.com. Members know to log in for the full episode. They get free access to all the forums, comments under every episode, and they also get free access to the 2-hour film called Shoot the Moon, which covers all my telescope work to include the double sun, or the sun we don't see, which is being filmed more and more. And I also suspect that is another thing that will be part of the new age. I think it is quite possible that the new era, the new age, we may have 2 suns in our sky. And that's an outlandish thing to say, but I think it's possible. With that, I'd like to wish you all a happy, healthy, and higher-minded new era. And I hope to see you logged in on the other side. There it is, man. Cheers. All right, man. Welcome to Crow 777 Radio. This is hour one of episode 675. It's me and Jason today, and we're going to take apart the DOJ, or Department of Justice. You know, you have to consider another 10 years from now, do you suppose we'll even have elections that resemble what used to happen in the past? It's hard to imagine what's going to come. But what is certain is people are waking up to so many things that it is forcing these old low vibrational systems that we've known all our life to come apart, and they will begin to disintegrate, in my view. Anyhow, welcome, Jason. You wrote the notes for this. Anything you want to add in?
Well, there's a lot that went on, a lot more than I knew about, that's for sure. This was another one of those. There's so much to put in that it's got to be a 2-parter.
I mean, the more you look at just about everything, here's an example. When you go, one of the first things I did when I got your notes is I looked up the Great Seal, you know, like the coat of arms for the DOJ, well, basically the United States. And everywhere you look it up, even on their site, it says it was either derived or related to Manessa. And that's all it says. When we get there, I'm going to break that down, because why? You know, why don't they admit what's going on here? And if you go to Wikipedia, they'll tell you that everything I'm about to cover is false, which kind of tells you there's something to it. But anyhow, let's jump in.
Well, before we do that, let's just take a moment to remember that a lot of the founding fathers were Freemasons, and they really do love their symbolism.
Right, which includes the temple. The temple that lasted for 49 years or whatever it was the time I looked it up. But let's do it.
The United States Department of Justice, the DOJ, is the federal executive department that is responsible for enforcing federal law, administering justice, and ensuring public safety. It can trace its origins directly to the nation's founding, with a formal department being established later,
with an accompanying seal and motto.
So their motto and their mission statement, which is right here, they're supposed to administer justice and ensure public safety, and they're supposed to enforce federal law. But based on what we've recently seen, they're not doing any of this. So if that's obvious to the majority of people, what can the possible future of an organization like this be when their stated motto, their stated mission statement is not being adhered to on any level?
Now, many people might wonder, why are we having a go at the DOJ? The most recent situation that should be making you have a whole lot of questions is the handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files and the numerous people who are described as having been a part of doing unspeakable things while having an association with Jeffrey, often repeatedly over the course of many years. As far as the mainstream states, convictions were secured, with Jeffrey Epstein having faced federal sex trafficking charges in 2019, in which he is officially stated as having died while in custody before the trial. Ghislaine Maxwell, his cohort, was convicted in 2021 on sex trafficking charges and is currently serving a 20-year sentence. These two remain the only major federal criminal outcomes that are tied to the entire Epstein network. As far as anything else is concerned, the official DOJ and FBI conclusion via a July 2025 memo that was reaffirmed in 2026 statements by Deputy AG Todd Blanche is that after exhaustive review, there is no client list, no creditable evidence of blackmail, and no basis to open new investigations or bring charges against uncharged third parties. Mere association, flights, or mentions in files do not constitute prosecutable evidence of federal crimes. Make of that what you will.
So there's a lot going on with the Epstein files, and I think it's more a device than it is anything else. I think it is absolutely serving the revelation of method. For those who are not aware of that, you can refer back to things like King Kill 33. You can get that on Michael Hoffman's site, revisionisthistory.org. What it basically comes down to is events are released to the public. The truth or some version of it is admitted. Time goes by, nothing is done. Then they collect your tacit permission as the public as a whole, because you've been informed of horrible things and nothing has been done against it. Here we have a department of the federal government with a mission statement that is completely ignored in any of this. Most people are reasonably sure that he is not dead, the man named. Most people are reasonably sure that the lady is not in jail. And everybody knows damn well through what they've released that there's been endless crimes to the point where there's no way you could hold a trial in 2019 and have this all worked out and the guy neatly in jail and killed in this much time. In other words, the entirety of this thing is a put up. Knowing this, how can we take seriously that it was an evidential dump to the public in some way? And what makes it worse is all of the victims are not blacked out in these documents, yet the people who we assume are guilty of doing these things are blacked out. So up is down, left is right, and here we go along. But above it all, this is revelation of method in the same way 9/11 was. Most people know 9/11 was a put up. Nothing has been done about it. Tacit permission will be collected according to how they think and operate.
So one may certainly be asking why there are no further prosecutions despite substantial evidence claims in the files. The mainstream answer is that the DOJ does not charge based on public perception, flight logs, or civil suit allegations. Federal sex trafficking cases require admissible evidence that proves knowledge and intent beyond a reasonable doubt, or at least probable cause for indictment. Much of the released material shows social and/or financial ties or victim statements that are considered hearsay, are time-barred, as in statutes of limitations, or insufficient without some sort of corroboration. Draft indictments from the 2000s named unnamed co-conspirators who were mostly employees recruiters, but those were never pursued after Jeffrey Epstein's 2008 non-prosecution agreement. As far as the Epstein files themselves are concerned, the bipartisan Epstein Files Transparency Act that was signed on November 19, 2025, the DOJ released 3.5 plus million pages, 180,000 plus images, and 2,000 plus videos by the time of January 30th, 2026. This includes flight logs, internal memos, a draft indictment that was drawn up by prosecutors in 2007 that named Epstein and several of his assistants as co-conspirators but was never pursued, diagrams of Epstein's inner circle, and communications naming dozens of prominent figures.
I mean, the only thing anyone can deduce is that this is so widespread that there are endless institutions and law enforcement places that are involved in it. But when you come out and say that there's no probable cause, that's a bit laughable. You want probable cause? All the way back to when I was young, I saw faces on milk cartons and reports of how many people go missing. There's your probable cause. We don't really need to say much more.
On September 24th, 1789, President George Washington signs the Judiciary Act of 1789, which establishes the federal judiciary and creates the office of the Attorney General. This is a part-time, one-person position with no formal department at this time. It also establishes U.S. attorneys, one per district, to prosecute federal cases, and U.S. Marshals Service, which is the oldest federal law enforcement agency. This last is for dealing with court security, fugitives, and prisoners. Edmund Jennings Randolph is sworn in as the first AG on September 26th. The AG role includes legal advice to the President and Congress, along with limited litigation. The initial salary for the position is lower than other cabinet members, with early attorney generals often maintaining their own private practices. Randolph resigns in 1794 to become Secretary of State, with successors William Bradford and Charles Lee facing the same constraints. The office remained a one-person operation with growing but uncoordinated federal legal needs, such as early land disputes and neutrality enforcement during European wars.
You know, it's getting harder and harder to address topics like this with a straight face. What's going on in the world right now is people are working to show you just how phony all of this is. These people are characters, almost all of them. And this has been a put up from the beginning. And anyone who goes back, who starts digging into things like what were the states' rights? What were the Fed right? You see the game that's been played. And I'll say a few things when we get to the seal, and I'm not going to tell you they're true, but this is admitted in an offhand way anytime you look up the Great Seal. And it is very difficult to sit here with a serious face and address anything to do with the federal government at this point.
Moving into the 1800s, workload for the AG increases with the westward expansion as there's need to deal with land claims, revenue enforcement, and Supreme Court cases. But the structure stayed static in the first few decades of the 1800s. There is still no sort of centralized control, with federal litigation being handled by U.S. attorneys in districts on a fee-based system that had AG oversight. In 1818, Congress finally authorizes a clerk for the AG office, making it the first staff member. In 1819, the AG role in congressional representation ends, which is shifted elsewhere. By the 1830s, AG opinions become more formalized, but enforcement still remains fragmented. Attorney generals like William Wirt, who was the longest serving from 1817 to 1829, as well as others, lobbied for more authority, including supervision of U.S. attorneys, but this failed. President Andrew Jackson supported the idea, but Congress did not act. In 1830, there is an unsuccessful push to make the AG full-time with no private practice allowed. However, Congress rejects the notion as they are wary of concentrating power.
All right. If we're going to address the skit, the play that is what's ruling this country right now, everyone knows who Andrew Jackson is. He's on a $20 bill. He's a character. And that's becoming well known now. Most people are still denying it, but it's beyond denial at some point. It's not just him. It is so many of them. And when we look at this with a critical eye, and Jason and I have covered, what was the date with the Constitution? Jason, do you remember the date the Constitution was swapped around and fudged up?
1871.
1871. That's quite a ways ago. And to this day, people walk around citing that they have constitutional protections. And for so long, we've overlooked what is right, obviously, in our face. And it's time we stop doing that. What I'm saying here is Andrew Jackson was an important man in this country. So important, he went on a bill on the currency. He's a character. I don't know what else I can add.
Moving into the 1840s and 1850s, the federal government is growing with new territories forming. There's the aftermath of the Mexican-American War and slavery and fugitive slave issues that lead to more litigation. At this time, legal functions are still scattered across departments. The Treasury Solicitor handles revenue, customs, and the Interior, which is created in 1849, loosely supervises U.S. attorneys' accounts funding. Other departments hire their own counsel as needed. The AG still lacks supervision over U.S. attorneys, despite there being repeated requests from AGs, as well as from Presidents Polk, the 11th president, and Pierce, the 15th.
Go ahead. They're trying to establish the DOJ here.
On February 22nd, 1849, the Act for Authenticating Certain Records authorizes an official seal for the AG office that is adopted around 1850 by AG Reverdy Johnson under President Taylor. It will be the basis for the later DOJ seal. This is considered a modest but significant step in formalizing the office's administrative identity during the pre-department era and addresses a long-standing practical gap in that there was no statutory provision for an official seal to authenticate copies of its records, documents, or certifications, which is something that was increasingly needed as federal legal work had been growing throughout the years. This corrected an omission from the Judiciary Act of 1789, which had created the AG office but made no mention of a seal. It allowed official copies of AG records to now carry legal weight through a sealed certification, similar to how other departments authenticated documents. Without this, the AG's office had been relying on ad hoc methods or lacked formal evidentiary authority for copies.
So it should be apparent by what Jason just read that seals are a big deal. They're referred to often as devices. All the kind of occulted work that we've done, you should recognize that any shape has an energy. Logos are more than just pretty pictures, but this is a seal. And they're saying things like, there's no statutory provision because we don't have an official seal to authenticate it. I mean, when you think about it, it's almost ridiculous. Does putting a seal on a document change it in any way? Well, apparently it does, because they go on to say AG records now carry legal weight through sealed certification. So I think we can agree that based on what they're putting forward, the idea of implementing a seal is a big idea.
Seals have been a thing not just for hundreds of years, but for thousands of years, going back to the ancient Roman Empire and all that. Having a seal, an official seal on a document says, this is something that we, meaning whatever body that we're referring to, are officially standing behind, so you better notice it or else.
That's right. It did give authority. And even in other cultures, like in Asia, they had a thing called a chop that they would stamp their basically miniature logo. But how many movies have you seen where the guy's wearing the ring with the family crest or something on it, all the way back to when they were supposedly writing in wax? They would seal it that way in the Roman Empire. For some reason, as we went forward in time, we quit paying attention to such things. But what we just read kind of shows you that they're almost saying everything we did before we had this seal was ad hoc and it lacked evidentiary authority. I mean, that's a pretty big statement. Then they go on to say, oh, now we've authorized this. Now this is all authoritative because we have the seal.
We could probably ask Fortune about this, but even major families, important wealthy families or royal families would have their own seal.
And not only that, a coat of arms. And many times you and I have considered going at it, but it is so complex. Almost beyond reason. And for anyone who remembers, do you remember the James Bond that was really early, Jason, with the guy that did one show?
On Her Majesty's Secret Service.
There you go. He stands in as a guy from the Royal Coat of Arms place, and he's supposed to authenticate. But those are real things, and I have books on it. And when you look at what goes into a coat of arms, it is complex beyond even really easy explanation. And all of the important families had a coat of arms. And what's weird is when I was very young, my father gave me this hand-drawn thing, which said my grandfather had it made. There was a coat of arms, which I've never seen or heard of, where there's no one royal in my family at all. Just workaday blue-collar people in the military up to my father's time. He was just a teacher. So was there a time in the early 1900s when coats of arms were common to families? I don't know. But when I saw that, I thought, well, where did this even come from? And I have no idea to this day.
The seal, which will see minor changes but remain more or less the same once the DOJ becomes an official department, is a close adaptation of the eagle and shield motif from the Great Seal of the United States, with the addition of a Latin motto. It is described as follows: circular, with Attorney General's office in gold lettering encircling the whole. Inside, there is a shield with paleways, or vertical stripes, of 13 pieces of argent, white silver, and gules, red, and are said to represent the 13 original states. It also has a chief, which is the top horizontal band that is azure, or blue. There is said to have been a heraldic error in that the stars that are visible on the shield are improperly placed on the chief, the total number of which is obscured beneath the eagle that stands on the shield. The bald eagle is shown facing the viewer's left and is rising with outstretched wings, standing on or emerging from the middle of the shield. There was no specified number of tail feathers, wing feathers, or other details, which at this time would have varied by the engraver and not fixed like in later versions. Held in the eagle's right talon is an olive branch, which is said to symbolize peace. There is no number of leaves or berries on the branch that are explicitly detailed in pre-1870 descriptions, but sources describe it as an olive branch without deviation noted, so the standard 13-13 count is the most consistent inference that matches the 1872 transfer and later formalization in 1934. Held in the eagle's left talon are a bundle of arrows, which is said to symbolize war and power. Again, originally, there was no exact number stated, but was described as being identical to the Great Seal's bundle of 13 arrows. Lastly, there is the Latin motto, Qui pro domina justitia sequitur, in a semicircle or arc below the central device, which translates to who follows for Lady Justice.
That's a pretty weird thing with you can't almost pin it down. Who follows for Lady Justice? At any rate, we're going to get into this a little bit. I don't know if people remember Trump at one point did this press thing where I noticed the eagle was looking the opposite way at the arrows in his hand, and look where we are now. It's always supposed to be looking left. And we have so forgotten about the importance of seals and things like this, coats of arms, that I'm guessing the majority of people at that press conference didn't notice that the eagle was no longer looking at the olive branch of peace, which I think typically now has 13 of everything like it always has. But here's what got me. When I started looking at this, it kept saying that it was somehow related to the seal itself, where it came from, was somehow related to or derived from Manasseh, Manasseh. Well, I knew that to be a biblical tribe of Israel, but it doesn't say that. And when you try to look at the DOJ and other places, they're not giving you anything. So I dug in. Now, I'm not here to tell you any of this is true, but I am here to tell you that if you look it up on Wikipedia, they'll tell you it's some pseudo history from some dude who made up a bunch of poppycock. But there's a whole book around this. And I looked at the book and it was heavily researched. I'll leave that where it is. Here it is. The name Manessa means to forget. That's interesting. But there's also a harder to find meaning, which means from a debt. The Great Seal of the United States is often associated with the tribe of Manessa. Well, I've never been told that. Why does it just say Manessa? But here it is in black and white. As it incorporates symbols believed to reflect the heritage and blessings of this tribe. We're talking about one of the biblical tribes and the lost tribes here. The seal features elements like an olive branch and arrows, which are linked to Manessa's historical significance. The symbol, the tribe's banner, was described in the Talmud as a black flag with an embroidered unicorn. Manessa is one of the 10 lost tribes. Well, wait a minute. None of this makes sense. You're telling me they had a black banner with a unicorn. How does that resemble or relate in any way to what we were just told? It goes on. The tribe of Manessa is one of the 12 tribes of Israel descended from Manessa, the firstborn son of Joseph. After the Assyrian invasion in 720 BCE, it became known as one of the 10 lost tribes. Here's the other thing. When you begin to dig in and find out about the tribe of Manessa, it's bizarre. It's actually half a tribe, and then it's not really recognized as a tribe, but it is just if you look at it, it's weird to say the least. Goes on to say, after the exodus from Egypt, the Israelites entered Canaan under Joshua, who allocated land to each tribe. What are we doing right now in this part of the world? The territory Manessa was unique as it was divided in two halves. There was East Manessa, which was east of the Jordan River, which include Bashan, and West Manessa, west of the Jordan, north of Ephraim. The author who wrote and claimed all this was true, his name was Herbert W. Armstrong, and he wrote of the Worldwide Church of God. It was written near 1933, of course, in a book called The United States and Great Britain in Prophecy. The claim is made that the United States was primarily descended from the tribe of Manessa after the Assyrian captivity and subsequent migrations. And lastly, sorry for the long wind here, Jason, the tribe of Manessa is one of the 12 tribes of Israel descended from the firstborn Joseph. And when you look up this information, it is a split tribe and almost like it was hidden or written out, or you just kind of have to look to see. But Jason, were you aware of anything I just read?
No, not at all.
I mean, we look at the seal and it claims some relationship to Manessa. So you think, okay, well, they must have used their coat of arms. But when you go see their banner, it's black with a unicorn. None of it makes sense, which makes me wonder how much of this has legs. That was a lot of words, but it's kind of important, isn't it? This is one of the major devices and seals of this country, and nobody seems to know this connection.
Right, which actually brings us to our next point. Because for a bit of possible occult symbolism translation for the seal, the eagle could be thought of as being a direct extension of the Great Seal of the United States conventionalized phoenix motif, which is reified by the triple 13s of the olive branch, arrows, and stripes on the shield. The phoenix is considered a powerful symbol of rebirth, renewal, and immortality across alchemy, mythology, and multiple occult traditions. In alchemical transmutation, it marks the final rubedo, or reddening, stage of the great work, which is supposed to be the creation of the philosopher's stone purification by fire. And there's more to come.
Right, and that's rubedo, the reddening. But let's ask a simple question here. We know what's going on in the world right now. There's a war that very few people are around. Of course, it's in the biblical Holy Land again. But whatever it was, 1 or 2 years ago, when Trump got up and It was all on film, by the way, and there was a side box with the seal in it where the eagle was looking at the arrows, which means war, which is obvious deviation from where it normally is. Were they telling us what they were going to do? How could it be anything else? How could you accidentally, I mean, even if you flipped the image, the eagle would look right, but he would still be looking at the olive branch, and that's not what was done. In other words, these things are important, and we've overlooked it for a long time. And if anything I just laid down is correct, that's a pretty big deal.
The number 13 with the arrows, olive leaves, and stripes is conventionally thought to refer to the original 13 colonies. However, from a more occult point of view, the number 13 is thought to represent rebellion, lawlessness, and upheaval, which leads to a controlled rebirth, symbolizing the destruction of the old order so that a new and engineered one can rise, like the phoenix rising from its ashes after being consumed by flames. This can also tie in with the tarot's 13th card, Death, which is normally interpreted not literally, but as ego death or societal collapse preceding regeneration. There are also, of course, the claims of the 13 Illuminati bloodline families.
You know, years ago when we saw something like this, we dismissed it. It was laughable. You couldn't imagine it. But now we see all of these major systems and infrastructures that we've known all our life are coming apart, they're coming down, and something's going to replace them all. It becomes much more critical to look at ideas like this. It would not surprise me in the least if the Phoenix encoding had gone into all this in the same way that now that I look back at what Trump was putting on TV to everyone out there, showing their device, looking towards war, telling people we're not going to war, coming 2 years forward, we're at war.
The olive branch in one talon and the arrows in the other can be seen as a dualistic mechanism, with the olive branch representing peace, mercy, and reconciliation, and the arrows representing destruction, enforcement, and war. This can be said to mirror the Hermetic or alchemical Latin motto, solve et coagulate, or dissolve and coagulate. This could represent the elite's tactic of orchestrating a crisis and having a resolution of their desire ready to go. You could think of it as first burning or dissolving the old order of resistance, sovereignty, and traditions through conflict, then coagulate or rebuild a new and centralized system that would be under hidden control. The eagle or phoenix could then be said to rise stronger from the engineered ashes, with the olive branch emphasizing the peace of the new imposed order, which is why the bird's head is turned to the left and towards the olive branch, with the knowledge that the end game is always this controlled peace. This peace is, of course, not any sort of genuine liberty or freedom, but submission to the regenerated system.
Spot on. We've all been initiated, and the only person I know who's completely explained this is Michael Hoffman. If you go to Michael Hoffman's site or you get his email each week, or if you're really smart and you subscribe to get his article each week, there's a little black image with text on it at the top of every one, which is the best description of what we're talking about. It basically says we've all been initiated into this alchemical process. We've been beat down. We're exhausted. We don't know which way is up. And revelation of the method is happening as we speak.
The shield, with its 13 stripes or paleways of red and white with a blue chief, could be thought of as the heraldic armor that is protecting the New World Order. The 13 stripes, which could be thought of as rebellion and or transformation, are the body of the Republic, with the blue chief representing divine or heavenly sanction, or the blue blood of the elite overseeing it all. From an alchemical perspective, red could represent base matter, fire, white is purification, rebirth, and blue, the elevated spiritual order that emerges. As can be seen, the interpretations can overlap. There are also the 3 mullets, or stars, in the annular ring of the seal. 3 has strong occult significance, of course, which could represent the 3 degrees of the Masonic Blue Lodge, the Trinity in all of its many forms, or the three Masonic pillars of the temple of wisdom, strength, and beauty. The stars could be said to invoke completion, manifestation, or the triple goddess of maiden, mother, crone, signaling that the DOJ's work is the final sealing of the elite's grandiose plans. The Rosicrucians also have their three lights of enlightenment, often referred to as the three profound Rosicrucian verities or the sacred trinity, which are light, life, and love. Since the stars were placed around the entire emblem, they can be said to bind the seal's magic, ensuring perpetual renewal under hidden control.
You killed it in your descriptions of the seal, Jason, grabbing from the mainstream, but not treading on that side as you described it. But it's right here, signaling that the DOJ's work is in the final sealing of the elite's grandiose plans. I don't think there's many people who can see right now that doubt something like this is going on. My main point, and I think our main point, is that we've really got to pay attention to detail now, and we've got to ask the basic questions. When we read the seal of this country is somehow related to something like Manessa, well, what is that? Well, I think we're starting to know, and it's a big deal, and it's all coming to a close now, and something else is about to emerge.
Finally, the Latin motto could be seen as a veiled invocation to pagan goddess worship, with several different goddesses possibly being represented, rather than neutral legal service. From this point of view, the DOJ does not see abstract justice, but follows the occult lady, which is a feminine principle of balance that the initiates of the elite use to enforce their version and ideas of order. The United States uses feminine goddess symbols in other places as well, such as frequent representation of the goddess Columbia,
which we've covered many times, and what I'll describe again is obviously a signal to people who are in the know, but it's also got occult properties to it in the same way a device or a logo would. What happens when you put something up for millions of minds to see? Mind precedes all, does it not? Columbia is the icon for Columbia Pictures. If you go back to, say, the 60s, you'll notice she's the light bearer. There's the Luciferian tie-in, and that torch is on the outside of the letter U, which is forming two upright columns, like the Masonic columns, Joaquin and Boaz. As we get closer to 9/11, the torch is moving to the left from our point of view, and at 9/11, the torch she is holding is exactly in between the two uprights, obviously signaling people who were in the know and doing what other mystical things we can only guess at. But the time for overlooking such details is behind us now.
Moving into the 1860s, the United States has to deal with the chaos of the Civil War, which causes massive disruptions for several years during and a good while after. The war breaks out in 1861, and Congress grants the Attorney General limited supervisory powers over U.S. attorneys and marshals via legislation that is steered by Senator Lyman Trumbull of Illinois. This is considered a wartime necessity and is shared initially with the Solicitor of the Treasury to coordinate federal prosecutions amid rising disloyalty cases, draft enforcement, and Confederate sympathizer trials. However, the AG still is lacking full authority or a dedicated department at this time.
Anytime they start talking about needing to change the laws and rules for wartime, you're looking at a country that's gone backwards. The eagle is supposed to be looking at the olive branches of peace. What's being described here is the exact opposite. We want to go to war, so we're going to give more power to the people who enforce our supposed laws so we can ensure that nobody gets out of line as we do the war we want to do, basically.
I actually was wondering when I was looking over all this stuff if they really wouldn't want to have that much legal stuff going on as far as enforcement, because in war, atrocities often go on both sides.
Well, there's an example of law that we can relate to that. When you join the military, you're under DOJ law. And basically what it means is you've agreed to be the property of the United States. In other words, there has to be a special set of laws where all those heinous things go on to allow it to occur. because the laws that we live in wouldn't provide for such heinous activity.
The war lasts from 1861 until 1865, and federal caseload surges dramatically for multiple reasons. There are treason sedition prosecutions, confiscation of rebel property, military commissions and habeas corpus suspensions, and enforcement of the Emancipation Proclamation and early civil rights measures. The AG's office handles opinions and some Supreme Court work, but relies on private counsel and scattered solicitors for most litigation. There is no major push for a full law department yet, as the focus is on survival and war prosecution. The Confederate government has its own parallel setup, creating its own Department of Justice in 1861, also with an AG as head, which highlights how centralized legal structures were seen as useful during the crisis, but the Union government still delays.
If you really want to know what the Civil War was about, you're probably going to have to listen to someone who's interested in one form of law or another. It was a takeover, and it wasn't just a takeover, but it was so much more about gaining controls of things and monetary systems and realm states than it was anything else. How many people have seen Gone with the Wind? Regularly voted one of the best movies. Although now when they put it on, they have to warn you that terrible things were being done, because you have to be warned now that terrible things are being done, as they do terrible things. If you pay attention to Gone with the Wind, after the war is over and the carpetbaggers come in, you can see exactly what I'm talking about. All of a sudden, people are being told, in these times, you got a $300 tax bill or you're going to lose your farm. This was a complete demolition of an old world system and replacement with controls, to be blunt about it.
Well, there's something that a lot of folks may not realize about the North and the South. The South was very wealthy before the Civil War for several obvious reasons, but once the war is over, that's gone, and it's gone forever to this day. The South, as I think most people would probably think about in today's terms, is kind of looked at as being on the poor side. But that was just not true beforehand.
Not only was it not true, they had a definite culture that you could call American. They had an etiquette, manners. They had this whole world that was a lot more higher-minded than we are now, but it can't be seen because the slave argument is what's been pumped up and pushed into the front as the cause and everything else we did there. But I'm with you, Jason. Not only was it gone, it was completely gone. And there are any number, I mean, even in the movie Gone with the Wind, you can see, I think Rhett Butler at one point says the South is done and it will never rise again, or something like that. It was erased from the board. And all of the etiquette and charm and a true American culture that might have been is lost in the slavery idea that's been pushed up and shown as the cause for the war, when there was a heck of a lot more going on, to say the very least.
And there's evidence all over the place if you look, especially where I live in Louisiana. There still are plenty of big, beautiful homes from that time period that are all over the place, showing you the direct indication just how much money was flowing down here at the time.
And pride of craftsmen, you know, we could see that all over America in the 30s. There are people now doing YouTube clips on the old stoves, you know, those enameled, very heavy old stoves. They're showing how much functionality they had and how beautifully they were built and how they'll last forever. This was a time when people took pride in their work, and that's part of what gets destroyed when culture gets destroyed. We don't have culture anymore. As I've said so many times, we like some news programs, some TV programs, we watch some movies. That's about the entirety of American culture at this point.
What about hot dogs and apple pie?
There you go. We got a phrase too.
Once the Civil War concludes in 1865, the long and difficult journey of Reconstruction begins. The federal government puts forth a lot of effort to rebuild the South, reintegrate former Confederate states, and secure rights for newly freed African Americans, who are also known as freedmen. There is explosive growth in federal legal responsibilities, but the office of the Attorney General remains a tiny and under-resourced advisory role that still has no centralized department. no direct supervision over U.S. attorneys or marshals, and no dedicated enforcement machinery. The AG's office was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of new litigation and constitutional questions, while Congress is pushing forward with landmark civil rights legislation without yet creating the tools for robust federal enforcement. On April 14, 1865, President Abraham Lincoln is assassinated, and Andrew Johnson is hastily sworn in as the 17th president on April 15th, who would go on to serve for the remainder of Lincoln's second term. Once in office, he quickly implements his own lenient Reconstruction Plan, the Proclamation of Amnesty and Reconstruction, on May 29, 1865, which allows former Confederates to form new state governments with minimal federal oversight. It also includes pardons for most ex-rebels and rapid readmission efforts.
Big, big changes, but here's the problem. I'll undermine it with a simple statement. The only thing that was assassinated was a character. That's it. There was a character assassinated. That is how deep I don't even know what to call it. Is it fraud? What is it? I don't know, but it's not what we think it is. And look at just the level of change that's coming behind all this. And there were actors on the stage helping it each step of the way.
On December 18th, 1865, the 13th Amendment, which abolishes slavery, is ratified. This ends legal chattel slavery, but creates immediate federal enforcement needs, such as preventing black codes, meaning Southern state laws that might restrict freedmen's mobility, labor, and rights, as well as addressing widespread violence against black people. The AG during this transition is James Speed of Kentucky, who was appointed in 1864 under Lincoln and would continue under Johnson until July of 1866. Speed is a modern unionist and provides legal opinions supporting Johnson's policies, such as military tribunals and pardons, but faces growing caseloads from confiscation proceedings, loyalty oaths, and early civil rights disputes. The AG office has only a minimal staff at this time, meaning a clerk or two, and relies on private counsel or departmental solicitors for most work.
This race baiting and hatred is going to go on for another 100 years beyond this. We're talking about the 1860s. In the 1960s, they're going to bring the National Guard into, where was it? Was it Little Rock, Arkansas, I think, Jason? They're going to say we're going to integrate schools. They're going to put it on the news, and they're going to ramp up the hatred and race baiting again as the governor shows up to say this, no, you can't do that. It's just all manipulation based on a horrible thing, which kind of shows you if you want to be upright, don't dip your toe in the wrong pond, because it will be leveraged to the point of destruction. And literally 100 years beyond this, on the evening news, a National Guard, a president, and a governor are going to be just inflaming the emotional hatred of this country.
This was the thing that will literally last all the way up through the 1960s. Just a set in motion, a sequence of events that it's like a cultural thing. It gets embedded, especially in the South. And I think for the most part, it's gone now, at least in most places. These things obviously linger, but this is a big deal.
I would estimate if we were talking to people of color, they might not agree with that sentiment. But here's the problem. If you want something like racism to go away, you quit talking about it and you just treat everybody like the human being they are. But that is not what happens. And this is proof positive. We're talking about the Civil War, then we're talking about the 1960s, and to some degree, the vestiges of all that hatred and damage that's been inflamed any which way you can imagine is still recessing into the culture we don't have.
On April 9th, 1866, Congress passes the Civil Rights Act of 1866 over Johnson's veto, which is the first major override in U.S. history. It is sponsored by Senator Lyman Trumbull, a Republican from Illinois, and declares all persons born in the United States, with the exception of Native Americans on tribal lands, to be citizens. They will have equal rights to make contracts, sue, own property, and enjoy full and equal benefit of all laws and proceedings for the security of person and property. It criminalizes interference with these rights and gives federal courts jurisdiction over violations. The Act will rely on U.S. District Circuit Courts for cases, but no dedicated federal mechanism exists at this time. The AG has no authority to supervise U.S. attorneys directly or to initiate broad prosecutions. Local Southern courts, who are often hostile, handle most cases, which leads to minimal enforcement. Freedmen's Borough of Courts, which are military-backed, helped to fill some gaps temporarily, but are limited.
And they're military backed. Let's cut to the chase here. The citizenship idea almost certainly goes back to Rome. But what does it actually mean? In black and white, it means you are surrendering the God-given rights you were born with for a lesser set of rights that are wrapped up in the definitions of what it means to be a citizen. And you are also surrendering to come under the authority, in this case, of military-backed courts.
All right, so that's going to bring us to the end of hour one. When we get back for hour two, we're going to get into the 14th Amendment, which is actually something that's still discussed at times today.
It's all just so, there is no solid ground right now. And this is part of the initiation that Michael Hoffman talks about. You're so discombobulated that truly up and down don't even seem like a thing you can grasp onto. And that is the point where revelation of method comes in, the destruction of old systems and the replacement with new systems. The difference now is many, many people are waking up. And why is that? Because there is no lie in nature. And the cycles of nature that we live in ensure that this happens time and time again. And so as we go into the new period, it is my point of view that this kind of stuff we're talking about, it's going to lose absolutely in the long run, because the level of consciousness and the so-called vibration will not allow for low vibrational things to exist anymore. But the real question is, how long will it take to get there? And how much damage will be done trying to get there? But with that, we're going to wrap up hour one of episode 675. Hour one is free to everybody at crow777radio.com. That is CRROW777radio.com. Members know to log in for the whole episode. They get access to all the forums, comments, to the 2-hour film called Shoot the Moon, which is quite a good film with 10 awards. They can get access to the solar stills, which people are printing, some of them up to around 50 inches. Those are views that I couldn't have hoped to have gained 20 years ago. Also, membership gets exclusive access to my solar work, which I'm praying will start any day, but the temp has to go up into the 50s or 60s before I can do that. With that, we're going to take a short break, and I'd like to wish you all a happy, healthy, and higher-minded new era. I hope to see you logged as a member for hour two. There it is, man. Cheers. All right, man. Welcome to Crow 777 Radio. This is hour one and part two of the DOJ. It is episode 676, and it's me and Jason. Welcome aboard, Jason.
Oh, and a very warm and lovely good morning.
Yeah, we went straight from we need heat to we need air conditioning, and I have not been able to break out the scope yet. And with a 10-day forecast, there's one possible day I might be able to shoot. It's really kind of frustrating at this point.
Well, spring has sprung, apparently.
I wish it would spring the rest of the way for me. But anyhow, we're going to pick up on part two of the DOJ. We're going to come in the 40s, and I guess it's you.
Yep, the big thing here is we're getting into World War II, and boy, did things change from what they had been in the United States.
Maybe we should preface this whole episode with everything you know is wrong, and dogs flew spaceships.
On June 28th, 1940, the Alien Registration Act of 1940 is enacted. It is a major piece of pre-World War II legislation that expands the DOJ's role in immigration enforcement and national security. It is also known as the Smith Act after its chief sponsor, Representative Howard W. Smith, a Democrat from Virginia. The act has two primary components. One, a broad alien registration and fingerprinting requirement, and two,
anti-sedition provisions criminalizing advocacy of overthrowing the government by force or violence. This law will directly support the 1940 transfer of the Immigration and Naturalization Service, the INS, to the DOJ, giving the department practical tools for tracking and controlling non-citizens or aliens amid fears of espionage, sabotage, and fifth column activities as war is raging in Europe. It is now required of all aliens, age 14 and older, who had been in the United States for 30 days or longer, to register with the federal government and be fingerprinted. The process involves filling out a detailed questionnaire, Form AR2, with 15 questions covering name, birth date and place, entry date and place into the United States, intended activities, length of stay, criminal record, organizational memberships, military service, and attempts at naturalization. Registrants receive an alien registration receipt card as proof, and each is assigned an alien registration number. Address changes must be reported promptly. Over 5.6 million non-citizens are registered and fingerprinted, with some sources citing around 4.7 to 4.9 million by early 1941, with totals reaching higher by 1944. This creates one of the largest civilian data collection efforts in U.S. history at the time. The DOJ and FBI will utilize this information immediately after the events of Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941.
You know, in many ways, Jason, the DOJ is a perfect representation of the slow creep towards Big Brother. It starts out as one department. They start shifting into the DOJ. And as we covered in the last episode, they keep throwing components on. Here they are prepping up for war. But in many ways, what you just outlined here is like the seed planting for the Big Brother that's going to come around later. I mean, we're talking about millions of people here. And of course, there's fingerprints on it. What form questionnaire are they asked to fill out? Well, it's AR2. That's a 9/11 encode, almost verbatim. The fun never ends.
I have mixed feelings about that. Yes, you absolutely see a Big Brother kind of thing happening, but at the same time, when you're involved in a war of this scale against people who are absolutely going to do what they can against you, you can't really blame them either.
You know, at this point, there's some truth to that. I mean, I don't think it can be denied, but I have a very difficult time viewing the world wars as someone got out of hand, now we got to react. It's much more than that. And when we look at what you're outlining here, I view it as chess pieces moving on the board. And I guess the question could be asked, did something come up and they're taking advantage, or are they executing a plan? And on a lot of these things, I lean towards executing a plan.
Well, all I can say is Switzerland was left alone, despite the fact that Hitler took everything else around him.
Right. And we can march in there today to find masters of the universe here and there.
After the Pearl Harbor attack, the transfer of power is perceived as critical for the new war efforts. President Roosevelt issues presidential proclamations 2525, 2526, and 2527 that designate German, Italian, and Japanese nationals as enemy aliens. The DOJ, via INS and FBI, leads the Enemy Alien Control Program, which results in the immediate arrest of thousands of suspected dangerous enemy aliens that utilize pre-compiled lists. Hearings are before alien enemy hearing boards and are often done without full due process, attorneys, or access to evidence. The enemy aliens are brought to internment camps in DOJ INS-run camps, some examples of which are at Fort Missoula in Montana, Fort Lincoln in North Dakota, Santa Fe in New Mexico, and Crystal City in Texas. By the end of the war, over 31,000 enemy aliens and families were interned, comprising of roughly 10,900 plus Germans, 3,200 plus Italians, and 16,800 plus Japanese. The INS constructed and operated the internment facilities, with Border Patrol staffing many of the camps. Some facilities also held deportees from Latin America for potential hostage exchanges. While the transfer enabled targeted enemy alien controls,
Executive Order 9066 in February of 1942 authorizes the military-led mass removal and incarceration of Japanese Americans, both citizens and non-citizens, from the West Coast under the War Relocation Authority. The DOJ and INS handled the initial arrests and some of the internment camps, but the larger civilian exclusion is a military operation.
All right, I'm not going to pull punches here. This is the planting of the ideas that we live with today, where human beings do not matter above all other things. Don't you know there's a war on? We can treat these people like that. They're not even American citizens. We'll just throw them in a cage like they're cattle. And what is the executive order we're talking about here? It's a 666 in code. What more do you need to know? The problem is when you say a thing like that to your average person, they're going to look at you cross-eyed like, well, what the heck are you talking about? You're just making things up. But in fact, I'm not. You can go back through so much of this and catch the intent simply by the way things were named or how they were numbered. But here is a big departure from the way human beings were treating each other early 1900s, end of the 1800s. They're going to get treated like cattle, and the slow creep begins. To me, this is absolutely the first footprints on the ground towards the big brother idea. And they're using war as the reason for having done it.
Well, as we were discussing before we started recording, George Carlin had the best comment I've ever heard about this, that the only rights these people had were right this way.
There it is. He had many things to say that hit right down the middle. When we examine the world today and we read what we just read, it's not even shocking to most people, and it should be. It should be absolutely shocking. If you go back and look at what was said to the Japanese people that were yanked out of San Francisco and ported out to the desert, it's shocking. And at the same time, they're going to turn around during the war and they're going to point at other camps, internment and concentration camps, and they're going to scream foul from the top of their lungs, while they're doing a version of it in the home of the free and the brave, as it was known back then.
The most famous comment I've ever heard about this was from George Takei of Star Trek fame, who played Mr. Sulu. He was a young boy and spent time in these camps.
Absolutely shameful. And this is what, in my view, we're doing right now. We're going to go through hell-bent chaos because it has to. The bridge too far has to be built so that nobody misses the point that this is unacceptable. And the world we're going into, in my view, is going to drift away from service to self, which is what we're reading, the era of service to self, to service to others. And in an era like that, people don't get treated like cattle. In an era like that, people go, or human beings, maybe I should say, or maybe I should even say life in general, goes to the top, the reason for being, the most important thing. And this is what we're watching and what we're reading now, the manipulation and creep away from the idea that people matter because there's a war on.
May 19th, 1942 sees the creation of the War Division to consolidate war-related activities for greater efficiency and coordination as the U.S. fully mobilizes after the Pearl Harbor attack. The division will handle planning, policy, and administrative oversight, rather than day-to-day investigations or prosecutions, which will remain with the FBI, U.S. attorneys, or other divisions. Its chief predecessor was the Special Defense Unit, which was originally the Neutrality Laws Unit that had been created in April of 1940 in the Office of the Attorney General. This unit is redesignated and folded into the new War Division. Once established, the War Division consists of three parts. The first is the Special War Policies Unit, which directs and coordinates broader DOJ wartime policies. It handles planning, liaison with other agencies, and oversight of policies that affect civil liberties, security, and war-related legal matters. The second is the Alien Enemy Control Unit, which oversees the implementation of the Alien Enemy Control Program, which we just discussed in the previous point. The third is the Alien Property Unit, which manages the seizure, custodianship, and administration of property that is owned by enemy aliens
or enemy nationals. This involves vesting or taking legal title of assets, businesses, and patents to prevent them from benefiting the Axis powers. Shortly after creation, the division adds the War Frauds Unit, which originated as the economic section of the Antitrust Division. This unit focuses on investigating and supporting prosecutions of fraud in war production and procurement contracts, such as defective supplies, overcharging, and kickbacks. On August 28, 1943, a major internal reorganization transfers the War Frauds Unit to the Criminal Division for better integration with prosecutorial functions. The Special War Policies Unit continues within the War Division. The division operates with a relatively small headquarters staff in Washington, D.C., while coordinating with field offices, the FBI, INS, and military agencies. All of this is abolished on December 28, 1945, which is shortly after the end of World War II.
All right, there it is. But was it? Was it abolished? Or what had just happened put a path in the road, cut a trail that was not there previously? What you see going on here is the idea that, don't you know there's a war on, and now your civil rights are not what they were because now there's a war on. So we're going to do things like get broader wartime policies, I guess they're calling them at this point, and we're going to affect civil liberties here and other things. War, there's certain things that get done by governments that open up the door for massive changes, and war is one of the biggest. And you've got to realize we're talking about World War II here. It's the last time we declared war. I mean, how long ago was it that you brought that? I think we were doing Vietnam or something, Jason, the first time you brought that up.
I've brought that up a whole bunch of times because in my mind, that's extremely important. Only Congress can declare war. But how many conflicts, or whatever you want to call them, have taken place since the end of World War II?
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. There it is. Only Congress can declare war. Well, guess what? We're going to quit declaring war because that's a hassle. What did our president just do recently? Did he go to Congress and say, I want to go blow the hell out of something? No, he didn't declare war. They just do it. This is what I'm talking about. A new path was beaten where a path didn't exist before, and they can return to that path, or they can camouflage that path. Maybe it never went away and they just told us it went away. Maybe it did go away, but they know where it is now. They're changing all kinds of things to include the way we view what should be allowable during war. One thing is for sure that rights go away during war. During World War I, the world changed in a way that I don't even think we can easily describe to the world at large now. World War II, of all the things that happened, the technology and the reach of the military machine was increased by Lord knows. Very few places left in the war that they can't get people and equipment. The equipment that has to go there has been improved during the process. It's a cold place. Well, we figured out how to deal with that. Our machines can deal with the cold now. Well, it's an island that we can't reach because we can't put enough gas in a plane. Well, we worked that out now. We can get to that island. So World War II is a massive deal on so many fronts, but under it all is the slow creep towards Big Brother, where we exist now.
Well, as I said in part one, World War I took out the world, especially in the Western world as it used to be. And World War II set pretty much in stone the world that we have now, because I'm very much of the mind that World War II set in place the military-industrial complex to grow into the monstrosity that it is today.
You know, think about the relationships too, right, Jason? When there's a war like that, you basically knocking on someone's door and saying, are you with me or against me? And if you're against me, there's going to be a problem. Or for that matter, examine Japan. I mean, we're literally putting out cartoons that dehumanize them, calling them Japs. And what is it? I think it's less than 20 years after World War II. We're best friends, and they're making everything.
With the war having been won, there is rapid demobilization of the entire U.S. government apparatus. Temporary wartime structures are dismantled quickly, mirroring the massive military drawdown, with the U.S. Army shrinking from about 8 million in 1945 to under 700,000 by mid-1947. However, there is the very serious matter of international war crimes prosecutions to be dealt with. While the DOJ as an institution is not the lead agency for the major international trials, it will provide significant legal support and personnel. For the International Military Tribunal, the IMT, at Nuremberg, which lasts from November 1945 until October 1946, U.S. Supreme Court Justice Robert H. Jackson serves as chief U.S. prosecutor. Several DOJ lawyers and staff assist in preparing the case against major Nazi leaders. From 1946 to 1949, there are subsequent Nuremberg proceedings, with the U.S. conducting 12 additional military tribunals in Nuremberg that targets lower-level Nazis, including the Justice Case, or prosecuting German jurists and lawyers for perverting the legal system, doctors' trial, industrialists' trials, and others. The Office of Chief of Counsel for War Crimes, operating under the U.S. military government in Germany, handles these cases. DOJ personnel contribute expertise, though the tribunals are technically military rather than civilian DOJ operations. Tokyo and other Pacific war crimes trials also draw on U.S. legal resources, with some DOJ involvement in supporting roles. Domestically, the DOJ continues denaturalization and deportation proceedings against individuals who are linked to Axis activities or war crimes.
You know what's interesting about this, Jason? I thought of it as you were reading this. There are plenty of occasions where American captives were treated just horribly by Japanese holding them captive. And I do not recall, I could be wrong here, but I do not recall the same level of media speculation and focus on anything like that in Japan. On the other hand, we all know what went on with Germany. I mean, in many ways, is this how America becomes world police, what we're looking at here? But to this day, it is still very difficult to talk about World War II, Nazis, and everything the Nazis were accused of. Where I'm sitting, I'll ask a question that most people are not ready to hear. And that question is, how many of those Germans sitting in those tribunals were characters? And people are going to give me funny looks for that, but I'm serious. How many of them were characters? That is the level of chicanery that I look for when we cover things like this.
But I think a lot bigger question is how many Nazis never went to trial.
Yeah, that's another good point. Or became Americans.
Well, yeah, and they were brought over, and all through the United States government had major positions of power.
Yeah, not just come to America, but be the first guy running things like NASA. Well, wait a minute. We know how phony baloney NASA is, and a Nazi came over to. So how many characters were there? I think it's a very valid question. And I would further speculate that we are entering a time when things like that are going to become known before too much more time goes by.
Starting in 1946, the DOJ begins its pivot away from wartime activities to the now emerging Cold War priorities. This includes dealing with internal security threats that are posed by Soviet communism and domestic subversion. This transition occurs amid rising U.S.-Soviet tensions concerning events like the Iron Curtain and the Truman Doctrine in 1947, which is a speech made by President Truman to a joint session of Congress, marking a fundamental shift in American foreign policy to take an active leadership role in containing the spread of communism. There's also the Berlin blockade in 1948 and 1949, espionage revelations, and domestic political pressure to demonstrate toughness on communism. In 1945 and 1946, FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover directs agents to intensify surveillance of the Communist Party USA. In July of 1945, Hoover had ordered the compilation of a massive 1,850-page report on CPUSA activities, which was delivered in 1946. This report laid the groundwork for viewing the party as a conspiratorial organization that is tied to Soviet interests. The FBI expands its domestic intelligence operations, building on wartime structures, but now focused almost exclusively on communist and leftist groups. Hoover's public warnings about red fascism frames communism as an existential threat to the American way of life.
And the hits just keep coming. Hey, guys, the war's ended. We really need to be able to do all the things we want to do. Let's make up a new, can you imagine be at the branding table? What can we call it? People are pretty burned out on war and battles. I got it. The Cold War. We'll call it the Cold War. This whole thing about communism was another thing put forward that got people to treat one another horribly at whatever level their supposed existential threat was. But again, it's hard to swallow. Where, if we're so anti-communism as was portrayed back then, what are we doing here now? It's almost like we're being pushed in some kind of weird form of technical communism or something. It's all very bizarre, and it all appears, as I look backwards now, as one ploy after another to advance an agenda. What agenda? Well, look around, folks. Do you recognize the world outside your window today? Look around.
Well, as we've discussed multiple times in previous episodes, Dr. John Coleman stated outright in his books that socialism and communism was going to be introduced into this country through the left side of politics to take it down from the inside. And when you look at it from that context and where we were from the 1950s onwards, I don't think that the way certain people like Senator Joe McCarthy, for instance, saw things was wrong. We just didn't know things then as we know them now. And we're at a point now where things are kind of out of control.
I mean, whichever way you frame, you're right. Look at what Coleman did. But when you look at things like McCarthy, what I tend to focus on is the things that were touted, like Hollywood treating one another terribly. Who dropped names? If you dropped a name, you basically did someone in. It's the normalization of getting people to do things and treat each other in a way that was previously unacceptable, whatever the case may be. Even if there's a legitimate reason somewhere in there that you can find, society is being changed by the constant coverage of these things. And consider this, back in the 1800s, what would have been the average view of war by people in that era compared to now up in the coming in on the 50s, what would have been the view by an average person of war then? And now compare it to how we view war now. How I view war now is it never ends. And what we're seeing here is we came off the supposed entire world at war, and all of a sudden now we're in a Cold War, and that's going to go for decades. I mean, that was all you heard. I don't know, Jason. For me, I think I remember constantly hearing the Cold War up at least through the 80s into the early 90s.
Right. That is absolutely spot on. And as far as the wars that never end, that is because we now have a military-industrial complex that is a beast that must always be fed.
Right. And when we cover things like this, like the planting of seeds, we're coming from an era where there's rules here. Congress does this. Well, Congress declares war. We don't declare war anymore. And how come we can do that? Because everyone let us. Because we did the slow creep. We did Lord knows how many events to tie up their minds while we did this. And after we've done it for this period of time, it becomes normalized. The old Overton window is constantly moving to the right. And we can really identify the effect of that from where we're perched now.
On March 21st, 1947, President Truman issues Executive Order 9835, establishing the Federal Employee Loyalty Program. This is a sweeping initiative to screen all current and prospective federal employees for loyalty. The program requires loyalty boards in every federal agency. The Attorney General's office compiles and maintains the Attorney General's list of subversive organizations, which are lists of groups that are deemed, quote, totalitarian, fascist, communist, or subversive. Investigations rely heavily on FBI background checks. Membership in or sympathetic association with listed organizations could trigger a review, even without evidence of illegal acts. Grounds for disqualification include past involvement in protests, labor strikes, or associations that raise questions about loyalty. Truman initially resisted a broad program out of civil liberties concerns, but relented amid Republican gains in the 1946 midterms and fears of communist infiltration. The program will affect millions of federal workers and set a precedent for loyalty oaths and security clearances that will expand in the 1950s.
If I want to look at this with a clear view, I would ask a simple question like, if people might not want to be loyal to you, is the problem with them or is the problem with you? If you're doing this across Lord knows how many people, but here we are back to that old mob idea, Jason. Don't give it a name, Vinny. Well, here we go. We're going to give it a name. We're going to have totalitarianisms, fascists, communism. We're going to give it a name and beat that name into the head of every person looking, and look what we're going to get away with when we put these scary ideas with names forward. And the further we get into the era we're heading, as we look back, it's almost hard to imagine some of the things that have happened and everybody knew they were happening, but it seemed okay at the time.
Well, to be fair, you can't really blame them after the massive conflict that they just fought.
Exactly. And I've said this so many times. People come up and say, Crow, you claimed your grandparents were called the greatest generation. Well, why did they allow all this to happen? And I explain it every time. They were the greatest generation, comparatively speaking, what that's supposed to mean, how they treated each other, how they lived, the things they did, how they worked, how they created things. But here's the deal. They went into World War II and they lost loved ones, and they came back without arms and legs or brothers or whatever the case may be. And they were told that if we don't win this, we're all going to be goose stepping under Nazis. And when they did win, they were told, you are the white knight of the entire universe. You saved the world. That's what they were told. They were proud of this country going into it. When they came out of it, they were more than proud. They were so happy to have done what they did. And what they were told made it even more so. And here's the rub. They had no suspicion that they shouldn't be trusting the people in charge. It's quite the opposite based on what had just occurred.
In July of 1948, the DOJ indicts 12 top leaders of the CPUSA National Board, including Eugene Dennis, the party's general secretary. The indictment charges a conspiracy that dates back to at least 1945. The landmark trial, United States versus Dennis, begins in New York in 1949. Prosecutors argue that the CPUSA's Marxist-Leninist ideology and organizational structure constitutes a clear and present danger, especially given Soviet actions abroad. All 11 defendants who stood trial are convicted on October 14, 1949. One of the accused, William Z. Foster, is severed and is handled in a separate case due to serious heart illness, and would later be found not guilty as the others, and would actually continue to be the public face and national chairman of the CPUSA during the height of the Red Scare and McCarthyism, although his health concerns continued to be a serious issue until his death in 1961 at the age of 80 after traveling to the Soviet Union for medical treatment. The convictions of his fellow travelers, however, are upheld by the Supreme Court in Dennis versus the United States in 1951, which applies a modified, clear and present danger test. These prosecutions aimed to decapitate the CPUSA leadership and render the party ineffective. These will be followed by additional Smith Act cases in the 1950s in California, Seattle, and elsewhere, though later Supreme Court rulings, notably Yates versus United States in 1957, will narrow the law to require advocacy of concrete illegal action rather than abstract doctrine.
Abstract doctrine. No, there's got to be some facts around here somewhere. There's got to be an actual point. The irony where we sit now should be lost on nobody. Problem is, a lot of people aren't old enough to recall the whole Cold War, communism is bad thing. But basically, at the base of it, communism is one of the worst things in the world, and you should be so happy that you're a free American. You have freedom. You know what those poor communists over there would do just to listen to a Beatles album? Okay, that's what we were told, or some some semblance of that idea. The very same American government that pushed that agenda has consistently stripped rights from its own citizenry nonstop ever since, just to make the point.
By 1949, the DOJ is fully reoriented, with the Civil Rights Section continuing its slow work on domestic rights, while national security becomes a dominant focus amid the Soviet atomic test in 1949 and the rise of McCarthyism as we move into the 1950s. On May 17, 1954, the Supreme Court decides Brown versus Board of Education, declaring that segregated public schools are unconstitutional. The DOJ, now under President Dwight D. Eisenhower, had filed an amicus brief supporting desegregation, marking increased federal involvement in civil rights. On September 9, 1957, President Eisenhower signs the Civil Rights Act of 1957, which is the first major civil rights law since the Reconstruction era, which focuses on voting rights protections. On December 9, 1957, Attorney General William P. Rogers establishes the Civil Rights Division, elevating the earlier Civil Rights Section. This gives the DOJ dedicated prosecutorial tools for civil rights violations, though early enforcement remains cautious.
Well, there's a sad truth to be recognized here. I don't know at what point of my adulthood I began to recognize what it means to be a citizen and what civil rights actually are, but I can define that pretty easily right now. You're born with God-given rights. When you become a citizen, you give away your God-given rights and you get lesser rights so that you can do things and use things and go places. That's a fact, regardless of how anyone feels. You can take that deal all day long because we have free will, but that's the way I view it. If we back up a little bit, we can see that now they're starting to take the communist idea. They're going to mix in the race card, which never fails to get a rise out of the masses. But under all this, we've been talking about another new thing that's been brought into the world, that's nukes. Well, I've stated for many years now, nukes do not exist as described. If I am correct in what I just said, what does that tell you about nearly everything we are talking about, from the DOJ to the World War and everything around it? Because if I am right, that means everyone was in on it. If America claimed they had nukes they didn't have, don't you think that Russia might say you don't have nukes? Just saying.
Moving into the 1960s, President John F. Kennedy appoints his brother, Robert F. Kennedy, as the Attorney General. He is initially seen as being more focused on organized crime, but becomes deeply involved in civil rights enforcement. In 1961 and 1962, the DOJ is involved in the Freedom Rides, which protect interstate travelers against violence, as well as the integration of the University of Mississippi, Ole Miss, in 1962, where federal marshals and troops are deployed amid riots. In 1963, the DOJ supports the March on Washington and pushes for comprehensive civil rights legislation. RFK plays a key role in convincing President Kennedy to propose what will become the Civil Rights Act of 1964. The department also files numerous voting rights and school desegregation suits, often facing resistance from southern states.
It is very difficult to look at what's actually going on when the horrible things that are going on around the idea of civil rights are being blasted at you through the news and through the papers. These are characters, these two brothers on the world stage. They're the first Catholics that are ever going to come along. That's all I'm going to say about it. If you want to take the time to try to verify or not verify what I just said, I would urge you to do so. But what's going on here is there is a manipulation at levels that defy being described. It is almost like maybe there were parts of World War II when the military might was actually testing the entire world to see, could we just put on our steel-toed boots and take everything and control it? And I think they found out they can't, because when you do that, people get upset. So then the whole thing shifted to, we're going to get them to accept what we're doing. Not only are we going to get them to accept what we're doing, we're going to get them to go along and ask for what we're doing. And you may ask the question, what are they doing? Look around the world right now. There's a world takeover coming. There are things called 15-minute cities where every supposed civil right you ever had is off the table. You live here, you don't leave here. If you use too much energy, that's a problem. Everything's a problem. By the way, we got cameras everywhere and they ID you instantly. How can we ever forget that and not compare it back to all the things that have led here?
On July 2nd, 1964, President Lyndon B. Johnson signs the Civil Rights Act of 1964. This sweeping law bans discrimination in public accommodations, employment, and schools, and authorizes the Attorney General to file suits to enforce desegregation. The DOJ's Civil Rights Division becomes the primary enforcer. On August 6, 1965, President Johnson signs the Voting Rights Act of 1965. This outlaws discriminatory voting practices such as literacy tests and introduces the pre-clearance formula, which requires DOJ approval for changes to voting laws in jurisdictions with histories of discrimination. This gives the Civil Rights Division powerful new tools to protect Black voting rights. On April 11, 1968, President Johnson signs the Civil Rights Act of 1968, the Fair Housing Act, which prohibits discrimination in housing sales and rentals. This comes days after Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination and amid urban unrest. DOJ enforcement intensifies at this time as the Civil Rights Division pursues school desegregation cases nationwide, voting rights litigation, and police brutality investigations. Federal marshals and FBI support are frequently deployed during the various protests and riots.
The race card never fails to pay dividends when they want to move pieces and expand their authority. Do you recall that corporations made many runs in this country and were turned down many times, being told, no, you cannot form a corporation. How does that benefit men and women? Finally, one of the stories we're told about the onset of corporations is they said, we want to form a corporation to protect minorities. I believe it was Black people. And they finally got their way. But within the first year of those corporations, it is documented that there were more of them that looked like corporations we recognize than were protecting anyone's rights. And do I need to point out to anyone that it is not governments that run this world right now? It is two things. It is corporations that control everything from the wealth to the products wealth can buy and the military machine. There was a time when they said, no, those corporations are not benefiting us. They played the race card. They got their corporation. Now who's doing what we see going on? Corporations are a major cause of what we see.
Oh, I think you left out a major power player there, and that's the Vatican.
Well, there's always the Vatican, but they hide so well, Jason.
The late 1960s and into the 1970s sees a significant broadening of the Department of Justice's Civil Rights Division mandate. While the division's early focus, post-1957, had centered on racial desegregation and voting rights for African Americans in the South, the landmark Civil Rights Act of 1964 and subsequent laws enabled it to address discrimination on additional grounds that included sex, national origin, and issues affecting Native American and Hispanic Latino communities. This evolution comes amid the era's expanding social movements, such as with women's rights, the Chicano movement, and Red Power, Indian self-determination. The DOJ has a growing role as the federal government's primary enforcer of equality laws. Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 explicitly prohibited employment discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission was created as the primary administrative enforcer for private sector Title VII claims. But the DOJ's Civil Rights Division
Specifically, its employment litigation section had the authority to bring pattern or practice lawsuits against employers, which included state and local governments who were showing systemic discrimination.
This is all a bit laughable if we use logic. For one thing, one of the major side effects of all this is they're expanding their authority to control people. But let me ask you, is race relations and gender relations as bad as it has ever been in my lifetime? Maybe part of that, not quite from the 60s, but as a general rule, this accomplished nothing. This supposed we're going to enforce race, color, all these other things. If you go outside right now, the problems that existed then pretty much exist now, maybe in slightly different forms, and gender has rose much higher than it used to be.
I would suggest that things chilled out, especially in the 80s and 90s and even the early 2000s. And it wasn't until one particular president took charge that that pot got stirred massively again, to the point where things were actually becoming a problem. And today it is a problem again because of the things that were put into place. But for the longest time, I don't think most people cared, with a few exceptions, of course.
I imagine it's almost like a science for the powers that be now. When they want to expand their power or get something or move chess pieces, they know without a doubt how to implement the race card, how to present it, and what they're going to get while that's going on. And that's just one of the many cards they can play. As we have recently seen, gender can rise almost to the same level, maybe to the same level.
In the late 1960s, the DOJ had grown rapidly due to the explosion of civil rights enforcement, rising crime rates, urban unrest, Vietnam War-related cases, and new regulatory responsibilities, leading the department to need stronger day-to-day operational management. The existing Deputy Attorney General role, originally created on May 24, 1950, is elevated in prominence and workload, and supporting structures are expanded or formalized to help the Attorney General manage the increasingly complex bureaucracy. The Deputy Attorney General now functions as the second-ranking official and de facto Chief Operating Officer of the DOJ. Responsibilities include overseeing the day-to-day operations of most components, supervising the 93-plus U.S. attorneys, and later the Executive Office for U.S. Attorneys, handling a wide range of legal, policy, and administrative decisions that do not require the personal attention of the Attorney General, and acting as the Attorney General in the AG's absence or disability. By the mid to late 1960s, the sheer volume of work, especially the surge in Civil Rights Division litigation, FBI expansion, and new federal programs, had made a deputy-level office essential for coordination. The Office of the Deputy Attorney General, as a formalized supporting structure, gains greater visibility and staffing during this period to manage the department's growth.
Boy, I hope I'm remembering this correctly, Jason. Correct me if I'm wrong. It looks like they're coming full circle. When I was doing the work on the seal that's all lied about and has its tentacles going to places you've never heard of, wasn't it the Attorney General that the seal came from to the DOJ, or did I misremember that?
No, that sounds right.
Yeah, so they've come full circle here. The Attorney General gives up all this power so the DOJ can be formed, or they shift all this power. Maybe that's a better way to say it. And now they're going back to add a Deputy Attorney General. This is full circle. They must be pleased. Their plans succeed admirably.
Well, as we've seen pretty much forever, the government never shrinks. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
We're from the government and we're here to help you. The check's in the mail.
By the 1970s, the Civil Rights Division is reorganizing and adds sections to handle the considerably wider caseload. The DOJ balances aggressive enforcement with political realities, such as the slower pace under President Richard M. Nixon's administration compared to the Kennedy and Johnson years. This period establishes the Civil Rights Division as a versatile enforcer of multiple protected classes, which moves it toward the comprehensive role that it plays today, which includes disability rights, which will emerge later.
You know, it's interesting at the end of the 60s is really a change point where America's not really going to resemble very quickly what it once did to the early 60s and into the 50s and back through the 40s. And one of the things that always stands out is when I was young, there was this idea that the first televised presidential skirmish was between Kennedy and Nixon, and that Nixon lost it. But the reason is what makes this such a different world. It wasn't because his policy or his idea or his politics mattered at all. It was because he was on camera, Kennedy was handsome, and he sweated. And that shows the major shift and power and control that is being exerted when you can get away with that kind of nonsense when you're talking about the supposed highest office in the country. And of course, later on in the 80s, they'll follow that up with actually taking an actor that everybody knows out of Hollywood and giving him this top spot. Nobody seeming to wake up enough to ask, well, wait a minute, is he acting or is he being a president right now?
After being the governor of California, mind you.
Well, that's the way it happens. I mean, Arnold's doing it, right? Will they change the rules so he can have a run?
On June 17th, 1972, the Watergate scandal begins when 5 men linked to President Richard Nixon's re-election campaign are arrested while breaking into and planting listening devices at the Democratic National Committee headquarters in the Watergate complex in Washington, D.C. Initial investigations by the FBI, U.S. attorneys, and the DOJ reveal connections to the White House and Nixon's inner circle, which includes aides like H.R. Haldeman, John Ehrlichman, and John Mitchell, who had served as Attorney General from 1969 to 1972. As evidence mounts of a cover-up, which includes hush money payments, destruction of evidence, and perjury, the DOJ is facing accusations that senior officials had obstructed justice to protect the president. In May of 1973, amid growing pressure, Attorney General Elliot Richardson, who was appointed by Nixon, appoints Harvard law professor Archibald Cox as a special prosecutor with a promise of independence to investigate the break-in and any related White House misconduct. Cox's team quickly seeks access to Nixon's secret Oval Office tape recordings, which are believed to contain direct evidence of the cover-up.
This is a major change point. This is going to go on, this Watergate thing, till like 1980. It's just going to keep coming back in one form or another, and it's going to dominate news cycles and almost everything else. But at this point, there is a major shift in how people in this country think about their government. This is one of the first moves of the Overton window to make the top seat in this country, we are told, dishonorable, and that's the way it's going to stay. This is where you no longer look at the president with respect like the character Kennedy and, compare him to the King Arthur. He's Camelot of America, that honor, that, lofty office. It's the exact opposite. The Simpsons moved into the Oval Office and they're never moving out. But that does bring us to the break point for hour one. You want to add anything in, Jason?
Well, I would say that Watergate was part of a 1-2 punch to really change Americans' perception of their country. The first one being the very long and drawn out Vietnam conflict, followed up with a complete change of viewpoint on the office of the president, which was, for the most part, very respected before this.
It was. And there's going to be things that follow: presidents without elections, top people who are 1 or 2 seats away from taking the presidency in emergency that don't even know what the progression is. It's literally the Simpsons have moved into the White House. But that does bring us to the top of hour one for episode 676. Hour one is free to everybody at pro777radio.com. Members know to log in for the full episode. Members get access to all the forums and comments sections. They get access to the 2-hour film called Shoot the Moon. Very good film, good for the entire family. No bad language, as is usual here. And also, members get exclusive access to my solar work, which should be picking up any day here now that we're in spring, because I no longer post my work to censorship platforms that claim control of the work. With that, we hope to see you logged in as a member for hour two, and I'd like to wish you all a happy, healthy, and higher minded new era. There it is, man. Cheers.